And we live. Welcome back to another Convo Blueprint. I got my brother Shantae. I am Shantae. It's been, man, I tried to get you online for like 7 years now.
7 years. How I look online?
Hey, it's good. I like the blue couch in the background. I see the lion in the background. You got a nice setup. Yeah. All you had to do was retire, right? All you had to do was retire. Now you got to. Everything sounds good. Let me check something real quick. Yep, good there. Okay, so today, what I wanted to do is maybe give some commentary on Nick Cannon's class with Professor Griff, because there was some definitely a lot of knowledge dropped in this video, and it's interesting on like why he got in trouble for anything. So if you remember, it was about a year ago, I want to say, and then Nick Cannon was dropped from Viacom, and then he was forced to apologize for so-called making anti-Semitic comments. Once again, before we get the video started, I don't like to waste y'all time. We like to get straight into it. Let us know where you're watching from. Like, share, and subscribe. And while we're watching the video, we'll interject our commentary as things go along. So, and if we don't get it all covered today, then we'll come back and do a part 2. So without further ado, quick little commercial break, and we will get right into it. I saw you freestyling. All right, let's get straight into it. Without further ado, Nick Cannon's class with Professor Griff.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, all our fellow constituents of our community, our scholars, our masters, teachers, and of course, as I call myself, a student, I am truly honored to have Nick Cannon's class, brother that I look up to on so many levels, from hip hop, the conscious community, to just true activism in the streets. A Scott, probably one of the first scholars that I was ever introduced to, with the title Professor in front of his name.
I like that.
Professor Griff, welcome to Cannon's class.
Thank you.
He's God.
I'm a reflection.
Man, so I don't even we're going to jump into so many things, but we usually have a questions. This is the class.
That's that Spice Adam laugh, huh? After you get the fade.
And text. And not only do we have new text, Warriors tapestry put together for all the young brothers and sisters that always want to get involved into the and it's beyond the world. I'm falling back to using that term.
So the Nick Cannon go to Howard?
They get.
What's that?
Nick Cannon went to Howard?
Did he? I don't know. Did he?
You can Google everything.
Right?
Looking at Howard.
You go to Howard, huh? Did he go to Howard? Let's have a look. Have a look-see.
They introduced him, and they want to know what to read. What's this book right here is the greatest tool to get us introduced into this world, to where you can start digging into some of your other books, the psychological, covert war, hip-hop.
Went to Howard University.
Yeah, Nick, he finished during the pandemic while no one was looking.
Wow.
He been attending classes since 2016 and finally graduated after 4 years with the BS in Criminology and Administration of Justice, plus a minor in Africana Studies.
Oh, he got what I got, minus that Africana.
See? Okay. So I guess he qualified to speak on it.
No, he ain't.
You know, no, he ain't. Okay. We gonna learn, huh? We gonna learn today.
And so many other books. We gonna start in this space, but all of these books are available. We'll just start off on top. How if somebody wants to get your newest book or any of these books, how do they do that?
Well, it's really simple. I'm approachable, and I'm there for people to reach me. Everybody in their grandmother has my phone.
Yeah.
678-557-2919.
Dang. You just gonna put his information out there like that?
He did. I'm about to call it.
What up, Professor Griff?
That's real. That's
solid right there.
678-557-2919.
He in Georgia.
Not me. I went to go get ProfessorGriff.com.
Yeah.
Some dude had it. And I want to argue with me on the phone. I'm like, bro,
That's crazy.
I know who you are. I'm like, well,
Come up on
my joint.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
And that domain name.
And you catch me on live, all of that. So very accessible. Again, like I said, it's an honor. And there's so many. We got a chance to chop it up and build before this. So there's so many things that I want to touch on and dive into because not only do you drop those gems, but you speaking sound bites. So let's history real quick, man.
About them sound bites. We here to slay them sound bites.
Ain't we though? The Dragon Slayers.
You being
one of the
founders.
How did this all come about? In the golden age of hip hop. You guys had a lot on being that militant voice. Where did all of that come from?
Wow. I think the beauty of the creator bringing us together in Roosevelt, Long Island, Freeport on one side, Uniondale, American Baldwin, and him stay. I think that area right there, Chuck's mom, knowledge is self activist. My mom strong in the community. Ms. Boxley, who is Hank and Keith Shocker's mom squad. And then musicians around us and other people. I think it was a beautiful thing that they offered Chuck the deal from Def Jam because he was there with Flavor at Adelphi University on the air. Playing different things. I'm at the youth center, martial arts class. One of those instrumental individuals that was at the youth center having study groups, people getting knowledge of self and that kind of thing. And I think it came together a lot larger than I can put it into words. Because it was one of those things where I think Chuck knowing what he wanted to do, because they offered him a deal, not us.
Right.
Chuck D thing. Chuck D. And then he said no, he wanted to do the group thing. We didn't understand the flavor. I guess some people didn't understand my role being the minister of information. Had to bring the information. But it all came together and it all worked thanks to Chuck having the vision to bring it together.
Right.
I think a lot of people tell the story, but they don't tell it through the lens that the average person understand as opposed to it being in some press statement that goes on. If you in the hood and you at the youth center and you training people up on your block, martial arts, you have a study group, and you responsible for people's lives. How did that end up becoming hip hop? Right. Somebody had to have some vision, and Chuck was the one with that vision and knew who to put in place. But the critical thing about this, to be frank and upfront with you. Right. I choreographed the show. That's one W. You understand what I'm saying? I'm borrowed from the Nation of Islam or doing the drills and that kind of thing. We came on stage with license plates this big.
License plates.
Paramilitary outfit like the Black Panthers and
Ray.
And we thought the theatrical thing was there. It's entertaining to look at. But a lot of people
came to
hear Public Enemy. Some people came to see Public Enemy, and we would have the responsibility of synthesizing it, and then not only that, pointing them to organizations.
What was so powerful and to me, like the way I tapped into it, when I was a kid, like 8 years old, 7, 8, but to see someone like Flavor, to see Chuck, to see Terminated X, and to understand it was every element of my hood. It was every element of the projects to where Slave was wild, crazy, fat, Chuck was more of like the teacher. You were more the militant, and Terminator X was the down. You know what I mean? Like, I saw every element of my hood in Public Enemy. So I saw the dichotomy of crazy boys and really.
Shante, did you rock with Public Enemy?
I mean, no, everybody. We are susceptible to the that is put in our ears.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things I would question about what they're talking about, and none of yet. Context for why they had the license plate hanging off their neck.
Yep. I saw you say something.
Right? Where you're projecting to license plates around the neck. If you look at criminal justice system in the 1900s, all the 1950s, that's what put around our necks for your jailhouse number.
True. So that's a good point.
What was symbolism in the 90s for bringing that I hear, and I saw it. One of the key things that we made was license plates.
Very true. Yep. The first thing that comes to my mind when I think of Public Enemy is 911 is a joke. That was them, right?
That was them. Get down. In your town.
Yeah. All right. I knew you had something to add. We'll keep it rolling.
It was almost like the opposite. To see Chuck being the mouthpiece, and to see the stern discipline, to see the martial arts, to see even the aspects of the nation, and then to see but you can still have fun. I saw all of that, and I don't know if that was by design, but it just was an entry point for everyone.
I know it was by design. I know it was by design. But there's a grand design.
Yeah.
You understand? Our design became against.
Hold up. That word.
He used it.
Grand design. And Nick Cannon acknowledged. Grand. Remember Ketanji Brown Jackson, first African American woman Supreme Court. Exactly. That grand word has significant meaning. To me, it's very Masonic.
As I said,
exactly. That's why he had to apologize. Hey, bro, your teeth looking extra white. Your teeth, hey.
I rushed before I came on. So we make sure I represent.
Yeah. All right, keep it rolling. Grand though, grand. Nah. We got to slay them dragons.
Grand design because it shook the industry. Yeah. So much so the people around us wanted them to become a lot more conscious about what they eat, how they think, some of the songs, and our peers respected us. The Houdinis, the Run DMC, the LLs, even Beastie Boys, EPMD, Rakim, Jazzy Jeff, Fresh Prince, BDP, right, exactly. Poor Righteous Teachers. So it was a mutual level of respect. A lot of people outside of those people that I mentioned couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
Y'all saying what y'all saying, man. Y'all
People say that
People
about
say
me
that about me to this day. Like,
how
how
you
you
still
doing
doing
this?
that?
Still doing that?
But
So I feel you on that.
I question. I'm like, he up in that space.
Yeah.
How you move?
How you
Like, how
move
you
that? How you
ask
ask about your health? Are you
Yeah,
good?
yeah,
And
people
even
like,
now, people
because
like, because
the documentary
was just a part of it. Like,
people
like,
gotta
man,
watch
you
who's
gotta watch who's
preparing your
preparing
food
your
for
food for
you. You
you.
gotta watch
You gotta watch how you
and
move.
it's not even
And
on
it's not
something
even
like
on something like we're not
fear,
operating
but
fear.
the fact
But
that
the fact that we
so
speak
much
is so
truth
much
that we
truth
just gotta
that we
be
just gotta be
aware.
more aware. Okay. Yeah, you better be aware. Yep. And they gonna get deep. You know, they just established the foundation. Right. This how you gonna do me? Put cases on all you. Right.
I felt like y'all brothers was aware, and that's what I really want to get into, because you talk about the grand design, where we talk about the neutralization of our messages and our people. That happened to you in a real way, in real time, where you were the one
that
everyone came after
when you started to speak. I mean, I know you've spoken about this so many times, but I just want to give context to some of these younger people out there,
public
to where the
enemy
public enemy has such a voice,
and was
waking
up
up
so
many young people in our community
through hip hop
when it was still new.
And I want you to
and
talk
I want you to talk
about
about it, because I don't want to do
here,
this.
but
You hear, but
there was
I don't want
to
So as I saw it as a young man, that
as the
as
minister
the minister of information,
you know,
like I said, and you hear what Professor Griff? No, you got to contextualize it. No, you better
water that down.
Yeah. Make it more palatable.
Honor to have the
minister of information
in
Candace's class.
You had so much information and was so fearless in your message. And through public enemy, I felt like you were the one that had the most substance and weight in speaking unapologetic. Chuck had to do it. He was the MC. He couldn't be so out there in his message. And he had to make it fly. You were like, I'm just giving it to you raw and uncut. And if you could contextualize it and kind of, because I don't know the entirety of it all, but from my understanding, there was some information that you put out there, specifically about the Jewish community, that again where you were asked to apologize, or the entire group was asked to distance themselves.
Can you say everybody's on
the first as I saw the divide of public. Oh yeah, he about to break it down. He about to go to the Semitic.
To where they had to go on and continue to be an entertainment group. You stuck to your guns and said, I'm Griff, I'm Professor Griff, I will always be the minister of information, and I'm not gonna apologize. So I'll step away and be
myself
and allow you
guys to go on.
Please
expound on that and just enlighten us
how
all.
it really
happened. That's how I saw it, and that's what I was told. But I would love to hear firsthand what really happened. What was actually said, why they asked you to apologize. I mean, there's probably there's some subtext and some other. He choosing his words real careful, lady. Though
He choosing
and he still had to apologize. He still got in trouble. Letting them out.
The characters
like the Leo Coens who were part of that process to build analysts. Yeah. So please break it down. Those are the Jewish people who run the biggest label, Leo Cohen, and he with Def Jam.
Mm-hmm.
He the head of like Def Jam. Yeah. Or the president or something like that. Let's break it down. Let's break it down in small bits where people can actually get it.
Like a lot of people that are coming into consciousness. where they are right now. I sat at the elders of
Dr.
Benz
and the John
Hey, y'all be good.
Professor Jeffrey, Professor Small, Shashi McIntyre.
Okay, got you.
Now I'm physically there.
Not YouTube.
Not YouTube.
There was no
YouTube back then.
You had to physically go there and write the notes, study.
Maybe get a VHS tape.
And if you had 5 of them, make a whole lot of noise on Sunday. All right, so to my understanding, now I want to thank Khalid Al-Akin from Black History 101 Museum.
He has
set up
a talk
with a rabbi.
This is recent.
Right.
So and I'm in
front of a room full of Jewish people.
And I'm
asking basic questions that maybe you can help me out.
Let's look up
the word
anti-Semitic.
Semitic.
Who are the Semitic people?
Then we're going to get to the public enemy thing.
Right.
So I looked up Semitic people, and there's a list of Semitic people, and anyone can do this right now. You can look up who are the Semitic people, what are the Semitic languages.
Right.
Absolutely nothing to do with anyway.
Right.
We did that yesterday, right? Last night, and it's people from North Africa, Mesopotamia, the Canaanites, the people who speak Aramaic.
You have the Armenian tribe.
Yeah.
Not at all. So in order for me to be anti-Semitic, I'd have to be anti-black man, anti-black woman, anti-black people, anti-Africa, anti-all of the people, because the Semitic people are black people.
So y'all get that clarity.
The Semitic people are black. So I cannot be anti-Semitic. Now, what do they really use
the phrase
anti-Semitic to do?
That's the thing.
To divide.
Exactly.
Right.
So they put
this title on you anti-Semitic,
and then they
neutralize you.
Right.
Separated me from the group.
Say he's a
Jew hater. He hate white people. He hate gay people. He hate all white people with freckles, red hair, whatever.
They put that on me.
Which I've never said these things.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
I just ran down the history
given to me
by my elders.
Anybody
could read this for themselves. So it ain't a professor Griff hating people.
Right.
Now, closer
to what happened with the public enemy thing.
Brother by the
name of James Bond, X1W in the group,
gave me some information
because he was in touch with the research department
of the Nation
of
of
Islam
in
Boston.
Right.
Got the
information. We talk about the secret relationship between blacks and Jews.
It was a manual.
It wasn't even a book.
Right.
I got it.
I went to Kinko's.
The manual.
The brother recognized me. Oh, you that dude enemy, man. For real. I said, yeah, bro. I gotta get to this thing. Road manager. I gave it to him. The brother gave me a copy, but he made it a copy also.
Yeah.
So that's a violation.
Bro.
He violated.
He was hungry. Exactly. Okay.
When I seen the
brother again,
dude gave me a box of.
And I gave James back his.
So I read it. So
now
the spokespeople
for the
me and Chuck,
we did all the interviews.
Right.
We sat down. We was entering with DC. We were doing the interview that day. It wasn't even my interview.
Right.
Chuck's
Chuck's
interview, he didn't want to do it.
Right.
So I sat down.
Mind you,
information. I got two suitcases.
Minister of Information.
I used to carry 2 suitcases.
Right.
And so I
laid them all out on the table, so I went into the interview. I was ready.
Right.
First question
he asked was like this. Exactly. Who controls the music industry?
What am I supposed to say? You understand? I
laid out the name,
people,
organizations they belong to.
I laid it out.
Now, mind you, this is not coming from Professor Griff.
I wasn't hating nobody that
day.
It wasn't in that statement. Was it
white people, Jewish people, white supremacy? You weren't saying that hateful statement. You were just saying this is who controls it.
I laid out the name.
He gave the names. No wonder why he got kicked out the group. As far as being like a front man, he had to be the road manager now.
Yeah, but this been going on since the birth of the story. How long ago has it been brought? You know, even the information every time they sign a contract, only signing.
Yeah.
Right. They're themselves to active that they stood Spain and Sub. I thought it was called the Nick Cannon show. There, bro. You over here. I can't tell you, but I prepared before.
Hey, do you have your headphones? The other ones, the corded ones, or no?
Yeah. I can get that.
Yeah, I can get that. Yeah, because like I could hear you, but your sound like went like. Is my sound doing that on your end?
Nah, I'll be back. I'm gonna get my headphones.
Okay.
Keep it flowing though.
Okay. Yeah.
Do I got a headphone?
Yeah. So speaking of the contracts, you know, literally you are selling your soul. I'm gonna have to do some more videos on like the whole idea of record contracts and how, I mean, it's real easy. We don't even have to do a deep dive on it. Just from the beginning, think about the artists that a lot of us grew up listening to. The easiest place to look at is like the Mickey Mouse Club, and you see how, you know, just look at Britney Spears and how or Rihanna or Destiny's Child or Chloe and Haley. When we look at these artists when they're young, they're marketed towards children, and then they ultimately become ultra demonic after the parents allow their children to listen to these musicians, right? The music is targeted toward the children, but then it gets extra thuggy. It gets terrible.
The thuggish records bound.
Yeah. And you think about like the sounds and how the sounds are manipulated to be one thing, but it's really something entirely different. I always say this: art comes from a spiritual place. All art comes from a spiritual place. So the idea of signing a record contract, majority of the time, these people are slaves to the record labels, and they have to do music that is a reflection of what the record label will promote and push. Lupe Fiasco had a song back in the day called State Run Radio. There's stories about the R&B singer Joe, that R. Kelly's management and R. Kelly's team did a lot to stop Joe from, you know, because Joe was his arguably biggest competition. So there was stories that Joe was R. Kelly's biggest competition. So there are stories about R. Kelly's management team making sure, paying radio stations money to not play Joe's records. So these are like just some of the ins and outs of how the music industry works. And if you're a righteous person, you're going to be attacked. If you teach the truth or call yourself the minister of information, if they don't like the information you given, like we could even tie that to now. That's like the Biden administration started a misinformation or ministry of truth. And it's interesting because a ministry of truth from the government perspective is against anyone who's not a believer or a participant of the official story, right? So
most definitely. One thing I want to add. One of the stories that is setting out killing of individuals bigger than Sam Cooke, the real Sam Cooke story. And understand how he died, how he was set up, but most importantly, everything that he spoke about, his dangers of the knowledge he was bringing. Not just the Semitic community, right?
Yeah.
All communities is already touching parts of America. But they didn't want them to understand what the real at the time. The second part that I take from the clip. That I know you're down more. This whole term black. I hate to hear all this knowledge and spit and talk about and thrown around. Yeah, we have not addressed the term black or African, where even the individual third eye is open.
Mm-hmm.
Are still calling you some of the most derogatory terms in the world. I can see ourselves for the next 120 years calling ourselves black.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be black.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah. And you know what's interesting? Even Martin Luther King addressed that. Remember, he addressed the being called black, and look up black in the dictionary and see, like you were talking about this yesterday, how black is the absence of light. You said yesterday, don't call me black because black means darkness and it's an absence of light. I agree. Also, there's a documentary on Hulu about Jennifer Holliday. So a lot of the black musicians, I just talked about black, now I said black musicians. A lot of the so-called black musicians were targeted by law enforcement agencies, FBI, and all this stuff is on record. And I did a video last night about the FBI's involvement with COINTELPRO, and I think they talked about it a little bit, or they're going to talk about it soon, which COINTELPRO was a program by the FBI during J. Edgar Hoover's time to target so-called black folks. I'm gonna call us what we are, to target the Hebrews that was brought over here as slaves. Right? It was a government program that was concerned with ensuring that no so-called black, right? When we were brought over here, they called everybody black, ensuring that there was no black power. And that's how J. Edgar Hoover put it. So the Sam Cookes, the Malcolm X's, the Jennifer Holliday, anybody the Professor Griffs, anybody, even if they're not all the way righteous. When people use words like grand and all that, I don't necessarily trust Professor Griff, but he dropping some knowledge. We talk about Umar Johnson all the time. I don't really like Umar Johnson at all. That doesn't mean he doesn't bring any good information. It's just what I realize about a lot of these people, they don't take us to the solution. Right? Like people might say, oh, I like Kendrick Lamar. He be spitting real facts. But Kendrick Lamar talk about Lucy, but he ain't talking about how you could be delivered from Lucy. Right? Like he's not leading you out of that. And Kendrick Lamar went from saying he was a Hebrew to now you depicting yourself as the Antichrist, the beast rising from the sea in his N95 video. You see what I'm saying? So like when we look at all of this, like it's one huge machine, and this is why Nick Cannon had to apologize for even airing this episode. And when you like this one and maybe one other video is the only one that I saw on YouTube. The one we're looking at right now, and one other video, and then you can find little clips. Otherwise, you can't find nothing else.
You said
people's names.
Yes.
People's names at that time, because it was what,
89, 90?
Yeah, about 89.
Okay.
Yep.
And you just said people's names.
And I laid it out, and I showed them books.
Right.
And I looked at it and showed them. This paragraph says this. These people control film industry, TV.
Right.
Music.
And as we know,
right, these are the players.
When we talk about media, there's six major corporations that
control
all of
exactly
exactly
on the music.
And this you were
laying that construct down back then,
because naming names, calling them
exactly.
But as we sit right here today, there's six major corporations that control everything that is delivered to you as we speak.
See, and highlighting that fact right there too, that in the information is about being controlled, and so when with the Young Thug situation and YSL, Young Stoner Life, Young Slime Life, and all this stuff, when you think about, so all these people saying free Young Thug and all this, no, why would you free somebody who's terrorizing your own community?
They better keep that boy locked up where he at.
See, like why would you? And then to promote such a thing, man, like what better way of destructing an entire people by using means of trying to control your life. Like everything happening in the world right now is spiritual. Like from the Will Smith slap and all of that, you know, that was about what is a man. Like, and if you're a man, this is what a man does to, you know, honor his wife or partner. You know what I'm saying? Like everything happening, like the Young Thug's lyrics, it's crazy because they literally glorify the worst parts of the community. Yeah. They literally selling drugs in the community and getting paid to do it. That reminds me of that old KRS-One song. Remember, self-destruction. Like what better way? Exactly. So there was hip hop back in the day that used to be uplifting and edifying, but they made sure that that's not the artist that they promote. They don't want a image of black folks, so-called black folks in America. They don't want. So the truth is, using the anti-Semitism remark also is they don't want us to be who we truly are, and they don't want us to find out who we truly are. And it's all in the Maccabees that the heathen would paint images in their likeness, and that you know, that the history will be wiped away. Like a lot of people don't know where they come from. A lot of people who were brought over here, a lot of Hebrews don't know their roots. So therefore they try to be all these other things. They try to pledge Greek. You know, Shantae and I worked at the university together. We saw people like pledge Greek, or then, you know, go back to Africa, right? Go back to your African roots, go back to your Egyptian roots. But nah, you can do that, but we Hebrews. You see what I'm saying? We are Semitic people. Don't want to, go ahead.
People don't want to. Again, my key term. I'm going to focus that we're adjective, and how we're so really with these labels, as you already stated. Shape who we are because we know. Okay. We started talking about the matters. It did not matter. That's something we should accept. Because there's not just one definition. I'm going to raise you all. There's not one positive definition with the term black. You've been told that a whole culture are absent without light, are negative, are dark, worse like demonic. Possession is the adjective used for the word black. So I raise you, which word do you feel is more cognitive damaging to those who don't know the culture? Black? Yeah. Or that famous N-word.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what's harmful to them, because you still it was given to us by them, Portuguese, but they know our real term, negro. Why they didn't name their cream. Black is not even a color. Who are you to say that you are going up? Why are we walking around devoid of and expect the others to have more? They laugh knowing that we know. I'm Forrest Gumped. I'm sorry. Somebody right now like, oh no.
Right. Go on and take it there.
Exactly. The six people can sit in this room and decide everything that we experience for entertainment, we watching the movie, reading the magazine. 6 people.
Right.
I laid that out. It wasn't a Jewish conversation.
Right.
It was about the music industry. The first 20 minutes of the conversation, we was laughing, joking, dapping each other up, talking.
Right.
His girlfriend walked in. We were talking about David Mills. Drop dead on the movie set.
Right.
His girlfriend walks in. His girlfriend's white and Jewish. Well, I'm from Roseville, Long Island. We don't have no experience with white people. So I'm like,
Never Howard Stern.
All right, man, you telling us something, man. You telling us something.
Right?
It became more. And I'm like,
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Couple times he even pressed the pause button on the cassette.
That privilege starts speaking.
Right. So now he had to change his tone because now the white Jewish girlfriend is sitting next to him, and she's getting offended by me calling out the Cohen, Moskowitz, blacks, and I'm like, okay, but still no hatred about history. When I finished the interview, he admitted and said, you know something, this is the kind of stuff that can get you in a lot of trouble. And I'm like, now, keep in mind, I'm in my 20s.
Just like these conversations.
But fearless is.
So and you saying what you're saying. Speaking facts.
Exactly.
There's no reason to be scared of when you're speaking the truth.
So I left that into what you just said.
That's not true. He said, there's no reason to be afraid of anything when you're speaking the truth. I would like to flip that statement. I would say if you're going to stand for truth, then you have to, number one, be standing in the footprints of the Most High. Because by telling the truth, you make yourself a target, which is clearly why right after this aired, Nick Cannon was dropped from Viacom.
Why he apologizing though?
See, after and see, that's what makes it very.
He apologized to information and whatever word I want to use. This to these people. I don't remember any black people coming on there cussing myself. That's what I'm confused.
Apologizing to the very people who allow him to have the success that he's had in his career.
That sounds like massa.
Exactly.
I'm gonna drink this cold ice.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's how the music industry, all entertainment works. You heard him say Viacom is one of the big six. It's one of the big six media companies that control all the media, that literally shape the narrative of everything in this country. That's why he had to apologize, or else you're not going to be allowed to be wearing his fancy suits on America's whatever, on the shows and hosting all these things.
But from a spiritual standpoint, it sounds like he chose. Because he could have stayed on it. He could have tinkered to walk. But it sounds like the mirror who's in his empire made him come in a part to his own people, telling them the truth.
Yep.
He apologized for telling the truth.
He did.
I hope the people understand that. We're telling the truth.
That's a good point. Would you apologize for telling the truth?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to tell you. Bro, you're actually
and how like at this point, like at a certain level, and I think that we talked about this before, like where are our Moseses? Where they at? Because how could you tell this truth, then apologize for telling it, and then clearly you telling on yourself, like you just said that you chose because of the money. But at what point Moses, what I'm saying, when I bring up Moses, I'm talking about how Moses was really number one in Pharaoh's kingdom. But he had access to everything. But he associated himself with his Hebrew people. He did not associate himself with the riches that he got from being affiliated with Pharaoh in Pharaoh's house as an Egyptian. So when you say, Brother Shante, that Nick Cannon chose, what I look at it as is he associates himself with Egypt. In this moment, he chose to be Moses. But after this moment, he apologized for telling the truth, right? Because I don't see any hate or hear any hate in anything that's been said thus far. Do you?
I don't.
They just speak. I don't. They
I would have
speak
been
facts.
curious. I would have been curious if they lost everything. That's what make you go like, what can it do? They've been wilding out for 15 years.
Yeah.
Oh, you can say the N-word. You can promote. Damn, Viacom. Okay. I'm sorry, my brain.
Right. Okay, so look, Wildin' Out, like the show, right? Look at what the show promotes. It was all good as long as he's promoting that side. This ratchet, as long as you're promoting the ratchet image as a so-called, or how about, I got it, as a person who's seen as black. As a person who's seen as black in America, you can promote the ratchet image all day long. Rise to the top of everything, right? These rappers, the top of everything.
TV shows.
You're going to get the sneaker deals. You're going to get everything. The more ratchet you are, the more you'll be promoted. But as soon as you start to have some type of conscience, as soon as you awaken spiritually, now you're a problem. It's like as soon as he did the ratchet stuff with Wildin' Out. Now he did Cannon's Class, but now Cannon's Class is no longer in session.
But can you still see Wildin' Out?
You can still see Wildin' Out.
Yeah, see Wildin' Out.
I believe you can. I believe you can.
I leave them 3.
He faxed to the Village Voice. New York.
Right.
Page blew up. He went out. And it's like Professor Griff, anti-Semitic, blah, whatever. And when I first told you, he said, "What? You told the truth."
Right.
Just what we saying right here. A week or two later. I'm the boogeyman, I'm the bad man. I'm
We gotta separate ourselves.
Exactly. And I didn't understand it from someone. And this is the painful from someone like walks this house 4 or 5 years old.
Right.
Hey, what we've been talking about? Hey, thank you. You knew I was going. Judas.
Something about them 30 pieces.
Judas. Straight away. Judas. Somebody that he grew up with. But isn't that also makes sense on the flip side that the Most High uses people. Yahusha sent out the disciples in twos, right?
I'm gonna say this. Think about the Pharaoh feelings about what Moses. Do he not believe Moses? Which is what drives their ignorance further into more traffic. Nobody never want to think about how they think. As you already stated, whoever runs Viacom, you say the con, how they think. Control a narrative since the history of television, since the start of music. Nobody want to think about that. We always talk about how we live in the other side. The other side, as you already stated, is running the show, but we never go figure out what that. They waiting for a Chuck Lee or this brother here or Nick Cannon to do class. Go look up anti-Semitic. Ooh, the upside.
Yeah.
They so nasty. They put it in the movie.
Right. Everything's in the movie. Oh, they're gonna get to the movies too. All right. Let's keep it rocking.
Right.
How do you do that?
Right.
How do you sit in the room and have one of your friends tell you who you fought with, who you ate with, broke bread with?
Right.
You know,
Judas.
How do you then a group of brothers like came up with the S1Ws? Who you know did everything together. You understand what I'm saying? So the public enemy Chuck played, who was actually signed, it was me and Terminated, public enemy live thing. Constitutes public enemy. I brought the S1
W's.
Right.
So when you talk about the money situation, Chuck the Slave, of course, then me, Terminator, and then check this out. Out of my little money, I cut it up and paid them.
So it wasn't about the bread.
It wasn't about the bread at all because Chuck said
2 years in, we out. We said, cool.
Let's shake the industry up.
Y'all wasn't looking. And that's the thing what people gotta understand too, especially back then. Hip hop wasn't about money.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And the only place where you actually could make money because the hands
they had it on lock. They had it on lock.
Exactly. Just keep it what it was. But live where you could make money.
And that's
from the blues days all the way to today.
Where you seeing all these cats with
diamonds
and all that. That's because they get
50,000.
That's
because
back then
it was
1,000.
Thank you.
They're on a van driving themselves. Right. And it's 20 of y'all. Right. Splitting up $1,000 a night. Exactly. So that's the real of it. And
What you got out?
I mean, he's talking like he's not part of that same thing. It's like the op. He's able to show you the policies and what the so therefore we now all believe they're on our side.
Yeah.
He's controlling this that they're talking about right now, but he's talking in a manner that separates him. And that's why he should have got. But I say that talking in a manner like these industry cats. If he's saying 2 years, you 20 years, sir. It sounds like the council is saying it's time like you announced on the throne. You up here for? Go ahead, leave. I'm sorry.
Yep.
That's all that baffling. This talking our language.
Yeah.
They can't say they Moses though. Don't make them feel like I'm up here second because when you get the staff on you see the slave being whipped down. You buying a house next to the pharaoh.
Yeah.
You buying a house next.
Talk that talk, Shantae. Yeah.
So who are you now? But then you coming down from the Pharaoh, Mr. And you coming to preach to me how I can get on my why? So I can be the Pharaoh's That's your lifestyle.
Yeah.
That's what makes them in our language.
Yes.
They think they are.
Yep. And that's why we here to slay these dragons and expose them. We take the good and cut off the fat.
Yeah, I thought this was supposed to be serious.
It's gonna get even more. It's gonna get even more serious. It's gonna get more serious. Watch.
And the whole idea of separating myself from these cats.
See, he's talking about separating himself.
Let's keep the timeline.
Yeah.
In the 86, 87 albums out.
Right.
All right, so 89 would have been done.
Because y'all was set out to do public enemy for 2 years.
That's it.
Right.
So I was on time.
You right there where it
was. Players out.
Shook the
industry up. You're not putting on the bad.
Yeah.
Now
I'm hated now because I told the truth.
Right. How do you walk
around with that in your chest?
How do you walk
around with?
You know what I find interesting?
Mm-hmm.
They're really not dropping no gems that anyone who's spiritually aware don't already know, right? It sounds like they're mad about the deal that they chose. Right?
By using our language.
Exactly.
Getting the people riled up so we can go and be mad at two rich people. I ain't gonna say Will Smith or Chris Rock, that's so old now.
Yep.
And we could be mad at their pocket, but you made the deal, sir.
Mm-hmm. So don't try to. And guess what? When they made the deal was for themselves. It wasn't like you was trying to put the community on your back, and you ain't doing nothing with the community afterwards either.
67840. That's my phone number. So that's the Boost mobile phone. You just brought in Family Dollar. So when people call, they gonna like, oh yeah. Yeah, it's real. His mobile phone while he in town, leave town with the phone down. Talking our language. Just to get around.
Yep.
I'm the bad guy in the group. I messed it up for everyone. I'm like, whoa. This is not what we discussed in my mom's basement, in Miss Boxley's basement in the garage. At 510 South Franklin. This is not what we discussed. We're going to get in, shake it up, and we out. And so now we're going to shake it up that bad. I'm like, right. Oh, so
we didn't want to tell that much truth.
Conversation that we're having right now.
And then, you know, because this is one of the reasons why I feel honored to speak with you, but I feel like it's so prevalent and so on time, is because what we're dealing with the honorable Mr. Farrakhan being silenced on Facebook and other platforms.
Neutralized.
I'm sorry, he said the honorable.
Elijah, Minister Farrakhan.
When they have a neutralized him? I want to start bringing here.
So I want to say around the same time they did Alex Jones.
Okay, well, Dub,
My his name is Louis Farrakhan.
Okay, he ain't my man. He honorable. I go to honorable. Call them honorable. I didn't want to buy that shit. Honorable in front of the name judge. Look at the egos being built. Look at the egos being built and robbed. If I tell Nick Candy my major is master in psychology, I should be really disrespectful. But without trying to break down they taught by somebody else. Interesting.
Yeah.
He talking about the individual theory. That's the psychology theory he's talking about here. Interesting.
Intelligence program, when you say counters, because we have so much intelligence and information, we want to counter that by destroying, by neutralizing. So what we're speaking of today, because they silenced or they attempted to silence me right now. COINTELPRO actions and activation, and they did the exact same thing to you. Why? This is just a question that I have, and even coming from the aspect that if the true children of Israel, the Abrahamic faith that Islam comes from, that Judaism comes from, that Christianity all comes from Abraham. And we are all speaking of brotherhood and unity. Why is this division? Why is it such?
Okay, you know what's crazy? So, did you hear that the sound got real quiet?
Yeah, I did.
Like I had to
bring Abraham for other religions too.
I think he's trying to say where they came from, but did he? I don't know.
If you saying they came from Abraham,
yeah. See, so the sound got real quiet there, and I had to turn it all the way up. Then I had to turn it right back down when we started talking again.
Right. Okay, psychology 101. When he did that, started talking like this and getting low on that point, he knew he was lying. That was blasphemy talking the way he just did. See, it sounded like they strongly really picking at the Hebrew people. That's what I mean. They come and talking our language, but the only positivity I hear them really talking is every time they bring up something about the Nation of Islam. My man, I was Nation of Islam. I militant, so I bought the license plates. Excuse me, my brother. Get up, get. Why did you bring the look of slavery, the look of imprisonment, to the pop culture and saying in 3 years, sir, you're going to be out once you finish?
So it could be commercialized.
Years to come up here and now try to claim that you're talking our language.
Yep. So look at the double entendre. Look at the spiritual or esoteric meaning behind
that word. What word was
behind esoteric or double entendre, or like the esoteric meaning of Public Enemy number 1. Right? It could take and we know that all these industry plants, all these rappers, like they always have a duality. They might make like I know we need to do a video about DMX, but he's a good example. But there's all the, remember NWA, and then remember they did a song like "Let's Squash the Beef," all in the same gang, and they went right back to doing the music they was doing. And then Snoop Dogg, you make a gospel album, but you go right back to the same old. You know what I'm saying? There's always, they can never just be on one side. And the conscious side of hip hop has been, I mean, I think Nas said it when he was like, hip hop is dead. The conscious side of it.
I'm going to believe that the conscious side, if anything, really died during the jazz revolution period, because that's when music industry contracts started. I'm talking about exploded in the early 1900s to the mid, after the revolution of the jazz industry. People, you know, Horn, one of the first major ones that come to mind. Yes, I'm not saying contracts didn't exist, but we're talking about the explosion and take over actually started about that time frame. People need to, it matters that these things happen, as you always say, like how we gonna learn from the past, bro? Everybody pretend like it did not exist.
Right. Yep. I do see how you're saying is disrespectful, like that they're talking like us. But once again, I think we can always sniff these people out. The Umar Johnsons, these dudes, Nick Cannon, Professor. I think we can sniff these people out.
I'm sorry, you know how passionate I get, but that's because you decided to do a live for us to break this down. Without that, and let's just be honest, Nick Cannon probably got 80 million followers right now, talking like he's talking right now. Blasphemous to their own people.
Yeah.
Blasphemous to their own people. And that's what Judah did. When are we going to learn? If we follow the Most High first and only, there's no way we can be led astray. Because two brothers would do like we've been doing for a decade now. Talk.
Yep. Exactly.
Rational,
real talk.
Resolute together. Sharpen each other. I'm gonna say that. I know it's a lot of videos.
And we could always do part 2 if we need to. And I think the thing is too, man, that like we can sniff these people out because they never lead us to the solution. They never lead us to, okay, you saying you're spitting facts, you're spitting truth, but what now? They don't ever, the Umar Johnson don't never have a what now. His what now is Pan-Africanism. You know what I mean? His see, once we get to the end of this, it's gonna be like, okay, what now? Now, well, we know what now because this is over a year ago. We know what now. He went back and he apologized. So he chose.
Quick, the only thing I don't like I keep not hearing, is they giving no context to the reason why they did the things they did. Not even now. That's what I mean. They have to use Hebrew terms. But I don't hear why he did what he did. Where's the context to their choice making?
As an artist. What was, you know what I mean? Right? You an artist. Your job is, and he said he was the creative mind behind all of it. So, right. Why wouldn't he bring that out?
So the big jury and the fire and the fight and the poker, I mean, it's
Yep.
A problem. Why is there so much fear, specifically?
See how it's so quiet?
In the Jewish community.
I gotta turn it up.
And I'm kind of, this is a leading question which I want to get to.
Why
is it such a problem to speak the truth?
I think it's a problem. It became a problem for us because of the propaganda machine. But it's more of a problem for them,
right?
Because they've taken our birthright.
Right. They don't want
us to be them.
Not deeper than that. They don't want us to be us. They don't want you wrapping your head. Nah. They don't because you recognize.
Right.
Now they identified you. Oh man, Nick knows.
Right.
Who he is. And now flip side of that. They know.
Right.
So let's dive
into it. Who are they? When we speak of, because this is what it truly is. When we talk about the six corporation, we go deep as the Rothschild, centralized banking, the 13 families, the bloodline that control everything outside of. Shout out to Brother Everett watching on Facebook. Hey, hit us in the comments when you want to interject. As always.
Right. Talk about the people who, if we were truly the children of Israel, and we're defining who the Jewish people are, because I feel like if we can understand that construct, then we can see that there is no hate involved. We talk about the lies, how the fake dollar controls all of this. Then maybe we can get to the reason why they wanted to silence you, why they wanted to silence Farrakhan, and they want to throw that we are having hate speech when it's never hate speech, when it's not. You can't be anti-Semitic when we are the Semitic people, when we are the same people that you who they want to be. That's our birthright. That's our birthright. So if that's truly our birthright, there's no hate involved. How did this message get so misconstrued?
We came back to claim it.
Right.
When we woke up, we came back to claim it. If you steal my bicycle when we were 6 years old, and you ride around with my bike, now I'm 12. I'm
on my bike back.
You're gonna kick up dust.
Right.
And
I'm proud to
exactly. I'm on my bike back. I'm coming to get my bike. You're gonna kick up dust. You might even have enough prowess and cockiness and wherewithal because you've been driving my bike around. You make connections now and convince other people that that's your bike.
You got a couple of bikes. You got a whole gang. You got a whole gang. I'm over here walking. So now I go get my bike back. Yeah, you don't bike. Get the bike. You put some wheels on it. It don't look like no bike. You understand what I'm saying? So now I'm waking up. I'm like, bro, I need my bike back. For real. How do you know it's your bike? Simply because there's documents here. There's paperwork. Receipts. You understand what I'm saying? It's showing proof that that's my bike, and I'm here. Right. You got to get it. So when you start hearing songs like Michael Jackson, hype me, blah blah blah. Nah, you can't say that. When you hear Puffy talking about getting paid on like the Hebrew. Right. They want to mute the Hebrew.
They want to mute that. You understand?
You know we the true Hebrew.
Exactly. So we can't even tell the truth now. Right. Not on record, not on television shows, not on YouTube.
Right.
And what is and again because I talk to people in Islam about this all the time about certain things where it's just the lack of understanding. That's what it is. Because we're
showing his head right now.
When they want to put that on.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say nothing.
For saying when even the term white devils in general, when he was really speaking about the people who devalue our community and themselves, and that's really where the word devil comes from and how he's speaking. But they want to take the sound bites and say this is anti-Semitic. Right. And so how does that occur and why does that occur? Is that great? Is that spiritual warfare? Or is that just truly just us just silencing?
That's the psychological covert hidden war on the higher infinite power here.
Say that again. Hip-hop.
Higher infinite power here. The higher infinite power healing our people.
It's hip-hop.
It's goals and stuff.
We're gonna connect. Sometimes you gonna see your homeboy up in the club, music loud, y'all can't talk. You know.
It's about to go down.
Exactly. Right. So if and it's the power that's in us because of who we are as a people. As Elijah Muhammad said, we're direct descendants from God himself. When that hit me, I'm like, I got relatives, but I got the big relatives.
Right.
I'm a descendant, maybe from this tribe, that tribe, because I look a little Ethiopian or Eritrean. I'm saying I'm connected to the source. But because I'm connected to the source, we have a higher infinite power. But we can take this power now and heal our people.
Wow.
You understand what I'm saying? And then delivering it that way, like the COINTELPRO, like those black organizations where they saw the Messiah coming up in the ranks. They says no, we have.
Hold up. I guess there's a bit of an echo. Let me try to fix that.
stop that.
J. Edgar Hoover said the most dangerous thing in America is the Negro, and when
How
he
about now?
put
Every
that
is it still
together.
an
So I
echo?
want to touch on something too, where we have this problem within our community, and then obviously even beyond the term God and defining ourselves as God. Why is that such a problem, and why is that so taboo in our community? Because I know you do this as well. You speak about it in your books,
Right.
and even going back to the 5%ers, the gods and the earths back then. Um, what is Why is that such a problem? Even all the way to brothers like Kanye, where even if his messaging can get misconstrued at times, but he was even professing, "I'm a god," and our egos get to that point like, you ain't no God, I ain't no God. But ultimately, how do you define yourself as a God? And then why is that a problem?
Nah,
I
bro,
think the
how
most
do you define God?
See, he done lost me with that.
He asked the question in a way, again, to promote what they really promoting.
Yep.
Which is nothing about Hebrew. When he say the term Negro, he still said it as a separate term from how he viewed himself. Again, I'm listening to this young brother. He's not talking in a way that he viewed himself as these things. He said, what about the people? Why do the people? What do you think the people and how the people feel about? Why is it a taboo in our community?
Why do you need to call yourself a god anyway?
I guess they was about to lie and tell us why the importance. And that's what I mean. He broke it down by first psychologically playing with us by saying, why is it taboo? And I'm going to whisper to you because, it's like you said this earlier this week. It's like when somebody about to sing that R&B song and they want you to drop them pants. Ooh, you understand? I'm going to talk to you that way when I need that. Versus, when I want to give you that, I'm saying, that militant, why you want to say Black Lives Matter. You know what I'm saying? We learned that those separate inflections means you breaking down two separate points. So I gather from his real point, he's not talking like he's talking about why am I being held down. He's saying why it's kind of what you said about 10 minutes ago. This seemed more like Black rich grief. And I do mean the term for them, Black, since they keep referring to themselves as such. African rich grief is what it sounds like I'm hearing. And they wonder why the Hebrew people, brother Zion, why you ain't taking up for them yet? Why you send that? Not saying nothing for them. Gonna lock down right now. Why you ain't praying on that?
Right? Why would we pray for somebody who's destroying our own community? Like,
that's what being a God is about.
Right? He got over 50 murders, responsible for over 50 murders.
Young slime.
And bragged about it. Slime life. And bragged about it on social media, put everything everywhere. Yeah, ever getting in here now. He says, understand, it is understood that there is a divide in our own community. It helps those who feel they are above not feel so bad for thinking the way they do. Agree. Maybe that's why they need to think of themselves as God. Like they deserve all the wealth and the riches. And, we see the same attitude, and Everett probably knew I was going to go here too. We see the same attitude in the church, though. Ain't it the same way? This entitlement, bring me all the money, like give me all your resources and give me your mind. Because it sounds like they dabbling in stuff. Like we are not gods. The Most High made us a little lower than the angels.
So look, in order for them to proclaim themselves as a God, a hierarchy must exist, right? In our human form, the Most High is in the spirit form, which is where we're trying to reach. In our human form, we must build a structure in order for us to build that hierarchy, right? So it takes for each individual to claim themselves to be a God. So then if all million y'all claim to be a God, then I can proclaim myself to be the one true God. Now, whether I use rap or television, understand, whether I promote acting to become your Medea, all right, whether I promote rap to become your Jay-Z, right? In each genre, how much music you got across the globe, not just in America, let's say 140 million rap lovers across the globe. Jay-Z got 140 million legions of idiots. Where if he put in his rap songs to go sell some, how many people now? Oh, Jay-Z haven't said that in a dozen years. Yeah, he put on the Gunners of the world to go say it.
Yeah.
Because how can I look up to Jay-Z if we know he wearing suede shoes with his pinky like this, and he really talk like he from Brunton or something?
Oh, you talking about 21 Savage?
You know, I ain't want to say it, but that's all I say. When 21 Savage got hit up by ICE about 3 years ago, right before COVID, my brother, have anybody heard any gutter gangster crap from 21 Savage in Atlanta since? Y'all might not be here in Atlanta, but let me tell you something. About 2, 3, 4 years ago, 21 Savage was the gangster here. You didn't even hear about Young Thug and the rest of them YSL groups. I'm just saying, since ICE came, what happened? He don't even hang downtown no more. You don't see 21 Savage down there no more. I think he's in Vermont. And I'm laughing, but we back to the point that we understand that they control the narrative. As you said earlier, brother, if they control the narrative, they control the thought. They control the viewship and the adjectives of the entire culture. Why are we sitting around allowing this promotion? I don't watch Nick Cannon. I don't watch Wild 'N Out. Again, I find some of it funny. I laugh too. I got a sense of humor. Even my spirit got a sense of humor.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But what I do not find funny is what they talking about right now. But I'm sorry. I'm getting passionate again. I'm trying to keep my swell low.
No, I appreciate it. And that's why I wanted to watch this and do a show about this, because I think it's important. Even though this was like a year ago, it just goes to show, like, if you are going to be on the side of righteousness and truth, you got to be all the way sold on that side.
All the way sold. You can't come back and say sorry. I ain't know this is what he put out right a year ago. Man, I'm a year behind. Oh man, well, right? But this is what he said. Sorry, yes, he owe us an apology. He most definitely do. And I don't know if they understand that the real control of that number one person must look something like me and you, because somebody made him apologize. He apologized to all ears, because these fools up here talking the love language of all people. That's why everything they say sounds so righteous. But only the true righteous people can hear the information, take the knowledge, and kick the rest of it out the window. The rest of it need to go out the window. We're a year behind. My bad, dog. You pretend.
Yeah. And not a year behind, because it's still relevant. Because everything that's happening outside of us, everything that's happening in the media is designed to get in your home. So if you can't even tell the truth about the biblical people, how can you even read the Bible, period? Like in my video yesterday, thinking about the COINTELPRO program, right? How was this able to start in a so-called Christian nation? Now, we know what Christian means to them, but they say to us, Christian means Christ-like. But in that video, I also broke down how the scripture says, how can you say that you love God and yet hate your brother? You ain't seen the Most High yet, but you can see your brother. The Most High says, hey, if you have an art with your brother, go to your brother first. He says, leave your offering at the altar. In other words, I don't even want your offering. Go make it right with your brother, then come back and give your offering. So there's a lot. So you can't be racist, right? And so to try to accuse these brothers for being anti-Semitic, for telling the factual truth, right, about history, which anyone can Google, that's the part where I do ride with Professor Griff and Nick Cannon on. Everything else, like you said, out the water. Everett just says, here's something that just came to me. There's a saying that goes, if everyone is special, then no one is special. So in this case, if everyone claims to be the God, then no one is a God. It is not just we as a people that are trying to promote this thought process, but it plays into a larger agenda from the other side. Exactly. And I think that's what is so disrespectful about them, Professor Griff and Nick Cannon, sharing these truths, but they're not being all the way, or seemingly, at least, I don't know them personally, but seemingly not all the way sold out. At least for Nick Cannon, we could say, because he apologized to the system.
Whisper to us.
Yeah.
When you start talking in the spirit don't make you whisper. Why? That's like you said. Why is you whispering? The spirit don't make you whisper. Yeah, they. Go ahead, Mr. Cannon. You feel comfortable now. Listen, I'm addressing the psychology. You see now his hood down, as he now talking about these things. I understand where they sit him next to the 3 fists. Now I'm just saying my psychology is starting to kick in, and the symbolism behind everything I'm looks no different than the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air to me. So again, I want to know what is the, listen, all the spoken words is good. I think we discovered, and we talked about this years ago, in which I learned that by the time a child turns 1 year old, and most of their vocabulary might be 10 to 15 words, they understand and acknowledge and know over 175 different symbols. So we are taught through symbolism who we are.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm gonna keep going back. I appreciate these brothers, but like you stated, I'm sorry, the symbolism wilding out. It's ratchetness.
It is.
Okay, Dr. Professor Griff, I hear you saying that you had a blueprint. Why are you sharing it now when so many artists has died trying to get the blueprint out their hands? He said, I'm hearing him saying that I promoted this, Run D, we did this. Chuck D, Heavy D and the boys, we did. This what I heard him saying at the beginning. Okay, I hear him taking onus for everything good, my brother. But like you said, why they stopping halfway? Take onus of the things you just created here in this world. It's a lot of drugs going on. A lot of people listen to Public Enemy #1 while shooting the drugs this way. And then Public Enemy said, no, one's a joke. So that told me to the other half, this is what Brother Everett saying. To the other side, you know what I heard? Hey, I can deal these drugs as long as possible. Public Enemy tell me these niggas ain't gonna never come anyway. And ain't that what drug dealers do? Deal drugs on the corner from 9 o'clock in, 5 o'clock in the morning. The drug
Where they
dealers on
gonna
the
be?
corner.
Outside of the corner.
Thank you. They on the corner before they on the corner before I take my kids to school at 7 o'clock in the morning. How am I supposed to compete with that? I'm a dad, dog. I can't just leave at 5 in the morning to hit on the corner. I'm sorry.
Brother Everett says, people whisper to not be heard. I agree. And you know, there's another thing I noticed too. You notice right when they sat down, Nick Cannon called himself a student. Okay, now that wouldn't mean that wouldn't mean anything if it wasn't for the way that he presented himself at first and the way he's presented himself now. Right? Like, how can these things be in your mouth to say, but you act like you don't know the truth? It's not that you can't learn. It's not that you can't learn more or that you can't sharpen one another, but you come back to the idea that you do know something and you have something to bring to the conversation. So he's bringing things and he's asking questions, but then acting like he don't know this information. You're a part of the industry, but you act like you don't know how the industry was back then.
And those are political guys who then get on TV and say, the government needs to do ABC. You're looking like, bro, you the congressman of 30 years. I'm confused.
Yeah. Everett said, come back together. You going there. Everett. So this is Brother Shantae is like the hood side of, like, we like the Malcolm and Martin, but sometimes we switch too. You know what I mean? All right, let's keep it rolling.
Of having to define myself as a God is something that, you know, I don't necessarily want to wear on a t-shirt or a bumper sticker. I'd rather just be what the Creator created me to be. Now, let me ask just a couple of things so we can kind of.
Dang, I can't hear it though. Can you hear it?
Yeah, a little bit. He kind of said what we said, which was like he's saying he wouldn't call himself a God. He's just whispering, and that he believed he is the I think he said he's what the creators say he should be or something. It's important. You're right. 'Cause I can't tell if he's saying he was the creator and he followed the creator. Sound like he's saying. So he's acknowledging that for the people saying they want to be a God, you understand how that's a problem. He said, I don't want no God for that. He said, I don't want to be no God. And then he started whispering.
Yeah. Cause look, that's when they first sat down, remember, he was like, peace, God, or something like that. He was like, I'm a reflection of you. Let me see if I can hear this now.
I contextualize this thing. You have an assignment, right?
Yep.
A life assignment.
Absolutely.
Created, deposited in you everything that you need to be you. Right?
Right.
You ever get to that point where you're not feeling kind of like you?
Right.
So now you got to be introduced back to who? You. All right? And you got to be reminded of your assignment on this planet.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So if the Creator, God, deposited aspects of the Creator inside of you.
Right.
The scripture says you're all gods, but you're a child of the Most High God.
Okay, I can ride with that.
That's what you said a couple weeks ago. We all anointed. We are born with it. You just said that yesterday. We all, there's not a person who has not been touched by the Most High. We all born with it. That's what he just said. You're right. We all anointed with it.
Everett says, because the industry has never changed. You're right. It's a leech off of people with the anointing. Hasn't it always been? Isn't it how America got established? Leeching off the anointed ones. Don't you see the pattern? For some people, they say pattern. Don't you see the pattern? Everett says they're looking like yin yang twins with all this whispering. I know, right?
Tell me something you might like to hear.
I'm trying to figure out if the sound is me, because like as the video went on, like have you noticed like the volume keep going down?
They're not going down. I don't know if that's you, bro. That might be that siren. They listening right now. They said these cats live. They right Everett in there throwing truth bombs in there. Wait till you say it.
I'm trying to figure out what is going on. Okay, let me continue.
That's just them whispering.
You know, lady, you gonna grow up,
right?
And be God.
Yeah.
With a small G. Yeah. We ain't claiming the big G, just small G.
Yeah, we're not saying we're the creators.
Exactly.
Right.
Everything divine in nature is within inside of you.
Right.
This is why we talk about the law of correspondence, as above, so below, as within, so without. We can look at what we adorn the universe with, and it's right here.
It's all in us.
It's all in us. That's why we can do
cosmos is inside it.
Exactly. And only thing we're saying is we're gods having a human experience called Griff and Nick.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
Now, what your assignment is,
right.
Some people refer to that as different things. That's your life path.
Right.
That's what you've been assigned to do. But the thing is, have you accepted your assignment?
Right.
When you find people dealing with this whole psychology of self-hate, rejecting themselves and the divinity and who they are, see, when we hook up, there's certain things that you and I don't even really have to discuss, because the divinity in me salutes the divinity in you, and we good.
Okay, I'm vibing what he's saying right now. I hope he don't make a sharp turn left.
I hope that's right there. That's what they've been doing so far. Please,
right? Every time they get in there, we like, yeah. Then it's like, bow.
Yeah. But that's, go ahead. Yeah.
Everett says, understand they are clear in some things, but not so much in others. Does that mean they do not believe their own words? Or maybe they know that they must censor themselves in certain subjects. And I think that's, yes, Everett. I think before you came on, we hit on that. Like, if you're going to come out with the truth, you're going to have to be sold.
You can't
on that side.
We beyond the time of censorship is over. We were censored when we was locked up, according to them. We were censored during that small time in which the Yahusha went on that cross. Them fools went ate, right, for those 3 days. And after the resurrection, right, we know there's a time in history. This is what I always tell people. So just so people understand, I started off as the science guy first. So when I say things, I'm already incorporating a lot of the science behind the things I'm saying. I realized that a lot of the things in which they, the book, which is our culture, this is not a religion. This is not a religion. This is a culture of people that they deitize as a religion in order to keep the knowledge from us. So all we saying is we telling the people, hear what you hear. Well, you have to pick up your true history book if you all want to complete the circle. Because if I just listen to these young brothers, they talking our language so well, and I'm going to leave it out there, like I said, hopefully he don't go left. Then when he goes left, we are now falling for something that ain't quite ours. And ain't we tired of falling for stuff that ain't quite ours?
Right.
We almost always quite there. Brandy said, we love to sing about it. She said, almost don't count. It don't in the eyes of you. We passed the time of almost counting now. They got to choose. Don't listen. Everybody out here, stand on the knowledge and be truthful no matter how much it may hurt the person's feelings, including your own.
Right.
We beyond that time of line.
Yeah.
People that all the time.
Preach that. The one thing the truth does not need is help. The truth can stand on its own. I agree. I think that summarizes what you just said too. Like you have to choose. And it's beyond the time. Like if you can't choose now, when most of us are not under the threat of anything.
I'm just
right?
saying
Except
this. After this man done went and had 7 baby mamas in less than a year. This is why I'm confused about what's going on here. Is he positioning himself to feel that he's a king of God? So I'm going to choose, like the time of Solomon, as many baby mamas as possible and have all these seeds, knowing I got an immune disease myself, and I might create a couple of kids that gonna get sick. Within a year of this man sitting here with this man spitting this knowledge, he done made 7 more baby mamas, okay? If he ain't planning on marrying all 7, I know as a father of 5, you can't be at all 5. Even if all of them live in a house with you, you're going to always miss out on something. So what does it look like 7 extra baby mamas since Mariah Carey? And he's still going. He's laughing right now. I'm sorry, I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm confused about how this brother went here a year ago. If we wait 1 year, this is how you know when people are no longer authentic. I don't give a damn what him and Professor Griff is saying right now. We wait 11 months later, and look what Mr. Cannon decided to do in his behavior right now today. Not because he decided to have babies, sir, but the way in which he wilding out. All right. And way in which he's getting up or getting down with multiple baby mamas. How's that good for the culture? Because if I go have more than 1 baby mama, I know you know me, brother Zion. Guess what happened? They're gonna put so much child support on me. I'm gonna think twice before I go make a 3rd baby mama. I want to make sure I did it the way in which they told me I got married. I can't be no God without no money. So in order to fancy yourself to be a God, you understand that you asking for these godly possessions on this world, the one in which Yahushua told us we ain't supposed to ask, want, or need, because he give how this man, he getting everything he need. We are the universe. So why you need this money, Nick Cannon? I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, what is they doing?
When he are and I think what you're saying is like, how you gonna come to a point of consciousness only to turn back? The scripture says the scripture says, he that put his hand to the plow and look back is not fit for the kingdom. So you disqualify yourself when you put your hand to the plow. To know all of this, like we only 30 minutes into it's a whole nother hour. Dang.
I'm sorry, I was not talking.
No. This is what I do on the show. This is how we do it. It's a show for the people, and we're doing this for the commentary that we can sharpen one another, like you said. Spiritually though, to put your hand to the plow and look back, like he already knows enough that the little bit that maybe we could say that he knows is enough to make an impact that he had to choose, right? It's enough. It doesn't matter how long you've been living. It matters on the revelation that the Most High has given you. So if you've sat with Professor Griff, who's dropping this knowledge on you, and you saying you're a student, and then a year later you making these choices, some ain't quite adding up.
Listen, a student can fall out, not pay their financial aid. A student can switch schools. See, that's the problem, as you pointed out when he said he was a student. Once again, look at the adjectives that comes with students. It's about 15 of them. A student can change their mind. Like you said, it sounds like this man completely changed. Hey, listen, if you go down Professor Griff area and start wilding out, we're going to take everything. Oh, sir, I back up. I digress. Now go have some kids right now. Really, I have to right now. Okay, I'm gonna go have some more. Come on, man. He just all of a sudden 8-9 years later, he decided he want to be a single father, 8 several times over, and having twins, and something's afoot here.
Ever says, listen with a third ear. That comes with the knowledge of the truth. Nick Cannon comes from an unfocused space. He's not an authentic person. Yeah, it seemed like he's trying to get something. It seemed like he don't feel fulfilled as a man. You know, it feels like he's trying to earn something that if you call, how are you trying to earn it when clearly he has the ideology of being a god? So what you trying to earn it if you the god? Right?
What the heck is a small G?
You understand what I'm saying? And see, that's divine. But you see, we can go back and study Greek, Romans, European history, and they've called even some of the days of the weekend the months. They call those people gods. You understand? Well, we don't have no problem with that. But the people that gave birth to civilization, you understand what I'm saying? Yet we can't consider ourselves gods. I think there's a misnomer there, man, and it's like it's almost.
Did he just go back left right there?
He just went back left.
I saw your face and I heard what he just said.
He went back left.
So now he trying to take credit for the birth of civilization.
He sharp left, so turn. I think I'm confused. I'm about to go shut my door on this side because I don't know if I heard an echo and something happened. Give me a second. I might want to walk that one off a little bit.
Wow. He just turned all the way left. I felt it. Like, I was hoping that he wouldn't do that because, and see, this is the thing that I have noticed that most so-called Black leaders or people who like the term Black, it seems like they always have like a sideways agenda. Do they not? From the Stacey Abrams to the Ketanji Brown Jackson, when she used the word grand, if you're a Freemason or you know anything about Freemasons or you read anything or you read Behold a Pale Horse or like to use these certain words, these are the key words that they put out there. She used the term grand experiment. When they greeted each other, it was off. But this is the reason why, like, who better, I think it's in Ephesians or Thessalonians, it says, do not partner with darkness, but rather expose it, because even to discuss the things they do is terrible. So, like, that's why we're doing this, man. Like, not to highlight Professor Griff or promote public enemy number one, but to show that, like, the people who act like they have the truth and on our side, generally speaking, they're always talking down to us too, aren't they? They're always talking down to the Hebrew, from Umar Johnson, Steve Harvey, all these people, the rappers, they always talking down. Shantae, did we talk about this the other day? Look how the guy who stormed the stage at the Dave Chappelle comedy show, right? And look how they talked about that dude and what they did because he's broke or poor or however they viewed him, right?
Mm-hmm. Broke his arms, face, nose.
Yeah.
Choking him. They brag about choking him to death and the crowd laughed. And
since before that, I never heard of a time where Dave Chappelle was under threat by anybody. Did you? Before Will Smith did what he did?
No.
See? Isn't that interesting?
They never played it. Yeah, they never played it. I'm sure comedians talked about it. You probably can find a 20-year clip of somebody, but like you said, nope. That wasn't the narrative they wanted right then.
Yeah. But now, after some so-called Blacks created that narrative, now you getting attacked at your own comedy show. But the way they talked about this guy, like look up the videos and stuff. Oh, since we talking about spiritual things, all these people trying to, like, the only way you can truly be enlightened, ain't no Illuminati that's going to enlighten you, ain't no Freemasonry going to enlighten you. The only way you could truly be enlightened is if you go to the Most High. There ain't no substance you could drink. That ayahuasca, when I thought about the Will Smith thing, like that ayahuasca stuff is opening a portal. It's opening a portal for demonic activity and making you think that you're purging something. Everybody that does the ayahuasca sees this serpent spirit. And it's the most common thing. I watched a couple documentaries on it because I met somebody who was going to go to Peru and do this ayahuasca stuff, and hopefully he does not after we discussed it. And I looked into it, and then Shantae told me about how Will Smith went over there, drank that ayahuasca, and he saw the money. You sent me the article where he saw money flying out of his hands, but then he also had a vision of his daughter, and then he realized, like, oh, my daughter's worth more than this money. So that could mean a whole lot of stuff. We know how satanic the industry is. Right? We know that, I don't know if y'all know, but I know these people make sacrifices and stuff. And sacrifice don't always mean killing yourself or killing somebody. Sometimes it means selling your soul. So we know how this industry works. So that could have a double or esoteric meaning as well. Mm-hmm. But it's just interesting that people seek all these other ways, like calling yourself a God is going to make you more enlightened or something. Yeah. Like these people all like what I see people seen as Black doing in America is trying all these other ways, right? This is how we know that we are the Hebrews. Let me tell you why. Because look at the scriptures. Every time we wasn't supposed to assimilate into these other cultures, but everywhere the Hebrews went, what did they do? Try to do everything else. Is that not the same thing that happens in America? Pledge Greek, be a Freemason, do this, do that. Or I'm going back to my Egyptian roots. Like, no, you a Hebrew.
Egypt. What was Egypt prior
Thank you.
to the 15th century?
Go on and drop it. Go on and drop it.
That's that them African. That goes back to the Pan-Africanism that everybody always talking about. And this is what again make their language so dangerous. Pan-Africanism and the power fist was always the militant version. Let's go back to what you started by saying, like, if we know we learn in English in third grade, right? First grade, that what do you do in order to capture your reader? Your first paragraph, the introduction got to be outlandish. It got to be, we got you in. Now that I pull you in, now I'm going to start telling you the things I really wanted you to know. Right? Public Enemy, the name itself, as we know, a group of black guys who's paramilitant, who represent, even back then, the Islamic culture in the 80s was even more dangerous, of course, than it is now. They talking about the silencing of their honorable Farrakhan. I'm going to say their honorable, because this is what I mean about him talking like us. You notice he called that man his honorable. He said the honorable. We taught that in the military, right? The honorable president. When you had to go to them boards, you had to say you have to give the entire adjective to the individual. Hey, I'm looking around. I don't see the honorable President Bush here. Why I got to say this in this thing? You don't think I know this man's name? What are you trying to cognitive put into my brain right now?
That's somebody to be worshipped. That's somebody to be adored.
This is why we need these labels. That goes back to I want to call myself a God. Call yourself a God, sir, because we define God as a mythical or unseen being, right? That has control over individuals. Sir, I can damn see you right now. I can see you.
You know what's interesting too? All these people want to be gods, but have you noticed that all the celebrities, when they get that worship, right? Like it destroys them.
They don't want it no more. They don't want nothing.
Right? Like Tom Hanks the other day. Tom Hanks the other day, he was about to go off on somebody for bumping into his wife. Like, think about Chris Brown. Think about all these. They want to be worshipped like a god, right? So then they do all these rituals and sacrifice. All their videos are satanic. All of them. Even the ones you think ain't satanic are satanic with all the symbolism. Even the Justin Bieber's, and when he made that Purpose album and it sounded good and he had the little Jamaican stuff. Even that satanic. In the video, he got images hidden in there and stuff. And it's just so funny that they all want to be worshipped as a god. Look at Kanye. They all have mental breakdowns because you're not God. You are not built to take.
They had all Judah-like breakdowns. This is what happened when you betray the people. And it don't matter your skin color. When you betray the people, you're going to have a mental breakdown. You got to go. Yahushua did not pray any demise on these people. You're right. How many movie stars for the people? Go look at your favorite movie star, actor, everybody that we proclaiming right now. I don't care. Alex Jones, your favorite racist. Go look all of them up. Your favorite Black Panther guy. Go look them up. Did any of them die at 100? I don't remember any of their books writing saying, hey, man, this is the best life I ever lived in my entire life. I love this life. They was all glad to go. Hell, you can go look at Martin Luther King. Again, I always tell people his speech before he went to Tennessee, he knew it was his time to go. Listen, they say he almost fainted in exhaustion on that stage before he left. He almost fainted in exhaustion on that stage before he left. He knew it. To answer your question, hey, listen. Before, people always want to go to the I Have a Dream speech because that's where they point us to. Hey, y'all, go look at the speech he had that we talking about there. I'm exhausted. He said that he feared he made a mistake bringing us to their table. People don't want to talk about that. He said he feared he made one of the greatest mistakes of them all by bringing us to their table and giving us a seat. and then he was killed a day later. People, y'all better stop playing. So we're gonna go ahead and celebrate Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. No disrespect. Like you always say, I'm playing a little bit, no disrespect. But see, that's the definition of God they want us to have. Call ourselves something more than what we're not. Our history tell us we ain't gods. Our history tell us that every time we promoted ourselves as such, look what happened to us. Like you said, Brother Zion, we went crazy.
Yeah.
We went crazy. The time me and you talk, and I'm gonna let you. I'm sorry, I'm gonna let you talk on that part because you are more love language in the tongue of scripture than I am, right? The story that we looked up about when Yahushua came to Galilee and he met the legion, and what he had to cast thousands. I don't know how to say it. Like this was 2 guys, but he had to cast them. But when he cast them into thousands of another creature.
Yeah.
I was gonna let you finish.
Yeah. He casted the demons, and first of all, he has a authority. He had all authority, and so he cast these demons. He identified who they were. They said they're legion, for they are many. And he cast it into a group of pigs, and those pigs went and threw themselves off a cliff or something like that and drowned themselves in the ocean. And the legion asked not to be sent to the abyss where they would certainly die, but to be sent into, you know what I mean? Like, so Yahushua sent them into the pigs, and then they still experienced that death.
The pigs are one of the most intelligent land creatures on earth. Everybody don't know that about the pig because we eat bacon out of it. They feel that pain when we stab it. Yeah, I stopped eating bacon, poor pig. Anyway, right? The most intelligent being on earth, one of them. And there, listen, he cast 1 man or 2 demonic possessions into 2,000 pigs.
Yeah.
So think about 2 animals having the intelligence of, a 7-year-old child. And if you watch 2,000 7-year-old kids throw themselves out the cliff because they couldn't understand why they walking, where they walking to. Why am I here? What's going on? I gave you the disease of chaos. You understand? I gave you the disease of chaos. This man talking about us being psychologically attacked. He's talking about the disease of chaos, but I hear him now promoting. He's promoting it. He went left so hard, I had to walk off, change my hat, come back and talk to you. That's how hard left he turned.
I felt it. I kind of knew what was going to happen because, like, he sounded different, didn't he? He sounded different.
Now you start to pick up on this is the stuff they use in interrogations because everybody in interrogation goes through a master's in psychology program to learn how to trick people's minds into tricking people into telling people the stuff they never did, which is how the Central Park 8 things can happen. Hey, everybody, what does it have to do with anything? Their inability to correlate Central Park 8 with Public Enemy number 1 or Central Park 5. I apologize. With what does the rap culture in New York at the time, Public Enemy number 1, had to do with the Central Park 5? The untrained mind, the uncouth mind, the unpleasant mind will tell you nothing. The Legion is going to tell you nothing. You understand that when Yahushua came to that sea and landed there, that when those people, that demonic possession, those 2 came up to him, they had to look like him. This is why there was no white devil. That is a fake term. There's no such thing. People, take that out of your vocabulary. That ain't real. That ain't real. Stop being bamboozled by the militant side who sold your black ass into slavery in the first place. You understand they had to give them a dock to dock in to come in. They gave them the dot. So stop pretending like it's them in charge of the controls. If they define what anti-Semitic, I heard Nick Cannon, Professor, whoever just tell you it's black people, and this is black on black crime. They just told y'all that's why they made them apologize. If sentimentism means somebody our color, I don't care what their hue look like now. They understand where they from, who they from, and actually where they come from. So it's our people control the levels. I hope y'all stop listening to music. Unless you understand what you're listening to.
Yeah.
Our kids don't understand what they're listening to. Our kids out here shooting and killing each other because young NBA, what's this I'm trying not to. He said,
NBA young boy,
don't get Charleston White and stuff. Cause I be cussing sometimes too much. So yeah, thanks, brother Z. And like NBA young boy can go tell his 13 million followers right now to kill anybody, choose anybody. When I'm trying to tell these people that at least 100,000 of them would go kill somebody. Why don't he? Because the people told him not to. And this is how you know that the entire industry is controlled by whoever. Listen, I don't care about Rothschild. The only industry they control is paint and railroads. We talking about the industry that control the knowledge are industries like the rap, music, as you stated, artistry. I don't know the word. Hey, politics and the church is the biggest controller. Okay, people, the music came out the church first. Let's just keep it 100. That's the sound of the man. I'm finished, brothers. I am. Like, if people gonna listen to the music, bro, why do they not have the context so they can't get tricked? How do they don't have the context so their children? I have 5 for everybody who need to know. Don't get tricked because NBA YoungBoy tell you to go pop a Molly, but your daddy telling you to sit your behind down in that chair. You went to go pop the Molly first, and you might go sit down in the chair next. Maybe I'm your father, though.
I think the situation, and I think that ties into the economic terrorism. I heard that term last night. So I'm gonna plug my show again from last night. I did one about the FBI. It was about COINTELPRO. It was about the Buffalo shooter and how the FBI knew about the situation but did not do anything. And then there was an FBI agent named Mike German, a former FBI agent named Mike German, who said that the FBI wasn't doing nothing about the white supremacists, and he was warned that there were many law enforcement officers who were sympathetic to the white supremacy groups and their causes as he infiltrated the groups in the 90s. So this has been a problem for a long time. But then I showed a video. It was a Vice clip that talked about, that's showing the aftermath. After the Buffalo shooter, they went to the people in the community. They had community gatherings and they, had these different conversations, and they just broke it down. And one lady was like, it's economic terrorism. I'm like, ooh, that's a good one. Economic terrorism. And the reason why I see the economic terrorism being weaponized against the so-called Black community, right? Or the things labeled as Black community by art and music and all this stuff is because those very people are telling you to do things that would terrorize your economy. We already know that the government is not going to invest into crime-riddled areas or areas that are considered ghetto. We already know that. So who's keeping the ghetto the ghetto? Rappers, right? Who's dying for these street names and these street corners, right? Why would anybody be about an NBA young boy or a young thug or anyone who's promoting the demise of your own community? But you know what they always say? They getting money though.
That's been the demise of our community since the time of Babylon. We something about that money. Something about that money. This is the thing, like you said, we created the whole concept of money, and then we kill ourselves for something that you can uncreate as easily as we created it.
And guess what? It's going down, bro. We closer to the dream that I had that we've discussed multiple times. The money system, they are literally crashing the global market now. Money is done. It's going to go to the digital. They keep telling everyone. It's 2 books. If you haven't at least check them out, by Klaus Schwab, the head of the World Economic Forum. He did one called COVID-19, The Great Reset. So all these people saying pandemic, I can see why you might say that. Then the second book he did was called The Great Narrative. And it's just like the title, Controlling the Narrative. It's interesting that within a year, then President Biden established the Ministry of Truth, right? To target this, misinformation, they say. I'll read Everett's comment real quick. We've been up there for a minute. Think of the term Black leader. Who declared them the voice of the Black community? I will tell you who. They're handlers on the other side. Preach. The agenda is real. The issue is those Black leaders are given the notoriety are given the voice in the public and start to believe that they can actually be defined by their riches, not wealth, but riches. The very riches given to them from the other side. They are put in place to be the gatekeepers, not the leader of the people. Sad. I agree 100%.
The gatekeeper.
Very well articulated. Gatekeepers. And guess what? Guess what we found? We just identified 2 more gatekeepers right here.
Just identified 2 more.
Yeah.
Listen, which is the gatekeepers from that city. I'm sorry, from Yahusha that you just gave. Did they not come up and greet Yahusha and knew exactly who he was? You can imagine that they was on the top of mountain. We always like the term lookout. Look, religious has been born from the term lookout. That's how powerful this scripture is in Matthew, from the term lookout. So you understand we don't have to live back then to know what lookout means. That means they saw this ship approach for a minimum, let's say a minimum of like a quarter mile of away. So that means that, listen, as you already told us, that when the demonic possession came to there, they came there to meet Yahusha at the shores. They didn't come there with no weapons and no arrows. They didn't come there saying, yeah, that's why my daddy, the devil here, we about to pick you up. They came there begging. You understand that? Mean before they even got there, who the hell told them Yahusha and the prophets were coming? Who told them?
They already know.
They already knew.
That's why I say yesterday, the most evil people are people who have the truth. Otherwise, you couldn't be evil. I'm not a father. I don't have any children, but I was a child. And I know there's such a thing as the age of responsibility. And until that age of responsibility, you're given a certain measure of grace, right? And love, and you're given latitude for certain things, even legally speaking, right? But after that age of responsibility, or if you prove to have the knowledge, like these brothers are proving that they have enough of the knowledge, like it's amazing. Like I felt in my spirit that they was gonna go left.
Let me tell you why. Go ahead. My bad. I was about to finish the story that you gave with Matthew, and that's how you know it was gonna go left. Right, so
go ahead.
It was a witness who saw it. If go research yourself. When they came, Yahusha got off the ship himself to to cast out. Prior to his resurrection, listen, we're not going to, like I said, we have a part 2 to talk about how casting of spirits is not something we can do. Like, did y'all not read your history book? But anyway, that he made the prophet stay, but there was witnesses to his interaction with the legion. And when he cast them out, it says that the reason why the hog was there because that was the only food in which the people would eat. But then they was mad because the hogs was eating all the grains and everything else. So he like, this is stupid. You literally created the hog to eat the meat, and the hog is creating and eating everything. But now you complain about this only hog to eat. So he made a witness. So when he cast them out, the hogs went flying. So in my head, you will understand, as us, we understand, brother, that means your grain about to grow. Now you about to have fruits and vegetables and olives and blah, 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 blah. The people heard what he did and got scared. And they said that one of the head villagers came up. This is the flow that people missing now. Came up and he asked Yahusha to leave. He said he don't want no problems. Who? He don't want no problems. Who? You don't want no problems with me. Yeah, he went bone crush on them. He asked them to leave. People need to see that. So it's 2 things. People forget when those, guess what that chief saw? Guess what that lone villager who came back to watch the casting go? He understood that he can become the gatekeeper. Y'all understand that right now? He understood that he now can become a little G, a little gatekeeper, a little guard. And he told Jesus, hey, thank you. You killed all the pigs. God, man, where we going to eat now? But thank you, gone. We don't pick up on the story after that. Let your knowledge fill the rest of the books. They can steal the other 66 chapters. We have lived enough through our own trials and tribulations to fill them in ourselves. We are walking empirical research studies. This is what the great experiment is all about. So people after that, their own people came when they watched Yahusha, they cast them out. They asked them to leave. I know they might try to make it seem like these people, but how can you be against someone who just cast out the enemy unless you wanted the enemy position? These people want it. You see what I mean? They talking like, I hear them saying they want the enemy. They talking like us. Thank you, round of applause. But I'm hearing them saying they want the enemy position. Can you come help us secure the enemy position?
Yep. So that's what the apology was about. They are literally modeling someone who became conscious, came into the knowledge of the truth, and said, and did the Drake. They came into the knowledge of the truth. That's what makes them dangerous.
That's what
to
makes
say
them
all
dangerous.
of this. To say all of this. That's what makes Ketanji Brown Jackson dangerous. To say, to use terms like grand experiment. You see what I mean? And don't they always use
the first for it though? They clap for them.
And don't they always use, the first black, this, the like, does that, I'm like,
word black. You understand?
See?
Black is the op word in COVID for it's one of them peoples. That's what black means, black people. If y'all don't know, Brother Z and Brother Tate just brought it to you. Oh, they'll say that we're black and the black. Shantae, you used to say black all the time. I only say blacks to reference you all because I got to talk in your language. But we're going to bring you back to understand that black is the word they assigned to us when they first laid at us. That the Portuguese are rumored to say that our you was so darkened and beautiful that we looked like gods to them. Okay? Yeah, I go look up the Portuguese founder who landed on Plymouth Rock and go see what he said about the Kingdom of Congo. No such thing as Africa, guys. This man, go ahead with the video. These people claiming to have knowledge, brother Umar Johnson, but then he used the term Pan-African with John Africanus, a white man who created the map, gave the name Africa. So why they walking around telling us to call ourselves Africans? I'm naming myself, my last name Pitt. They come from Pitt County, North Carolina, y'all. I know where my daddy came from. That nigga was, sorry, Brandon, sorry. That's what he was. All right, so we understand that the adjectives comes with it as a control measure in 2022, y'all. Pan-Africans. I'm sorry, who was his name? Umar Johnson. But
Umar Johnson.
We can't say too much because 1 million people are gonna come get us, dog. And I don't feel like fighting 1 million people.
Look, yes, we can. You said it earlier. We ain't censoring ourselves. We out here now.
Well, let me eat a hamburger first.
But look, it took 7 years, right, to get to this point. It took there being a need for the voice and the things that you saying to come on this live with me. You know what I'm saying? And I know I'm not supposed to be up here by myself. So I appreciate you coming up here. No, we're not censoring ourselves. We keeping it real. If any Aaron says they're already on the way.
Who on the way?
Look.
The black people coming together.
Yeah.
I'm from California. That's where I live at right now, y'all.
They're gonna call us anti-blacks. We anti-black.
We anti-black.
Well,
as long as you don't call me anti-Semitic something. I don't want no problem because I'm anti-Semitic something.
Almost like
they don't want us to know the truth.
Back to that again. They don't want us to know who we are.
But even I want to go back to our community because forget they for a second.
Okay.
Why
can't we
accept that?
Because we've been brought down to the point where we look at one another as just mere niggas.
Right.
Plain and simple. Serious. But Wesley Muhammad said it best. The nigga got to die. I'm just gonna say it straight. The nigga got to die. Wesley Muhammad got it out. Yeah. Because if the nigga died, and then now we have this rebirth of the God.
Now let me play devil's advocate for us.
And please do. But we have to define what devil is. The adversary is God.
Yeah, right.
And there's attributes to the devil. But go ahead.
Yeah, so let me go to the
with the little D.
With the little D. All right. So
dang.
Is that
getting the echo again? I don't know how to stop it.
You can't stop Bush. That's what that echo is. That's all.
Now.
As eugenics, or even when we tap into W.E.B. Du Bois's aspect, because he was someone that was saying the black man has to rise above, or I don't know if it's the same term as like we got the nigga got to die, but
are you still getting the echo now? I think I know what I'm going to do. I think I should put my headphones on. What if that works?
Black man gotta rise above. Blackity black, black, black. You know, even
Yeah, man. I just
they
don't.
never condition us with the word nigga. It's our own people that condition us with that word. When we used to see articles, it was black man robbed this person, black man killed 6 people. Black, you feel me? We've been conditioned with the term black, not the N word. The N word came 200 years after the term black.
That's what we like to do here at Convo Blueprint. Figure out like what's the foundation of it. Like where did this come from? Because guess what? If we can identify that, we can pluck this stuff up by the root. And the root is that there's a lot of people talking like they're on our side. There's a lot of people talking like the Hebrews. But when it comes down to they don't want to be it. They rather be with Egypt. And it sounds like these two brothers rather be with Egypt.
You say they want to be Egyptian gods and Egyptian queens and Egyptian kings.
Okay, I'm gonna try now. Hold on.
They want to be Egyptian now.
I want a purer black man, or the black man has to
Oh, he said no echo now. Hold on.
Got the pure black man.
I'm gonna need to work on my audio. Not all skin folk are kinfolk. Agreed.
Got him.
Understand that he is a god and the nigga has to die.
Well,
Isn't that same concept?
Kind of like the same thing, but let's clean it up just a little so the vast majority of our people can understand it. The Christians say what? You have to be born again.
Right.
So what happened the first time? Because God don't make mistakes. And all of them people running around in the Bible that never existed, never had Bibles. I don't think
Say that again. Say that again.
All the
Really
people,
the
which
Bible
people are you
truly
talking about?
It's just God.
He said he was gonna clean it up, but he made it more muddy.
Which people are? He said all the people running around in the Bible. You see, yeah, he being double-minded. You saying that you accept people, but then when you say all the people, you're not calling the Bible wrong, because again, for you to do that, means you have to denounce the Quran and any Judaism religion. I ain't gonna pick on none. So you can't denounce one without denouncing them all. You can choose which one you decide how you want to go to. As I tell people, a science man will tell you that the Newton laws of motion matches directly up with scripture. That's how I end up running into scripture. That's how I know I was going down the wrong path 15, 20 years ago. Newton laws of motion. An apple hit this man in the head. They believe George Washington chopped down a cherry tree. The hyperbole is always there, but like you said, brother, where's the truth? He lying again. Why he lying so more? He's coming at the Hebrew people.
Everett says he started by saying, "I'm going to clear it up for our people." The subliminal is there.
Yeah, that Everett said all night. So he telling his people, "I'm gonna clean it up." Yeah, for my people. This one for they getting nasty. You right? They so nice and doing it. Look, they so sweet. Now one cuss word. They just said N word for the first time. I went to the video.
And then he said, "Let me clean it up," as if the way that Nick Cannon was saying it was in error because he came on too strong. You know what I mean? Like let me clean it up. Let me make it softer
again,
for our people.
People need to go read on the W.E.B. Du Bois and the Booker T. Washingtons. You've discovered a long time ago that the black leaders that we celebrate, that they put in front of us, were their hand-picked black leaders that they want us to be. How we found out like 5, 6, 7 years, they turn the other cheek, you soft Negroes. You go sit down in the corner and dribble Negroes. You, don't that smell good? But I ain't gonna ask nobody no question, Negroes. I'm gonna go to school, but I'm gonna flunk out, sell drugs, but then kill my own mama, Negroes. I'm sorry, am I getting too much into the weeds? I bring it back. I'm just saying those kind right there, bro. They out here. They on the TV right now. I'm confused there. I mean, I'm gonna let you go so you can finish, but what is he talking about? They being disrespectful. No one's disrespecting them. Now they're gonna start making me saying nasty, disrespectful, nice stuff to them. Brother Honorable Farazan. Then there are people get caught trafficking little girls. Hold on, let's press pause. Then there are people, the honorables. Then the honorables get caught trafficking little girls. They killed Malcolm X because he found out before they was trafficking little girls. But to protect the propaganda image here in this country of the black Muslim, they decided to say, hey, they buried the truth for 50 years. Come on, why would white people bury the black Muslim truth? They've been itching to get that shit out. Somebody must have told them, you better wait for... J. Edgar Hoover was following these people. Why would he say, keep it a secret 80 years after I died? Come on, man. Do y'all really think the handlers or who they think they are? These people out here telling you who the handlers are. They telling you. They ain't listening though. Listen, the other group of people in charge of their part of their mission, their assignment. They're in charge of the economy. Yes, they're in charge of the economy. We are in charge of thoughts, but what we thinketh, we shall receive. So the world is in chaos, as this man lying because he's saying it's them. Because us, we are in chaos. We are in chaos. We are the thought group of humanity. What the hell is we thinking? Turn on the TV, you'll see we thinking hoes, drugs, right? Money and basketball. We ain't thinking nothing else.
All that.
We ain't thinking nothing else. Our quickest way to success is the rap game. Who told them that? Who told us that? We created this. Okay, one more, I'm gonna leave it alone. Okay, the man who decided to take the administration with Trump, who created brain surgery, he was the first one to separate twins' brain head. Like, what is this dude, Ben, the guy who was in charge of HUD?
Ben Carson.
I just leave it there, so I don't go to well, Shantae, what this got to do with anything? I don't know. Just look up Ben Carson, see why before he took on Trump, why we shouldn't have been celebrating him versus a W.B. Du Bois. Then tell the people to give back. Don't go look at what they handpicked to tell you about W.B. Du Bois. A couple of more clicks, and you can still find out the truth about him. And Booker T. Washington and Martin Luther King and his daddy, if y'all really want to know. They were sellouts. I'm going to say it. They sold us out, bro. They sat at the table. They gave the recipe of the bread to the people. And at the end, I know we love Martin Luther King. Again, like you said, you gave everybody the warning. I'm going to be quiet, but you gave everybody the warning since they been disrespectful. All right. He said it, those Christians. We not down. Martin Luther King said it. He said, please, I'm sorry for selling us out at the table. I'm blacked out.
I appreciate it.
How many times we're going to be sold out and keep coming back to the same disgusting, nasty, disease-infested table? Because we see our own people at the table that excuse us to keep going to the table. Man, I ain't trying to eat their turkey no more. That's all I'm saying. Z, where you cooking at? And I come to where you at, bro. You know, I bring the collard greens. What you saying? I bring the beans. I bring the greens.
Yeah, I agree. But that's why I know that we're supposed to be online, because this is online. How many views this got? Hundreds of thousands. How many views did it have before? Now there's only 2 videos on YouTube now. Hundreds of thousands. We're not going to reach everybody. Everybody's not going to choose salvation, but there's a good amount of people who need the voices of the prophets, who need to see, look, it's us, bro. It's people who look like us who ain't us. It's people who talk like us who ain't us. Judas rolled with the disciples. He knew what he was going to do. He knew that Yahusha knew what he was going to do, and he still did it anyway. And it sounds like this is what they're saying. They got a little bit of truth sprinkled in there, just like all the so-called black leaders. Don't they always do that? They use some faith in there. They talk on our level because it's in their DNA, but they decided otherwise. It's kind of like, you know, I know that I'm good if I go on the right-hand side, but, you know, there's some things on the left-hand side that I like. So it's kind of like they're going to go with the matters of this world, and that's why they get tripped up in the whole God thing. Because if you call yourself a God in the earth, that means you're essentially calling yourself a king. And when you call yourself a king in the way of pride and ego, what does a king withhold themselves from? nothing, right?
Yeah, everything.
The king gets everything because the king views themselves as a god. But that's not our culture, is it?
It's not. Even in their own history books, they show our culture. We was a culture of debaters. They said during the rise of the kingdoms at the time, they already put us in charge. So like you said, I don't know how much more information people need. It must be power in the time in which we are talking about, because since that time we have the global world, the entire global body deciding that a group of people ain't worth nothing.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna lead the people with the understanding that you can sit here and this ain't this end up being the whole point of this assignment. Y'all lying. You know you lying. I used to tell people that don't tell me you don't like something when you know you don't. You lying, and you know you lying. So how can we expect for these people here tell me make everybody look God? So make everybody look lying, sniveling. Listen, if you're God, like you said, I can have everything. If I can have everything, what mistake can I make? They telling everybody they little G's.
Yeah.
We can produce. And if we all believe that we are little G's, all 7 billion of us, then we not just diminish the whole idea and psychological adjective of the worship, the jubilee, and the praise that we owe to one entity and one entity only. I would tell people, even if you don't believe, how can you shout out to the girlfriend that left you and call her the B word? Believe in that, but not shout out and jubilate to, to God. I don't believe in God. Okay, shout out to the trees, sir. Because if you believe in trees, I don't need you to believe in Echad, because you believe in the trees. That's all. Listen, that's the mustard seed. Eventually, sir, ma'am, ladies and gentlemen, you'll get like me. You'll be like, man, listen, I might not know much, but them trees alive and burn all that fruit tell me there's something more here than this little God sitting in front of you. Because this little God didn't make that tree.
Yeah.
To call yourself a little God, these people are going to explore the emptiness, my brother.
Yeah.
That psychologically they would never be able to get themselves out of it. And that's the main point.
Yeah.
You can't dig yourself out of a godly mistake because there's nothing above that. So who you pray to if you make a mistake as a God? Who do you pray to? Who do you talk to? I ain't gonna go to Brother Zion. You ain't no God, bro. So who do I talk to? I am lonely beyond despair. And our history book tells us that we did that already.
Yeah. Yeah.
We did that already.
Tried our own way.
Man, Cyrus on his listen, he been promoting Cyrus, the satellite TV place, the whole time.
Yeah. And that's another, I might need to do a video on that. That's a whole nother serious. That's a whole nother thing.
That's how you say it, the country's serious.
Yeah, you good.
He's serious.
Yeah. And I mean, it's crazy because if you call yourself a God, you're literally, I just thought about this, like you going against your own nature.
Yeah.
You're going against your own nature in which, and you are really muddying the waters. It is hard to come back from such a thing.
Ain't that how our people talk to each other now, my brother? I'm me. Listen, I'm me. What I look like. Listen, if you look at me funny, I'm me. You looking at me like this. I'm a God, bro. Brow, 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 brow. I'm me. What you doing talking to me like this? Brow, brow. Ain't we been doing that since since our slave self's been freed? We've been killing each other. But as you always say, if we talk about that black narrative, we're gonna be called anti-black. How is that? But I would go to another county where it's the blackest of black counties at, and would get killed before I go to the whitest of white counties. I always tell people the white county, they're gonna look at me. I'm talking about the ones that don't like you. I want people to understand I'm not assigning all counties the same. I do not believe in that broken narrative, that broken model. Y'all can believe in that. I'm just saying where the counties where they do push all of them at, right? We go walk through there. They might look at me ugly. They might even say, hey, N, where what you doing here? I'm going to get my gas. I'm pumping gas. You talking about? That's Echad as shared. There's Yahuwah in me. You can't scare me. You don't scare me. What you talking? And it ain't because I'm a God. It's because I know I can bleed. It's why I ain't scared. A God walking around thinking he's bigger than everybody, and we see all these little gods killing each other, bro, at the speed of light. That's all I'm saying. For a rap lyrics, them little gods. So we already see the grand experiment. We see what calling our little ones and each other little gods has already done. The grand experiment.
Yeah.
Listen, this lady Katanja Jackson said the grand experiment is over. That means these group of next people, as you can see, they started doing what? Overturning established law. Y'all better listen up.
And using the Constitution to do it. Saying abortion ain't in the Constitution. It's so funny how they use the Constitution. They use it just like they use the Bible. Out of context.
The Constitution is scripturized like the Bible. All men are created equal. Love thine brother. We the people in the United States, in order to form a most perfect union, aren't we put on this word as assignment to unionize ourselves with the Most High, to form a perfect union so our spirit can rise to where it needed. So there's no blockade above me. So there's no blockade in my fifth dimension, or whatever these Negroes believe, 12th dimension. I'm the 13th dimension of gods. Whatever, sir. Whatever. I'm just saying that it tells us there's no blockade up to here. The science people believe in portals, but want to tell me and you that our belief in them, who was the Most High, is fake. But then they sit around like us, brother. They sitting down looking at these videos, trying to capture the knowledge of the people, but we ain't got to talk quietly. Because when we talk right now, they clicked off on us an hour ago because they're like, these Negroes ain't talking about nothing. Shantae jumping around, brother Zion jumping around. They don't know what they're talking about. You always used to say that. It's 10 people looking at right now. We say 100,000 right now saying these brothers gonna get in trouble. But we're not. Because I don't know what these Negroes talking about. That's why they got in trouble. They talk in their language. Yeah. Y'all understand that when you talk like this, they don't understand us right now. They don't understand us right now.
And you know what? I think, Nick Cannon had to apologize because you can't be on both sides.
You can't. He knew he wanted to go make 8 babies. He knew he still wanted to make Wild 'N Out. He knew he wanted to promote that ratchetness so he can always look good. I noticed after this, I told you, I ain't never watched one, but I watched clips where he wore that, I'm gonna be disrespectful. Y'all doing it. He wore that turban with the little jewel shit in the middle of his head. Is he Muslim, Islam, Moor, Christian, Hebrew? I'm confused about which one he is. Oh, my people told me to wear a turban and cover my hair. I ain't even see. So do we believe Yahushua was walking around with a turban? Because when they show him being killed by the people, his hair was hanging low. His hair was out. His hair was down. So what's this turban? What's this wrap that they saying we're supposed to wear? Who said that? Who said y'all black? Who said you Pan-African? Who said you were Christian religious people? Why can't we see we're not assigned those things? If you start talking about desensitizing the labeling theory, people start calling themselves gods again.
Yeah.
Because listen, you know what we realize? Humans want to be labeled something for some reason. Listen, the battle was lost 1,000 years ago. We're not here to battle y'all labels no more. We're here to tell you stop labelizing yourself. Stop calling yourself little gods. That's a label. Man, why they can't just be normal?
Yeah. Why not?
Why not?
And not normal. Be who they are.
Who they
Why
are.
can't you just be who you are? Huh?
People don't like us because when we tell people how we feel, they get mad at us. I just want people to understand I ain't never met the world before, but if people get mad at you, how many of y'all sit back and people mad when you tell them? I used to speak to Brother Zion like this. People know me. Don't come ask me if you fat. People know that about me. This is what determines people, the adjectives people used to use. Shantae, you a fool. Shantae, anything come out your mouth. Shantae, you're crazy. I'm none of those things. Just don't come ask me. Just don't come ask me. We've been buried the truth. We buried the truth when we lied and said that this man here was not here to deliver us salvation, when the Most High, our Father, told us to not lie like that again. History is telling us that they lied.
Yeah.
They done found the Noah ships at the foot, exactly where the book told us it was at. Yeah, y'all won't even go research that, though. Y'all worrying about some gas prices. 2006. They found the ship. Yeah, y'all. They found Noah's ship right at the base of the mountain where they said it was going to be at, everybody. So you can believe that he ain't saved nobody, but a ship the size of 8 football fields has been found at the base of a mountain. So that's all I'm telling people.
Mm-hmm.
Why is the whole globe so content in taking a period of life that is ours, and they ain't rewrit it, you said this earlier, and destroyed the knowledge that came behind it? And that's not enough to make enough people to say, well, it must be something to it, and then to seek out the Most High himself to find out. We talk to ourselves every day, but we crazy. We talk to the Most High. The cat talking down around, shut up. Somebody else talk.
Yep. Okay, let's keep it rolling.
Or man's interpretation of his experience with his God. And stories and allegories.
And those allegories and stories and things were stolen from who we are as a people. Right. That's our history book, so to speak.
Right.
Someone else kidnapped us, knocked us upside the head, put us to sleep, stole our birthright, and claiming that that's them.
Right. So the story of what you know as Moses is really Mesis in an Egyptian tale. The story of Noah.
No, it's not.
The poem
No, it's not, sir.
Gilgamesh.
Don't throw that Egyptian crap in here.
From the motherland, but going back to what you were saying, in that sense of.
See, this is why he had to apologize. I'm starting to think he had to apologize now because that was nothing but the Most High making him apologize.
Yeah, he just like, I know we further on. You told me it was gonna get more ratchet. You told me to prepare myself. But
I did.
Come on, man. I just T-Rex it, huh? What? Egyptian nieces? Who? But it tells you that Moses was a real person written on the walls of Egypt.
Who we are, and
right? So W.E.B. Du Bois came forth and said, the black man and woman in America is dealing with this double and dual consciousness.
Yes.
In a modern context, that's code switching. But right now, what is this dual consciousness that we're dealing with? Causing cognitive dissonance inside the spirit of the black man and woman. How do we have to wrestle with being Nick during the day and all the jobs and the opportunities that you have and the resources that you connected to, but then you got to go be dad now.
Right.
You got to go deal with Mariah. You
Right.
Yeah. Okay, because they don't know nothing about that. Okay, that's my daddy, but cool. But now,
Facts.
So the dual consciousness. What happens now when you operate in the world that's diametrically opposed to who and what you are as far as your existence is concerned? How do you operate in a world like that and then be you?
Right.
How do I
be not becoming a part of the world
in the music? In music in it.
So now, guess what he talking about? You know what he talking about. He dual consciousness. That's a nice way of saying what?
Double-minded.
Thank you.
Double-tongued.
Yup. How can he be him, who the Most High made him to be, and still operate in the music industry?
They answered that in the book. They answered that in our history. You ain't supposed to be a part of Babylon. He ain't said you can't foot around in there because he understand what you need to do to survive, brother.
Look,
I answered Brother Nick question for him. That's how. It don't say you supposed to come in and accept and then project the negative knowledge in which whatever it took for him to get there. Prior to this video, I didn't know he was this ignorant, just to be honest. I just know Nick Cannon from the Pool movie. You know what I'm saying? The Pool Boy. Nick Cannon from Drumline. Crab, P2 Crab. He playing.
yeah.
He playing.
I think that's why he never would
playing.
I don't
know.
know.
Go look up the Cannon family and look up his name. Now he about to go make me research his behind because he playing.
Yeah. He probably a Moor. He came from the Moorish people or something.
He playing.
He really talking about. That's why he had to apologize. It wasn't even about anti-Semitic or nothing. It was about the fact that you ain't real. He's all right, but he's not real.
This how fake you know it is. This man can only mention Mariah Carey. I want again to understand. Just a year ago, this man had 1 or 2 baby mamas, at most a set of twins. How in the hell in a year did they tell him they already gonna kill him and now he going to have a bunch of babies? That's what some people do to go ahead and because he having babies with multitudes of women. Like, hey man, they told me I got like 2 years to live, so I'm just going to enjoy myself and just like, what's the mindset behind a brother saying that he's in here a year ago educating himself on the game? And I'm gonna keep saying this. Why in less than a year do he got 7 baby mamas? Something missing. Is there more videos? Shantae gonna shut up soon because I know it's another outlet. But is there more? Did they make more videos after this, or did he get in trouble like after this video?
I don't think he did any more after this. Because after this,
it's a lot of context here, bro. That they using. It's so nasty. It's like when I learned in my degree field. The way they doing is like it's almost like a bully forced teaching method. I'm not even gonna give the terms they use, right? It's bully forced teaching method in which they implying and bullying you to think in a way that's not helpful. Now we see why there's so much mental illness going on right now. It's been forced onto everyone. Forced onto everyone. You got to ask Mariah. A year later, he got to ask 7 women. Why would a man want to have to answer to 7 women? He agreeing like, hey, just to be a dad, to make a certain amount of money, you got to ask Mariah. Yeah, y'all don't know. I got to ask. Bitch, you ain't the only one with a kid, but okay. Y'all don't know. Yeah, I got to ask Mariah. It's a lot. So why would he have 6 to 7 more baby mamas, separate females, in which he had to ask permission to see his kids?
Mm-hmm.
It's something going on here, bro. What's up? What's this? What is this, man? I don't know how much. What is this? Go ahead. What is this?
See, that's why
what is this? What is he doing?
That's why we had to play it.
Because he purposely having baby mamas, though. He purposely doing it.
Man. I can't go home and take off and put on Professor Griff to go on stage. No, bro, what you see is what you get, man.
Right.
Okay.
I'm not Professor Griff on stage and then I go take it off and put on a costume.
But there's still a dichotomy, or there's still a duality.
No, it's not. You just said what you see, what you get.
The double consciousness that W.E.B. Du Bois was talking about.
And that even goes back to maybe what was going on within Public Enemy.
Exactly.
You was always speaking your truth, but there's still, we got to know how to play. This is a game, and you're in it. So
that sounds like that military terms, ain't it? This a game. Learn how to play as Sarge
on that playground.
But you talking about the road manager for the group. I dealt with these people firsthand. The Cohens and the Moskowitz and the professionally, and they respected that. That's why nobody crossed us like that. We got respect from the industry, from top to bottom.
Right.
From the average kid in the projects who we used to give the tickets to.
Right.
So how did so many rappers become drug dealing rappers?
Bad cop rolling this dialogue. Exactly. Trying to see how far each person can push.
And promoters and
right. And you wasn't acting like a nigga.
I was just being myself and
yes,
standing
was,
up being a
bro.
real black man, and they respected that.
Right. And with the respect, there was also some fear because they wanted you to still. There was a line that you weren't supposed to cross. Right. Correct.
Man, not only
I still ain't heard what line they crossed.
He projecting.
Yeah, thank you. I ain't heard.
On the table to quote unquote let me know.
Hold up. I messed up my sound because now I can't hear you, Pitt.
I'm probably
gonna get it together one day.
It might be good to mess up the sound.
Hold up. Can you talk again?
So it might be good you messed up the sound.
Okay. I can hear you again now. What about now? Can you say something now?
Yeah. Check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. These cats up here acting the fool.
One says something that the other tries to clean it up or give a different perspective just to say the same. Exactly.
Yeah.
Confusion. Confusion.
Yeah. That's exactly what they're doing.
While trying to act like they're enlightened.
There's a line that you didn't cross. I never disrespected any Jewish people.
Right.
Ever.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Why? There's no need
to. No need to. Right. I just told the truth and dealt with them on a professional level.
So ultimately, are we saying that there's a certain group of people that maybe they're scared of the truth?
I think there's Jewish people, but I just think there's a group of Jewish people inside of that. You can call them Zionists. You can call
Imagine
them
we don't find not another CD of theirs. Not another.
And even I find myself wanting to debate this idea, and it gets real wishy-washy and unclear for me when we give so much power to the theys. Right. When we talk, and then the theys then turn into the Illuminati, the Zionists, the Rothschilds, the Bilderberg,
the people you just mentioned, sir.
And as a community, I feel, and I've done this myself, I want to blame others for the position that I'm currently in.
Right,
And that
right,
often
right.
becomes when you say the
Did he just say black people
spent 30 minutes prior to this blaming the Rothschilds, the Mercer Burgers.
Did he just say black people need to pull themselves up by the bootstraps?
He did. I heard that before too.
Okay, we're gonna keep it riding on that. We don't even need to address that. We are the only people who fight for identity, not just with others, but with ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Because we fighting it. When you know who you are, these uncouth minds here don't. They fighting us. And it's like what me and you talk about now, Brother Z. How we said, stand down. Mm-hmm. You said the best. How you be saying it?
Stand back and stand by.
Stand back and stand by.
Like Trump said.
They done spent centuries standing by, watching us the last 30, 40 years. Because I want to always say there's a position, as you said, Brother Z, that we can always take. And that position is the truth. My brother, when the first person got cracked down, you saw what it did to him. The truth was, we ain't never had to touch another rock a day in our life. And that was just the truth. But you can match music with the drug epidemic, with the war on drugs. This brother knows this. He got a criminal justice degree like I do. That he understands exactly. There is no they might did it. There is no conspiracy theory. The whole drug war on drugs starting in his 70s. Joe Biden, for all of y'all Negroes who went to vote for him, you should have looked it up. Mm-hmm. When he was with Obama, you should have went and looked it up. I can't tell you would have voted for Trump. I can't tell you vote for Trump. Y'all should have went to look it up.
But we got to go even further from that. I will give you this. I will say voting for people, I feel like personally, y'all call me what you want, but we're not censoring ourselves. I feel like voting is witchcraft. Let me tell you why. Because you're casting your vote. And when you cast something, right? When you cast your vote, how many people really get what they cast their voted for to get? Probably none.
Really like less than 10, less than 9% or something. It's really a small number.
Probably, yeah. And those people, in my opinion, are probably already evil, like the millionaires and the billionaires. Like, in a way, you making that much money unless you robbing somebody. You just have a nicer way of robbing people.
Yeah.
That's how you have so much money. But the idea of voting in itself is witchcraft because it's trickery.
And they're always casting a ballot for labeled names. And that's the science behind it. They're going to label it so you can have a spiritual casting. Oh, man.
And to keep you emotionally wrapped up in something that has little to no impact on your personal life. Now, let me fix that. Because it does have impact on your personal life. But you know where it doesn't have impact? In your understanding and in your faith. Because anyone who looks at the history of America, right? Like, you can look at the history of this so-called democracy and realize that it's a grand experiment, as Ketanji Brown Jackson, first Black Supreme Court Justice woman, right? Like, it's a grand experiment. It's all trickery. So we're not voting to elect someone. We're voting to have the illusion of election.
Yeah.
So I just want to clear that up. So I think that no matter who you vote for, but guess what? The Most High keeps showing me, like, for a few months, anytime I ever start to feel a certain way about politics or certain decisions, I always go back to this idea. The Most High showed me that Yahushua, when he was walking the earth, was not trying to overthrow the Roman government. He didn't have nothing to do with the government
at all.
So what are we doing when we try to make it seem like the government is going to rescue us, in which they have never? So why would we think that?
Nick Cannon told us to.
Not just going to skip over that spiritual casting. Exactly.
Dr. King told us to go cast those votes.
Yeah.
Prior to us casting votes, again, people can go look it up. In the 50s, 40s through the 60s, there was more doctors.
Yeah.
There was more doctors, minority doctors, than any time in history. We fast forward 60 years later, and there's less doctors now, minority doctors, than it was in the 50s and the 60s. Explain to me how that's possible.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't want to be doctors because you see the explosion of sports in the 50s and the 60s. Why does these things matter? Because most sports, they put us and we follow them. And now everybody the last 30 years just want to be a basketball player. Now one
like
person want to be a doctor.
And the economic terrorism as well. We can't Everett says by design. Exactly. But I think we can't hide the economic terrorism as well. Now, with the finances, you know what I'm saying? Like the Homestead Act and ensuring that people who are seen as Black are not able to pass down that wealth. Economic terrorism. And then promoting those who are self-destructive and encouraging others to be self-destructive in their own community.
So we need people to understand the context behind terrorism, because I know people here, they might be like, oh, that terrorism to be defined means you must have the ability to also shock somebody. It's almost like, what's that, battered wife syndrome. And that's what make the term, like for instance, terrorism so important. For instance, the reason why they won't use the term white domestic terrorism in any of these cases, no matter how much a person can write to say they did it for that specifically, because terrorism is to say that we have to assign that these people have the ability to change your mindset. We're not going to give Black folks, minorities, any y'all, to be honest, the ability to proclaim that this person can change your mindset. Because then it takes away responsibility factors, and the responsibility factors on a global scale is taken away. Governments fall. But it starts with us. We are too powerful. We are already beamed across too many households, even before social media. Every time we fight and protest, globally, somebody else get freed. Every time we fight and protest, globally, a war started. Me and Brother Zion found this out years ago, everybody. I need to catch up a little bit. World War II. Now, if we hear listen to these guys, and it was about the Jewish people, and anti-Semitism was about getting rid of the Jewish people, we now know who was the real Jewish people they was getting rid of. Go look at the massacres in Russia and Armenia and Poland before that man Hitler came. It wasn't till this skin color Jews started getting eradicated. But if people, that's too far. Me and you gonna have to wait one day on another platform, so I don't get too much out of context with the whole, because you know we can't use that H word. I'm gonna say the HITLE word. I spelled his name wrong. ER.
Nah, I think you did right.
But you know what happens when you use those words? Your platform needs to be too good for them to try to use that. He was a bad man. So nobody want to come back and say Shantae apologize on Brother Zion. He was a bad man, guys. But what was the concept? What we trying to tell y'all is no more allowing your gaps to be filled in by somebody else. Brother Zion said, press a button, y'all go research. As the wise people say, y'all ain't got to take none of our words. Listen to what we said the term Black come from, though, and go research it. So we can maybe start somewhere and not call ourselves Black. Hey, my African brothers, stop saying that you're the motherland, but calling yourself Africa, named after John Africanus, the white man. Research it and tell us right here in America, since y'all dislike us so much because we made America the greatest country in the world. When they say us, they mean us. It's us, y'all. That's who they talking about. It's us. Go look to see what was Africa called before then, and then come back on here and let me and this brother know so we can promote that. Because when you say somebody African, they tell you go back to your shithole country. So Africa within itself is defined as a shithole. Why are we still holding on to that definition of shithole, bro? That's all I'm saying. Can we go back to be calling the Kingdom of Congo? Because they too confused. They don't know what that means. And maybe, just maybe, we can redefine it for ourselves. We can't have Black power, bro. Hey, y'all, that's dead. Black power is too much three-fisted militant. Let's kill somebody. I don't want to hear Black power no more. It's like Public Enemy. If I'm walking around with a shirt and telling everybody I'm a badass, I'm Public Enemy, and then I invite the FBI into my circle, why am I mad? Hey, everybody, they invite the FBI to your circle on some 6x9 shit. 6x9 Takashi Kid, like what's his name? The Chinese, Asian, Mexican guy that raps, whatever. He ain't the first one who did that. Sam Cooke, we said at the beginning, if you just come and go look at Sam Cooke, Hey, 6x9 is nothing compared to what they did to Sam Cooke in the 60s, my brother.
Brother Everett says, you say that man was a bad man in reference to Hitler, and it is known that he was a bad man. Then why has the ideology been adopted by this country? Can you enlighten me?
It must mean he won't no bad man. Not just this country, Ukraine, Russia. This is the double narrative, like we're saying. Russia running around saying they're getting rid of Nazi Ukrainians while being Nazis themselves. Russia didn't fight Nazis to get rid of because they killed Jews. They fought them because they was on their land trying to take over them. I know the narrative now is, it was all about, the Jewish and Hitler being a bad man. Hitler told people that the blonde hair, blue-eyed people, Jews, that they was called, I think it's a lot of writing over there, said he was calling them the devil. He said they was not real. So back then, people look at the war doctrine, the Germans was trying to get us to switch sides. Listen, when I say us, not Americans, they were trying to get the Hebrew, the Black American, to switch sides, saying we'll give you your own 40 acres and a mule. It's real. You can go look up the pamphlets in history, especially since I grew up in Germany. I saw it's pamphlet history where they was telling black men to stay here, marry our women. We don't care. They the fake Jews. Why are you over here rescuing you now when we trying to get rid of them? That's why he was a bad man, though. I want y'all to understand. Anybody who kills somebody is a bad man. That's why I'm calling him a bad man.
Yeah.
His narrative was Nick Cannon. They won't let him survive.
It was genocide. It was evil.
He deserved to die.
And it was very terrible. And I think that
it was a religious war. It was a religious war. They made it an anti-Sem. Anti-Semite and Semitism is all religious terms. So anytime you hear those terms during World War II, that was telling us, man, Brother Zion realized everybody think the Crusades was over because the British said it was over in the 1500s. Y'all need to understand the Crusades is ongoing. Every major country makes their policies based off us people, us. And listen, how many... France is 90% something Caucasian. How you got any law restricting any black rights? You 90-some% Caucasian. Norway, all those places, 98, 95. Russia, 97% Caucasian. They don't consider their immigrants. So Russia is actually like a 99% Caucasian state. They don't consider their immigrants as Russians. We talking about born, raised, and considered nationalistically made up word. Russian, over 99% Caucasian. Hitler fought all of them and said they the bad ones. Why y'all fighting us? It's a reason why Italy. That's too much. We're gonna have to go into the next. We're gonna have to do a World War II one so people can understand it had nothing to do. It was a religious war against us. Go look at the immigration laws and see how they changed during World War I, World War II in Vietnam.
We could almost say that all the wars were religious wars when it comes down to spiritually.
I'm sorry, hold on, Brother Zion.
Yeah,
we saying this right. Truth to power, because they took our history and they called it religion. That's why we so lost now. We have the war for the kingdom of Kondo, the kingdom of our people for our land has never ended. They always talk about Afghanistan being the longest war. The war against the Hebrew people has been so long, so treacherous, so full of Judas and prophets that have come and gone, that this is the longest war in the history of humanity. And I'm going to ask the global war, why they warring against us? Why they sending ops to us? Why they sending Nick Cannons to us? Why the Dr. Kings was sent to us? Y'all need to go research Samuel L. Jackson. I don't know if Brother Jackson, y'all the Marvel guy. I don't know if he want me to put him out like that. Y'all might want to go research the real Samuel L. Jackson. And ask yourselves, when you research, I bet y'all would come back up here and be saying, Brother Zion, why we don't got no Samuel L. Jackson Day instead of Martin Luther King Day? I know what he signed. I know, listen, I don't believe Samuel L. Jackson. I just think he got tired. He said he saw what we saw early on in life. He said, man, listen to these fools here. I gave them Afrocentric studies and they threw me in jail behind it. My own people. Yeah, I better go see who Dr. King's dad threw under the bus and saved. Yeah, I better go see how the Kennedys became attorney generals and presidents. This is what they are talking, bro.
Privileged, white girlfriend comes into the room and or the apologists or these people come in and say, why aren't you guys over slavery already? Or why are you always complaining? And why don't you do for yourself or pull yourself up by your own bootstraps? And my people were also oppressed. You hear all of this stuff all the time, which a lot of times I really can't debate what they're saying, because some of what they're saying, there's some truth in it, because we're often blaming and saying the days. But I would love to dive in real quick, just for the people that are listening and watching, even specifically the Illuminati. When we say, like, to me, I say fuck the Illuminati. I say
can't wait to bring that up.
So much so, like, man, I don't give a fuck about the Illuminati, because one, that's Roman Catholicism, which I don't subscribe to. I don't care about this illuminated group of scientists that they thought they really they had some information and they were illuminated. I feel like, and I've heard you say this, and I think I wrote down your quote.
Just because you don't care about something doesn't mean it don't exist.
And he's telling people not to go research it no more. Yep, see, by saying that, don't go get that knowledge.
That we hear about, I say fuck them. And I don't care about, because that's make believe when they want to say Jay-Z's in Illuminati. And,
how he know unless he already researched it though?
And all these people want to say I was in Illuminati. I ain't no fucking Illuminati. I was like, black people don't even know how to spell Illuminati. Like, I done been to Jay-Z's house.
Black people don't know how to spell Illuminati.
He right, black people. He talking about them, his kind.
Exactly. Yeah. So there's another YouTube channel I discovered recently. I think it's called Truth Is. And like, he's the one, he does videos about people in the music industry and stuff. And it may be true that there's no so-called black people in the Illuminati, but you know where they are? Masons. Young Thug is on video saying he beat all his charges because he's a Mason. He literally said it. Maybe that's why he's in jail now, because he said too much. I don't know. But he literally said he beats his charges because he's a Mason. So
that's like the FBI, the CIA, and ICE, right? 3 separate branches. Each one, sometimes, depending on the jurisdiction, gonna have more power in some cases than other. But they all 3. So we saying the gatekeeper is the head of all 3 of those. So him being a Mason, he beat his charges because I believe probably half the freaking military FBI's Masons, half of this Illuminati's probably half the church and CIA, then the last group of the gatekeepers. I'm gonna be right back. As you continue, you know, I'm gonna go put, you know, my babies up.
Okay, yep.
All right.
Yep.
Oh, there ain't no rituals going on over there. You know, so when I say that, why, as our community, why when we get in the conscious community, why when we get on YouTube, we see all this shit of, oh, they done sold their soul to the devil, or oh, they throwing up signs.
Because they have sold their soul to the devil. They tell you, who jokes about selling their soul to the devil, and it's all in the same industries. It's all in the entertainment. It's all in the rap songs. So because they are selling their soul, that people ain't making this stuff up. And I don't know anyone who jokes about the idea of selling their soul.
Like, I don't fuck that shit. Like, but I do subscribe to numerology. I do understand symbolism. I do understand that there's spiritual warfare going on. But I, as someone,
if you can say spiritual warfare is going on, how can you say that people ain't selling their soul? That's literally in the Bible. What profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? Yahushua was tempted 3 times by Satan for the things of this world.
Who came from the projects, somebody who still got cousins dying in shootings, who still be in these prison systems weekly. I'm not gonna put a they on the or say that someone else when I know I'm God. When I know my power, I don't give a fuck about what they got or they.
Agreed. He is attempting to also keep people ignorant of Satan's devices. That's in the scripture, that we are not ignorant of Satan's devices. We should be aware of the world system, because there's 3 things in the world system, according to the scriptures: the lust of the flesh, lust of the eyes, and pride of life. So I agree with you, Brother Everett, that he's trying to convince others to not enlighten themselves, because he wants them to be with the false enlightenment. And why, if he's a student, or if he's saying all these things, people generally don't talk about what they don't know. They may try to cover up things, but I mean, he's naming the Illuminati. He's naming all these things. Exactly. A gatekeeper trying to keep others in darkness. I agree.
Their story when I know they want what I got.
Exactly.
So why is it that we tend to give them so much power? And when did that come? And like, it has to be before slavery. It has to be before colonization, because even I've been to the motherland.
So I believe this all came about to the Hebrews because there was an attempt to assimilate into every country, every culture that was not their own culture. That's why the Hebrews were led into slavery in Egypt, because they started to trample on the poor and forsake their culture. Anytime the Most High's people were forsaking their culture, a lot of negative things happened and they became subservient. And the curses of Deuteronomy, I feel like they can only pertain to so-called African Americans. So when you look at those curses and you're like, okay, this all matches up. So making yourself subservient or feeling less than is only when you're out of alignment with the Most High.
They're divided. Now, of course, colonization and the Europeans came in and kind of set some of that up.
Right.
But in tribalism, there had to be a hierarchy. There had to be a king and a monarch. And if I want to say I come from a king, if I want to say I am a god, I have to really embrace that and can't say someone else overpowers.
Right. Well, I think.
Yes, I think he tries to use his position, his success, his status, just like all celebrities. Okay, I can't say all, but many celebrities and many so-called black celebrities love to use their position or success to, teach others. It's kind of like the massa passa is what I call it. Like in churches, when you go there and the preachers are talking down to the people in the congregation. I think it's crazy. So he keeps talking about him going to the motherland as if that is to validate anything that he says. He's been there, so he must know more than others. I agree. And he's successful, so he must know more than others. And this is Canon's class, which could be seen as, a little egotistical based on what we're seeing him say right here.
We need to understand the sacred sciences that you alluded to, that we have, that that we have.
Right.
There are some people that came in, sat at the feet of our ancestors and our people, learned and took that sacred knowledge.
Thutmose and
all. Exactly.
Yeah,
and then second time coming back to the continent, plan to destroy and take everything.
Facts. We know the Europeans came in and raped and pillaged.
Exactly.
We know that.
Thus, seeing how we operate and how we move and the deeper sciences that we know, for example, the Dogon. The name of my company is Serious Minds.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? But when I talk about this, I'm talking about the Star Series.
Right.
How did the Dogon know that was out there? Unless we mapped that out. Unless we came from that place and brought that.
Beautifully designed.
Okay, exactly. So they came and figured these things out among us, and they crafted. Listen, let's just get something really, really straight. We are the first Freemasons.
Yes.
Oh, Lord. See? Dang. Now it makes sense. Now, something that I know about the Freemasons, it's at the 33rd degree that you find out that all Masons worship Lucifer. They use Solomon. They use different characteristics. They use the brotherhood and all that, but you find out at the 33rd degree. Everything is in a book that you can find. It's in the book Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike. The World Wars and all this stuff, that's also in the book. All this information is out there, and it's not a secret. It's only a secret to those who just don't want to know, or who never had a mind to ask or even think about things outside themselves. But I mean, how would you not, when Rick Ross and Jay-Z make songs about Freemasons and talking about cryptic codes and using the math? I'm a lyrics person, so I always paid attention to the lyrics and how those things went. So yeah, I just find it very interesting.
Terminated ones.
Yes.
We are the first ones to establish secret societies.
Yes.
That's us as a people. They took all of that from us and set that up to rule what we call this present system that we live in right now.
When he says they took all that from us, now we got to identify who is he talking about. When he says us, is he talking about us, or is he talking about the Hebrews, or is he just talking about people who would so-called be from Africa?
Right.
They consider themselves illuminated ones among them,
Of them.
because they put us to sleep.
Right.
So now
How did they do that though? If we were so powerful, how did
and
they
this is a
come
question
in and
I,
do that?
I hear a lot, man. They put us to sleep by taking the very thing away from us that we depended on the most. If I said to you, what is the most important thing?
I gotta
that
change
keeps your
camera.
life, that
My
wakes
battery.
you up in the morning and keeps you moving and motivated during the course of the day. Whatever that thing is,
Right.
if I took that from you, would you be able to exist?
Nah, you
No,
took
right?
my essence away.
I took your essence away. And then what if I fed you the wrong food?
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right,
so
right.
now you're not getting the nutrients.
Right.
The essence of you was taken away from you. All right. And then I moved you from one location to the other and mixed you up with some people that you can't even really communicate with.
Right.
And I did this over a period of time in different places on the continent, because we haven't talked about brothers and sisters in Brazil yet.
Right.
In the
That's
Black
where-
African
that's
diaspora.
where the most Africans went to.
Exactly.
To South America.
But the job that they did on us here, they actually put us sound asleep.
Right.
The last time you ever got that sound sleep?
That deep sleep.
You not only need an alarm clock to wake you up, but somebody to come and shake you.
Shake you for a minute.
And then even when you get up, you're kind of groggy.
Yeah, right.
So you have to be brought back. And then when you woke, as they say now, that essence that they stole from you has to be put back in you. Once that started happening, that's when we said earlier, they waking up, man. We cannot allow that to happen.
And we see that in
But guess who? I don't mean to cut you off, but
Yeah.
guess who is behind the people that's saying that? They call themselves the Illuminati. We didn't call them that. They're the holders of the light.
Really?
The light bearers.
To this day?
Still to this day.
The holders of the light bearers. You mean like Lucifer, the light bearer? See, this is dang, Pitt would be going crazy right now. That's interesting. The holders of the light bearers.
But now, they hide it in different organizations and fraternities and sororities and groups and secret societies.
Because I feel like there's, like, even Trump and this government in America, and we talk about, like, I consider those people the elite. Those are those top 3% or even that top 1%. But I'm not even sure if those are the people, this government, this Americanized government, are those same people that we're speaking of.
No, they're not.
And
They're
just
not.
for the clarity, that's what I want to put out there.
No, they flunkies.
Yeah,
they
those
pawns
are
on the chess game.
So
yeah.
And like, can we give these people another name? Because even when I feel like we talk about the Illuminati and like again, like,
okay, let's demystify it then.
Yeah, like, let's really break it down, because I feel like that's where we get it becomes.
So he doesn't want to call a thing.
The boogeyman. When we talk about, and even like when we talk about these meetings, like the Bilderberg group, which is a meeting that, you know, goes on in Europe once a year with the most powerful people in the world.
Y'all see how he like provides you with information, but then tries to say that it's not true or that it's conspiracy, but he obviously knows it. This is crazy.
Right. Most powerful people in media, presidents, kings, queens. Queen Elizabeth be there. These are the richest people. These are the elite. They actually meet on world affairs, and where the Bilderberg group, they housed it and like, we want to bring powerful people together to show how we can make the world a better place and have this meeting. That's what they say.
That's what they say.
But ultimately, they're saying, what messaging,
domination and world control,
are we putting out there? And then when we go and we speak about the new world order, I have this question for you. Why is the new world order a one world government, domination world control? Why is that so dangerous? Why is that a bad thing? Why isn't that a good thing? Why can't we subscribe to say, oh, we just want everyone to come together? We want
Are y'all hearing this? Wow. So he clearly has never read the scriptures. He's never read the book of Revelation. If you haven't, listen to it on the Bible app. Definitely read the book of Revelation as soon as possible.
Everyone to be, we want the nations to unite. We want a united nation. Why is that dangerous?
I had the pleasure of having some brief conversations the other night in Brooklyn, New York, at the Barclays Center, behind stage with Erykah Badu. She did a video, window seat.
Right.
Then she did a couple of other videos where she literally was walking through and disrobing.
Right where JFK was
assassinated. Right. And gunshots rang out and she bled blue blood. See where I'm going with this?
So blue blood.
The blue bloods. So regardless of what we call them.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
And let's see if we're going to go to blue blood, going back to understanding a blue blood is a European person because they don't have pigment in their skin that you can see their blue veins.
Exactly. And blood is blue.
Oh man, you missed it. He talked about, he said, we are the first Freemasons. We created the secret societies. He talked about Sirius. That's his company. And he talked about the Dogon people.
Oh, he talked about the Dogon people, huh?
A little bit.
What did he say? Just a little bit.
I don't remember. It was just a little bit. I couldn't believe like all the stuff he was saying. Then Nick Cannon's like, what's the problem with a one world government? Why can't the nations unite? He this is what Brother Everett said. He keeps talking about him going to the motherland as if that's to validate anything that he says. He has been there, so he must know more than others. He said this about Nick Cannon, a gatekeeper trying to keep others in darkness, because he kept saying, I don't care about the Illuminati, F that. He was
that's like, what I love. Yeah, that's what I love.
Okay, and it's just like, but notice how, and then he talked about the Bilderberg group, you know, the meeting where all the people, the richest, most wealthiest, most influential people in the world go once a year, but it didn't happen for 2 years because of the pandemic, but it did just happen this year in DC.
When I kept seeing all those people in like dressed up, and I keep saying, where are the famous movies? Like, where are these people disappearing to for like weeks on end this year? And people look like their favorite movie stars is nowhere.
Yeah.
Or rappers, whoever. But go ahead. Wow.
Yeah. So it's like, it's weird because he's saying, I know all these things, but they don't matter. And he's saying, he's kind of portraying it like you shouldn't go look it up either.
So oxygen, the air hit it, and it turns red.
Right.
Democrat, Republican Party.
Red
you see,
and
it's
blue,
not
blood and Crips.
Exactly. They set that kind of thing, Hegelian dialectic principle.
Yeah.
The opposing forces controlled by the same people.
Right. So then let's go to what it really is then. When we talk about the power of melanated people, when we talk about who we really are as gods and understanding that our melanin is so powerful and it connects us in a way that the reason why they fear black, the reason why they fear is because the lack that they have of it. So then when you see what, you know, Dr. Francis C. Welsing talked about is that fear in that
genetic annihilation,
efficiency of when you have a person that has the lack of pigment, the lack of melanin, that they know that they will be annihilated. So therefore, however they got the power, they have the lack.
I can't ride with none of the stuff he's saying right now.
I'm about to say, I don't understand nothing he's saying.
Because he see, this is what people do when they have half the truth. They try to make the Hebrew seem like
a fearful, militant people. That's why,
like we're Supermen. Like, first of all, he ain't talking about the real Hebrews, but they try to make, and so I'll address it the way he's talking about it right now. He's trying to make it seem like black people are like Supermen and women. Like, the problem with this is everything he's saying is spiritually ignorant. It's like determining, it's the reason why racism exists right now, in my opinion. Right? Won't Hitler trying to do that? Make the super soldier, make the Superman, like
all of them.
The Hebrew
America
people
was too. That's where drugs came from.
See,
trying to make superheroes.
The Hebrew people are not superheroes. The Hebrew people were chosen by the Most High to spread the gospel to the four corners of the earth. That's it. And to have dominion in the earth. That's it. Not all this extra stuff like we kings and we gods and we need to do this. No, you need to submit your life to the Most High and ask him how you should be living. Earlier, Pitt, you said something about like industry and like you got to do things to survive. You know what we got to do to survive? Our purpose. Our purpose is what's going to make us, I was about to say money, but that's about to change. Our purpose is what's going to sustain us. When we obey the Most High, have you not been sustained your entire life?
There's
Even
people
when you
running
didn't.
around here trying to figure out how I got what I got right now.
Exactly. So
it is so weird.
when you obey the Most High, he's going to make sure that you have what you need. And there's been times in my life where I did not always honor what the Most High blessed me with, but guess what? He sustained me anyway. And then I got the knowledge, like, you know what? I should be smarter about my decisions. And now I am, and I've been sustained. And I'm not worried about when I retire in a couple years from now. I'm not worried about what I know that the Most High is going to make sure I'm good. And I'm not concerned with what I got in my bank account because it ain't about money. When you read in the book of Revelations, you will find that it addresses everything in the last days. Like these people probably like Nick Cannon and other people have bunkers that they have built to withstand the storm that's about to hit the earth. But guess what? The scriptures say you can't hide in the ground. Like
you know what I realized? They're not trying to withstand. They as you said, they have more knowledge. I don't believe this storm they trying to actually withstand is the power and the strength of the Most High. I think it's like us, like as in Listen, if I can build a bunker 18 feet, it ain't that the Most High can't touch it.
Yeah,
we ain't touching it. They want to go over ground. They gonna slide on the ground as the world slide into chaos demise, and they're gonna come back after 5-10 years after, whether it's them or their kids, and they're gonna come back and they're gonna become the individualists in the collective. That's one thing that you learn in psychology that's real interesting, is the in and out, as you stated, as not the bean dude on here stated, the double-mindedness is a real thing. We was talking about that a couple of weeks ago. I learned
he said dual consciousness.
He used the term dual consciousness. But we are taught, and it's funny because as part of one of my things, I had to create a mission statement. I think I told you I had to create a spiritual mission. They use religious, but as I told them throughout my statement, maybe if I had the time, I would have read it to you. I'm gonna read it to you once we get off here. It's not for everybody; it's just for you, and so you can hear how I addressed it. But it's crazy. I'm in a course in which they asking me about my religious affiliation. We talked about that before, bro. Like that's pretty heavy. Listen, they don't care about no damn Illuminati either. But do that make their side? I think you just said it, or brother Ever might have just said it. But do that make their side better than anybody?
Nope.
They would brother Ever doing their thing like they.
But the way he was saying it though was like you shouldn't go and research it because it doesn't meet, like it's confusion because it's like he knows about all these things, but he's saying that they don't matter. Well, then why do you know about
deeper than that? It's not that that's necessary to know matter. I'm approaching this from the science part that this brother is using, the Lieutenant Bean dude, because his book is named Psychology. So he coming from a science dictation of the scripture and science only, and then intertwining his own godly human wants and needs for his God. Because if you're calling yourself a God, I am interested, and maybe somebody from the other religions can explain to me. I want to know what their definition of God is. Who and what is their definition of God? And you always ask good questions. What is their definition of God? And can a man be a God? Because according to them, they saying man can be a God. Because if God means mythical, or if God means above and beyond, if God says that we have certain powers to move mountains or split seas, this is what you saying. Why this brother here talking about we gods and superheroes like we Moses or something?
Exactly. Or we the X-Men or
we
whatever.
X-Men. Like I'm like, man, you about to go, you strong, bro. I seen you in the gym, like you about to be jogging. Like, you know what I'm saying? That is so disrespectful.
It is
to assign that to us, because ain't that when we keep telling Caucasian people to treat us better, it's because they roughhouse us because they think, hey, Shantae ain't but 160 pounds, but because he a god, I need to make sure when I get this Negro on the ground, I got to stomp him out. If you listen to them, we know this, because what word do they use to let you know we being truthful? They freaking fear us. Fear.
Yep. Yeah.
Fear.
Yeah.
How can you fear me but pull me over?
Avengers Assemble. Right?
Right? How can you
Mm-hmm.
fear me but
Mm-hmm.
stop me at nighttime?
Mm-hmm.
How can you fear me but then tell me in the middle of an alley to stop and freeze? You can't fear
Mm-hmm.
me. Y'all don't fear us. Y'all
No.
don't fear us.
No.
That's called murder.
Murder.
Now, they spiritually.
Compassion.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah. No, I was finished.
Oh, you asked?
That melanin comes with compassion. Melanin comes with soul. That we call it soul. We soul brothers and sisters. That's the melanin.
What I don't appreciate right here is now he's like a black supremacist, and
Yes,
I can't
he is.
ride with
Ooh,
that.
get him. Yep. You was about.
I can't ride with that. Like, it's one human race. This is not about for the spiritual people, right? For us, this ain't about race. It's about, like you said earlier, it's about culture. And anybody who will follow the culture of the Most High, because then, man, we went hard on this with Peter, right? Pushing away from the table. When the Jews didn't eat with the Samaritans, remember, like, this stuff is in the Bible too. There was certain cultures that didn't vibe with each other. But guess what? Yahusha came and showed everyone that, look, there's pieces to be respected about the Samaritan. Now we know him as the Good Samaritan. You know what I'm saying? Like, hold on. Yahusha came for everybody. The scripture say he came to his own and they received him not. So this ain't about melanin or being Superman. This ain't about the Hebrews of the Bible being only black, only so-called black, or only being melanated. This is where I'm starting to get upset now. I'm starting to get mad.
So now you about to get mad?
Yeah. Ever says, okay, read this. I can fear you, pull you over at night, and now I can say I fear for my life, giving me the authority to end your life.
Yeah.
Agreed. But he making me upset because he's literally doing what the Zionists do. And he mentioned all the groups. And I'm starting to think he a part of all of them. The Zionists believe that Jews, the Jewish people, have the right to exist in Israel, but Palestinians don't have the right to that same self-determination. So a Zionist is a Jewish supremacist. Now, I hope I don't get flagged for that, but this is the truth. Like, and they probably would try to say I'm anti-Semitic for calling them out. That's not anti-Semitic. That is speaking the truth. Because right now in Israel, if I'm Palestinian and you're declared Jewish by the government, you can come to my house and say, and basically move in, and ain't nothing I can do about it. Or
they're gonna force that they're gonna force that one world. What word am we looking for? Indoctrination amongst those people.
Yeah.
Because, but go ahead. Yeah.
In that connection.
Right.
So the people that don't have it are a little, and I'm gonna say this carefully, are a little less, and where the term actually comes from, because I'm bringing it all the way back around to Minister Farrakhan, to where they may not have the compassion or the when they were sent to the mountains of Caucasus, when they didn't have the power of the sun, that the sun then started to deteriorate them. So then they're acting out of.
Griff is like, where you going with this, bro? I think Griff is even like, brother, where you going with that?
You see,
like,
this I'm trying to figure out where you going to.
None of this, I'm trying to figure out, none of this really matters what he's saying, bro.
Fear. They're acting out of low self-esteem. They're acting out of a deficiency. So therefore, the only way that they can act is evil. The only way they have to rob, steal, rape, kill, and
fight or flight,
in order to survive.
Exactly.
So then these people who didn't have what we had.
Now it seems like he making an excuse for white supremacists now.
Yeah, I'm a little lost. I'm gonna let him finish his overall point. I'm a little lost.
Melanated people.
Right.
They had to be savages.
He understanding
them. They had to be barbaric. Because they're in these Nordic mountains. They're in these rough torrential environments. So they're acting as animals.
Right.
So they're the ones that are actually closer to animals. They're the ones that are actually the true savages. And then they built up such this I don't want to say warrior, but they built up such this conquering barbaric mentality that they're coming out of Europe. They then said, in order for us to survive, we have to take what's not ours. And then they went into the land that actually where
What is he saying, bruh? He's dumb.
originated. And instead of
That's why he had to apologize
being
for being so
friends,
stupid.
they said, we want what you got, because there's this mentality of the
conflating a lot of stuff,
or even that we have to conquer.
Right.
So I say all that to say the context, and when we speak of whether it's Jewish people, white people, Europeans, the Illuminati, they were doing that as survival tactics.
So now he just conflated all Europeans. Now I can't say all, but he named peoples and it conflated them with the Illuminati.
He just excused, like you just said, he excused their behavior because he just said that they had it sounded like he's saying that they
had to.
Yeah.
What? And now he's trying to tie in. It's the exact opposite. He's on the opposite spectrum of the whole Superman ideology. Whereas the Superman ideology on the whiteness side is like white or supreme. He's naming these reasons why they had to do what they had to do, but in order to say that melanated people are better than them. Get out of here, bro. Like this is some spiritual voodoo right here that he doing.
Right. To stay on this planet.
Right, because
we never had to do that.
Right, because they've learned when they circumnavigated the globe and they ran into these islands and these places, and we were already there to greet them.
Right. With open arms.
With open arms, teaching them, but they
were deficient.
They were deficient, so they wanted to get what they thought we had, and we did have it. So the rape took place of the woman. The theft took place of the natural resources.
But what y'all doing?
Their disease.
Exactly.
That's where their mentality, because I'm trying to get to that place of how they were able to get control over the gods. How they were able to get control over their
once they learned that, though, and
the gods. So who are you talking about as the gods? Now, is he talking about people? I mean, that's easy. I mean, if you forsake your
remember he's saying that we consider ourselves little gods. So he said control of the gods. He double-minded again. He's saying control of the people, but for everybody else, they think they saying control of the religious text, control of the book. If you can control the knowledge of who God is, I can define God to you. So therefore, in essence, control you. And as I said earlier, now if I consider myself a little G, a little God, that means I'm willing and I'm under the casting control of every spell in which votes or councils are cast. I guess that's what he meant to say, but right now, like you stopped him with his eyes closed. I don't know if my brother here is serious about to clean him up or not.
I don't know. I ain't liking it.
Now they raped and impregnated, left and came back, and they saw the child lighter. They said, "Wow, that's when they learned genetics."
See,
genetic annihilation. So now you have to set up a system of white supremacy.
So this is what they're trying to say. Go ahead. This clip is, again, like you said, it's horrible. I'm confused again. If we was in control then,
that's why we watching it.
In control then, why? How's it in his same mouth? He's saying that we had zero control. We stood down and watched them raid our women, right? They left, came back, saw light-skinned babies, and said, "Hey, we on to something here, bro. You about to make me change my head again? That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life."
Look,
my bad, brother.
The thing is,
I'm going with no hat.
The thing about history is none of us was there, bro. So that's why I'm saying
spirit was there, and that's why we know some of this is so jacked up. You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Physically, you're right. None of us was there. None. But the Hebrew spirit was there.
Agreed.
We like the Avatar where we plug into the damn tree and we like that we can feel everything. Everybody have. But we the trees. They calling themselves gods. We the trees. We're not gods. We're trees. We are the tree of life. We trees. Gods don't produce offsprings, my brother. Gods don't produce offspring. And apparently, if you can, you're going to produce one in the history of mankind. So why would you want to be gods? Trees produce life continuously, ongoing, and fruit is bared forever. You're going to always need a seed and pollination.
Yeah.
But go ahead. Wow, they said It's so much double crossing talking here. Who watched this? How many views they get?
A lot. And it's no wonder. Now I'm seeing the reason why now for when I do these shows, like I think I even told you, Shantae, yesterday, it's better to just do it off the cuff, right? Like I didn't watch the full thing, and I think you just skipped a couple parts. I ain't make it.
I watched like 10-minute show. Yeah, I ain't know we gonna die like this. You got to watch something to educate yourself. But yeah, we skipped around for like 10 minutes.
Because I just
how long is this show? How long is this one? An hour and some change?
Hour and 30 minutes.
Yeah, we watched 10 minutes of it, but I mean,
but this is why I wanted to do it. Like now, I see why this came in my mind. Like I never watched Cannon's class or anything like that. But for some reason, I was like, you know what? I want to do a show. And I told you, like, let's break this one down because this is crazy, bro. Like this is what happens when you think you got the truth and then you call yourself a god. You're gonna exit stage left.
That
right.
So now we have 13 families here, Illuminati that's manipulating and controlling subgroups. Now we got to set up organizations.
But a minute ago, Nick Cannon said Illuminati doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's what I mean. What
you understand? That same system. Now you're talking about survival. What you just laid out. Now it's fight or flight. Now we have to set up these systems in order to survive. But listen, not just survive to get some damn some hamburger buns and some cheese. I'm talking about on a genetic level.
On the genetic, because they will, and that's even from the white nationalists to the white supremacy mentalities to Donald Trump himself wanting to build walls.
Right.
They're trying to keep what they consider purity.
Exactly, on a subconscious
trying to
level.
stay alive.
Because sometimes they don't know why they acting out.
It's just been proven. It was National Geographic just put it out by 2050. Every person will be a person of color.
In a minute.
They saying that as soon as 2050.
So let me ask you something. So
not
what
every
is
person by 2050, my
subconscious?
dude? The white people that's born now gonna be white 30 years from now.
So look, so even if that's the case, so what are you trying to say? Is everybody gonna be Superman according to him? Like it's supremacy. But this type of ideology is not for the people of the Most High, because anybody who calls on the name of the Lord can be saved. If the Most High doesn't separate between male and female, right? Why would he separate? And he don't separate between Jew and Gentile. Why would we? See, this is this is Old Testament talk. When you look at the scripture as a whole, you find out that it was the Jews. It was the ones who were supposed to be expecting Yahusha that decided to murder him.
Because he made it to everywhere else. Yeah, he made it to all the other lands. We know he was chased off. I said we know he was chased off and all that stuff, but he made it to the other lands. He got killed in his own, like some young Dolph stuff, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
No disrespect to conflate young Dolph with our brother Yahusha, but real, it's the same thing. On some young Dolph shit, he got killed at his donut shop. Nowhere else. He was in the thrones of the Gentiles neighborhood. That motherfucker was in the thrones of downtown Memphis and nobody killed him. He got killed by his house, by his mama house. Look at they did to Yahusha. They killed Yahusha in front of his mama.
Yep.
They killed Yahusha in front of his mama. Did not care she was there. That's back when they used to embarrass people. They were just saying that how they do, embarrass us.
Survive.
Right.
What do I have to do?
That's what it's been from the beginning with the
okay. How do you
melanated
do that
people?
How do you do that and show love? I gotta take natural resources.
And to say melanated people, I'm also learning is kind of ignorant because everyone has some sort of melanin. You know what I mean? Like white ain't no color either.
It's not.
So
thank you.
It's just the more melanin you have, the darker your skin is. That's it. It's
Black
not
and whites are not colors, humans. I hope y'all understand that. Maybe we can stop that white-black narrative. We might can change a little bit of stuff.
Right.
This is because I may not be here in a minute. Right. I gotta bomb these people back to the Stone Age because I'm not gonna be here in a minute because I gotta be able to dominate. Exactly, and control and dominate people.
Now it sounds like he's giving an excuse for all the violence in the world and all the wars from Europe and the United States.
Remember I told you that, like the people they call.
And as you call,
go ahead.
No, I'm gonna let him. I was gonna let him finish.
This is a Griff quote right here. Life is living in fear of extinction.
Right. So, and that's what operating on a subconscious level. So they fear. So Dr. Francis Cress Welsing says, when you show up, they view a grown
a 6 foot tall, 230-pound black man the same as they do a 4-year-old.
Yeah.
Because in us is the genetic material to annihilate them.
Ooh, and it's their fear of God.
It's their fear.
It's their fear of God.
Exactly.
And then for everybody, because I'm bringing it back in context again, because just so you know, we keep referencing, you know, the great Dr. Francis Cresswell. That book, The ISIS Papers. If you haven't,
the Jesus Papers.
And first, get the Warriors Tapestry. He says that book, as well as so many others, that everything that we're talking about, like it has been kept secrets, but it's not a secret. These books are out there for you to actually read upon, and they're all facts. Nothing. That's where I just wanted to get to. I didn't want to keep creating this boogeyman of they. Or the
You have to demystify who these people are.
We got to get to when we talk about who the original man is.
Right.
Is the original melanated man coming from with the place that we call Africa, which I always find this so amazing and compelling. That
Brother Everett probably picked up on that he go with that us stuff, showing us that he ain't talking about us.
I
mean, that he talking about us, that he ain't talking about themselves.
Yeah.
And Europe was named Europe by the Africans.
Ain't that something? I had a conversation.
Go back. Did he just answer the Afrikaans question? He talking about how Europe was named from the Africans who called it Africa. There he go.
Mm-hmm.
They're tribal.
Yeah.
You take pride in your tribe.
And I just came back from Uganda, and it's so when you look at it, they don't.
You came back from Uganda or Africa? I'm sorry.
Exactly. They don't. Right.
I'm from Uganda. Or I'm from where my family. They don't. We call it Africa, like our African American.
Right. Now hold on 1 second. Now let's look at America.
Right.
We say, where you from? I'm from Detroit, man.
Yeah.
We don't say we're Americans.
Yeah.
It's the same dynamic.
Especially when I'm from Long Island. I'm from this exit. I'm from Brooklyn.
Exactly,
you
man.
say your whole address.
I'm from this block.
Yeah, and then on the West Coast,
Same thing with the brothers in Africa.
Southeast San Diego.
Right.
And I feel like that's a slippery slope for the Hebrew people, for any human. The fact that people talk about where they're from more than their culture. I feel like in the scripture, you were known by your culture because your culture, and so a lot of times your culture could be identified by certain garments, like the Most High told Moses and the Hebrews to put the tassels or the tzitzit on the four corners of their garment, right, as a sign so that they would not go whoring after other gods. That's what the scriptures say, because they had a tendency to fall in with what everyone else was doing. So I feel like in the scripture, it was more about your culture, and maybe your culture was associated with where you were from. Right.
That's why they always said Jesus of Nazareth.
Right. But the thing was, I feel like, so even Nazareth, right? There's the Nazarite oath that you could take, which you don't cut your hair and you do these certain things, right? So like, once again, I feel like you were known more from your culture than where you were from.
The last time we had this much abundance of different cultures were during the time of Yahushua. People don't look. You had like we said, the Palestinians, the Greek, the Germanic people, the Asianic people, the South Asian, right? And in each one of these times, you had these group of people where at that time, again, Yahushua came and told these people, it's not that you live in these separate individuals' lives. As we said, the culture that you're producing is destroying the people.
Yep.
Why does this culture look so identical to mine? It's because we created the culture. And again, we sat back now, got tired and said, man, we're just going to give them the next couple of 100 years. And now instead of going to take it back, these little gods, they call themselves, as you said, it is now Black grief. Oh, I hate to use that term, but it's Black supremacy. Because listen, they trying to change the minds, not of them. Understand what Black supremacist is, my people. I ain't saying that they walking around changing the mind of what they call, I'm gonna use the same quotes as you said, white folks, because they got color. There is no such thing as a white folk. These mugs got color too. Shit, how Shakespeare said, if you shall hit me, shall I not bruise also? They got color too, guys. And I'm gonna ask people, they might want to go look up the history of the Caucasoid people, not the other ones, but the actual Caucasoid people. What Nick Cannon was saying that I almost cut him off is he making it seem like these people were as is while saying that we created them. So if we created them, they come from our genetic loins, then there are, this is what you said, there are no such thing as no Caucasoid people. Go look at those groups of people that was left at the foot of the mountains. Those are actually our people. Y'all need to understand that, hey, listen, them guys, when they first came to America, they sent the African and the white man in the fields together. Okay, y'all, that's what the British did. The British did that. Y'all might want to look at some of these white folks was working in the field. Not all of them, just like all black folks ain't black people, but they was working in the field with us. You might want to go research to see which kind I'm talking about.
And I think the thing is too, at a certain point, I feel like talking about the past, not that it's not good knowledge, right? But at a certain point, like a good analogy, like I'm now 40 years old. If I'm still talking about what happened to me as a child and using that as a reference for how I'm living or as an excuse for how I'm living, that's a problem. Right? We're talking about things that happened hundreds of years ago. Now, a lot of these things, like the reason why they matter is because they still have an influence on today. Like COINTELPRO, I don't believe it ever stopped. MK Ultra, I don't believe it ever stopped. Colonialization, it never stopped. So these things matter because they still have an implication on the lives of people today. So don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to be culturally insensitive, but what I am saying is, in your household, you got to get your house in order, regardless of all this other stuff. You see what I'm saying? And what I think that this conversation is bringing about from Nick Cannon is like all this confusion on what is and what isn't, and trying to shape your view of melanated people versus non-melanated people, even though non-melanated, there's no such thing. Like he's given this black supremacy ideology as a solution, but yet saying that it doesn't matter, then giving white supremacists an excuse. It's a whole bunch of witchcraftery coming out of his mouth. It's that dual, we're literally seeing the dual consciousness that they talked about, the double-mindedness.
It's like when they put some in a Simpson cartoon and tell y'all, don't pay attention to it, but then it's playing out just like it, but they still tell you, it's in your mind.
Yeah, and they trying to say that, the Simpsons didn't predict it. Everett says the culture is not often brought up in conversation, but your location in the land is brought up all the time. I agree. But I think if you ask the average person, about their culture, you would get a lot more from, right? If I ask you in today's world, if I ask you where you're from, I can assume certain things about you, but that may or may not be your culture. But if I ask you about your culture, I'm going to get so much more information about who you really are.
Exactly.
Such project.
Exactly. Same thing with the brothers in Africa. They don't identify with the whole idea that the place was called Africa.
Yeah, they tell you they tribe.
It was more tribal, man. And right now, we need to find our tribe.
That's all it is, the lost tribes.
Exactly.
And it goes back, and it goes all the way back to.
I disagree. You don't need to find your tribe. You need to find your culture. If you find your culture, you will be aligned with those who are part of the culture as well. Ain't that right, brother Shante?
Yeah, hey, the tribe, we ain't lost. The tribe sold us. They know where the heck we was at the whole time.
See? Exactly.
We not lost. They know where we at. They know where we at.
With you,
the lost tribe.
You were not being anti-Semitic because that's impossible. You were just speaking the truth and talking about your community, your tribe, and how others have came and taken from your tribe. So, which I would love to jump and just divert just originally.
I want to add something too. When you think about the Israelites, when they went into slavery, how can I say this? I don't think I got the right English word. When they let go of their culture, that's when they were led into slavery. So being that the scripture said there's nothing new under the sun, it kind of makes me think that nobody took nothing. That there was a situation in which the Most High's people, right, the curses of Deuteronomy, because there was a left and a right-hand turn that we could have made. He said, I set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Choose life. right? If my people who are called by name will humble themselves, turn from their wicked ways, pray, seek my face, then shall I hear from heaven and heal their land. I don't know if I quoted that exactly correct, but that's what the scripture says. Like, if you repent and you turn back to your true culture, then I will heal your land. So Brother Everett says, abandon their culture. I agree 100%. When you abandon your culture.
Now look how many coaches they gave us so we can never return back to our true culture. These fools up here giving about 4, 5, 6 cultures in one.
Yep, exactly.
They trying to make sure any black person with any mindset is going to listen to them and take their word as bond. Damn, these guys are good.
Yep. And that's why we had to make this video, to be two prophets coming to correct the shenanigans that they're trying to give, because they're not giving the answers. You ain't got the answers, Sway. They ain't got the answers.
Hip hop, and I love how you define hip hop, the higher infinite power healing our people.
Right.
And you where the state of hip hop is today. And you said something so powerful, man. And I want the people to hear this when you said they killed all the bigs and birthed all the littles.
Ooh, yeah.
And if you think about when you say from Big L, Biggie Smalls,
right.
You know what I mean? Even
I can't ride with that definition of hip hop either, because when I think about it, there was positive influences early on, but they were drowned out so quick. When you think of, like, so he just named Big L, he named Biggie. When you think about Biggie, like, his first album is called Ready to Die. Like, if you ever listen to his lyrics, they was ultra demonic. I used to listen to that stuff all the time. Like, but his lyrics are ultra demonic. You see what I'm saying? Like, how is this a higher divinity that's delivering or giving hope to the people? There's a difference in talking about situations and then leading people to the solution, right? So you got, like, your so-called conscious people, like, people might want to say, oh, Kendrick Lamar or J. Cole, because they have, like, a slight conscious side. But what they do, what's interesting is J. Cole had a song in which he identified, I mean, it's called False Prophets. He said he's a false prophet. Kendrick Lamar.
The only way you become a false prophet is if you got enough followers.
And the only way you become a false prophet is if you know the truth as well, but you forsake or abandon your culture.
That's them disciples.
So it's just
interesting. Dead? Oh, he dead? The concert over? The rock concert over? Oh, man, we got to go.
So it's interesting, man. Like, how Ever says KRS-One is still out there. Executives did not want the music to uplift. It had to be about killing, drug selling, pimps, and hoes. That's what they wanted to sell. And I want to add to that. I agree. They wanted to make sure that people who look like us,
that they had a council amongst those people, amongst the heavy hitters of the game. Don't let the mistake of this man saying he was in the room with the big wigs with the manual. Remember, we came across that one clip a while back ago, can't find it no more, in which I forgot who was it. Was it Snoop Dogg? I don't want to throw his name on the bus.
Crazy Bone.
Rappers, Crazy Bone, who came out and told everybody that in the 90s, early 90s, they had a big ass meeting amongst all the rap gods, all the rap gods, and said, listen, oh, it's crazy you just read this. Y'all got two choices to make. You can go left, you can go right. R&B hip hop or gangster rap. We want gangster rap. Listen, here was the sales pitch. We want gangster rap. We allow you to invest in privatized businesses, which we all know now. It's not a secret. 20, 30 years now, it was the federal penitentiary and prisons. 75% of them in less than 20 years are all privatized. Free labor, free money. And what did the game choose? The rap gods came together and said they would choose to make rap music and push the narrative that we know today, that now these people who he just said that he was the constructs of this game.
Yeah.
So how if him and Run DMC and all them built the game, I keep asking would they been double tongue? How y'all saying y'all built this shit? We built this city. We built this city for her. But now professing that you have zero control of the city you built. You can't be the crackhead and the drug dealer. We know that the drug dealer, crackhead, gonna smoke all the crack and leave the drug dealer broke. Why they trying to be both? Let me turn on my lights so this don't look too weird. It's getting dark out here. Why they the drug dealer and the crackhead?
Yeah. Because you know what? So there's an endless supply, and they all got to sponsor somebody, and that's what the record labels are signing. Getting other people to sign everything over, because they got to keep an endless supply going.
Even the idea of then we birthed. No offense to none of these brothers, but the little Zans, the little Waynes, who is my brother.
The little and the young ones.
The young, but just that mentality of we used to want to call ourselves big this, and now you want to be Lil Pump.
What's that got to do with anything?
Where did that come from? Is that spiritual warfare?
Ooh, that's psychic and spiritual warfare, man. That's that psychological war. See,
it's not because Lil Wayne's short.
I know he about to go. This dude got a degree in psychology. He got a degree in psychology. He ain't fooling me.
Get this from Griff. Like, he got the pictures on every page, and he breaks all the symbolism down, and that's why
you understand. In order to be a book and to be published, you still had to go to them to be published. In order to be a book and to be published, you have to cite. You have to cite all your information, sir. You have to cite all of it. So if he has a book which is published that he didn't publish on his own through his own exclusive 100% published company, meaning he just went on, designed the book, printed out on his computer, and put it in there like that, then he lying too. He a part of the game. He got a psychology degree. Everything he talking about, I learned. I'm learning. I'm learning all of it.
And I'm starting to see that any so-called black celebrity, they chose
honorary degrees. When they get those honorary degrees, they go to those schools. Now they don't go through the same process in 2 years to 4 years like we do. But the reason, like Ludacris got his honorary master's degree, Ludacris, all right, from Georgia State. I don't know where the damn camera at. Where my eyes? Okay. Georgia State, because they go and they learn criminal justice, and they allow them to learn masters with no money, and the only thing they have to do is come out and put in their rap lyrics and put it in the game. And this man got a book. Look how we breaking down, and like I want people to understand, just like we not giving you all the context, because that's not our job. But we telling you that calling yourself Africans and Pan and Black, if these brothers understand how deep their knowledge goes, which me and you can hear some of it, then we understand that for them to not at least say, don't call yourself this, but here's what we saying. Means they're part of the whole narrative. I don't want you to air quote white devil, but not air quote black.
Again,
they saying we birthed these people, we threw them to the side, we waited and sat down, and a few 100 to 1,000 years later, they came and killed us all and just took all the way over. Genetically, they so stupid. They tell us that they evolved out of the sun. They was in the Caucasoids, but somehow within that great takeover, within a couple of, I guess, years, they was involved back into the sun to make it all the way to the foot of Africa was 120 degrees in the desert, my brother. How you take over Africa?
That's what he was saying there was totally garbage and nonsense. Because when you come, because racism, supremacy over other humans makes you totally ignorant and incoherent. There is no other way. There is no other way around that. And regardless of how, for people who want to be like, oh, white people are Neanderthals or whatever, guess what? They're humans. And guess what? These people have a mind, right? They are who we are. But for the same way people want to say we evolved from apes and all this stuff, like we're humans. We're humans, bro. To say that, oh, black people came from apes and that's why they this and that's to act any supremacy makes you totally freaking ignorant. And I feel like it makes it impossible for you to truly connect to the Most High, because there's no way you could be a supremacist. The truth, in my opinion, in my experience, the truth always makes you want to love. It doesn't make you want to hate. It may make you angry for a minute that, you know, everybody lied to you your whole life, and then you stumble upon the truth and you get a little angry, but it motivates you to love, and it motivates you to want to share that truth with the other humans who will receive it. But then oftentimes you'll find out when you try to share this truth that people ain't ready for it, and they call you crazy and conspiracy theorists. So then you got to deal with that. But then you'll find somebody along the path, a brother or sister that you can sharpen and, continue your purpose with.
So psychology is not the study of the mind. Psyche in ancient Kemet is the soul.
The soul.
So they waging a hidden covert war on the souls of black folks.
Wow. Which goes back is where our melanin is.
And the whole idea, the whole idea of killing off the bigs.
And look, with this supremacy idea too, right? Why if this is the case, then would it mean that Satan is only going after so-called black people? Because last I checked, it's all kind of people who do satanic rituals and murders. Remember, before hip-hop music, what was the ultra satanic music? Rock and roll, right? And rock and roll was started, we know it was started by so-called black folks, but it became much more popularized in the 70s and 80s. And who dominated that genre? White people. Who got ultra satanic in that genre? White people. So to create this supremacy is kind of ignorant, because then it makes it seem like Satan ain't going after humankind. In the days of Noah, he was going after humankind to try to get in the DNA and corrupt the seed that the Most High created. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah.
So try to make it seem like just because the Most High chose the Hebrews means that black people are the only people who are boxed out. Kind of makes it seem like there's
the gods, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, we gods, huh? Ain't nobody better than us. We the gods here.
Right.
That's what the people said once we got that ignorant. They said, "Oh yeah." That's
but the reason
that really is.
But the reason why you can't pray to the ancestors though is because those are the same ones who rejected Yahusha.
Yeah.
Those are the same ones who caused the curses of Deuteronomy to come upon us. So all this pray to my ancestors and this and that. No, I don't know. I don't really believe in that. That's just me.
And producing the littles is part of it.
Right.
What better way to do that?
Yeah.
Now you got a whole generation of MCs, rappers coming up. Little this one, young that one.
Right.
As though you will never grow up and grow old and become a man.
You're gonna be little forever.
You're gonna be little for the rest of your life. So you come on now on television shows sucking a pacifier in the baby bottle. You understand what I'm saying?
No.
And we have to understand that particular.
Talking about Flavor Flav.
And they forgot that sister. Exactly.
Right.
They forgot that Sister Soldier said, "We are at war. We're at war for the hearts and minds of our people, man. We have to understand that, man."
Right. And one thing I want to talk to again, I'm gonna play the advocate of the opposing advocate. As
okay, what you got, homie?
I dealt with this personally on a personal level, and I would love to have some discourse with you about the emasculation of the black man.
Right.
Specifically.
Okay.
And the only reason why I feel like this is a good place to go, because from the big to the little conversation, because of now is the male to the female. Now, we got everything now, which is ridiculous. To we got Snapchat filters turning our brothers into good.
Has he ever used any Snapchat filter?
Put this Snapchat filter on to see what.
Has he used the Snapchat filter? I bet y'all go on his IG and I see him looking all pretty in hell.
Makeup sitting right there. Digital aspect.
Did he just say makeup? I bet you we look at Wildin' Out. He got makeup on.
Yeah, celebrities wear it because of the lights and stuff.
Look at the face you paused it on. He made the same face I just made. Like he telling on himself. Look at the face you paused it on. Like, we wearing makeup, dude. Was you not in Drumline? That was all your body and your skin.
Yeah.
Makeup on.
Yeah.
So he want to talk about why he was included in the feminization and degradation of black people. And I want my man here to finish off Flavor Flav and them wearing criminal license plates around their neck, talking about it was leading the cause.
See, emasculation, right? They all like. I view societal issues or people who try to diagnose society like I view westernized medicine. Like I view the American health system. Sometimes, not all the time, they're good at diagnosing, right? They'll call something out. So they'll call something out. He's saying emasculation of so-called Black men in America. Notice how they never talk about the actual, they only talk about the symptom, not the problem. How about the emasculation is done by the Young Thugs? Ever notice why they put Young Thug in a dress? I think I know why. Because he really was doing that thugging stuff. So if we put him in a dress, it'll take the attention away from the damage that he's doing to the community, because he'll look less thuggy. And to promote this image. But wearing makeup is not emasculating you. You know what I'm saying? How you dress ain't necessarily emasculating you. Your sexuality is not emasculating you. You know what's emasculating you? Your lack of understanding, your mind, how you think about things, not taking care of your children. That's what emasculates you, right? Like the way that you plan your life, not following your purpose, not following the culture of the Most High is emasculating you. You know why? Because it's causing you to live below where the Most High would have you to be.
Just about all the stuff he's talking about throughout the duration of this, he has conducted himself in the last coming year.
He emasculated himself.
I don't see wilding out changing itself to anything more than the same group of guys on there talking the way they talking, niggering the way they are. But are their kids people knocking out? Are their kids in private school? Yeah, he got to go to Mariah Carey to ask about which private school. Yeah, I got to come to a broke dude like me and ask for money. And they're not going to private school.
But we will do that with our phones and our screens, and we'll send it and we'll post it for the likes
forever.
So say that though in media, and I salute my brother Dave Chappelle and so many other. We've all heard the famous story where he said Hollywood tried, there was a dress hanging in his and his trailer tried to put him on, and some of the brothers that I look up to and will forever look up to, from Eddie Murphy to Martin Lawrence to all of these people, have to in entertainment put on the dress, and a lot of people say they're selling their soul, and I'll go all the way back to
Dave Chappelle had to make skits which he used the word ER as a funny advocate for the culture of the people, in which for years people, including our people, thought it was okay to redefine us as funny, dancing, NIGGERs. So he thanking Dave Chappelle for not putting on a dress. Did he not demasculate us for them to believe, culturally speaking, that it's for funnies and kicks? No, it was for millions of dollars. And if I'm not mistaken, he's a funny guy. Hey, I watch your specials, bro, just in case he watching. I watched them.
But guess what? We could still tell the truth.
I'm about to say, if I'm not mistaken, he still had a special in which he asked people to not watch anything HBO or no one streaming, because he want his money back. So it was about the money. So, okay, I was just wanting to make sure. Saying Dave Chappelle, no disrespect, he's funny.
Yeah,
money. Hey, please don't stream HBO. I'm begging you. If you love anything Dave Chappelle, I'm asking you now. Why you want with me now? Why now? So for the love of Dave Chappelle, don't stream nothing. The next clip, hey, y'all got all my money back. I'm making hundreds of millions on Netflix. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. But these are the people that the culture.
Not seeing any harm in it at the time in the 90s. Did a skit where I dressed up as a girl. I mean, we in the inconvenience store and we ghetto girls, and like they wouldn't the skit on Nickelodeon. They wouldn't even allow something like that to air today, because we ghetto with the nails, and we
so he
really
did dress
all
up like
I'm
a
doing
girl.
is imitating Martin Lawrence and Jamie Foxx, what they did with Shanae and Wanda, and all they were doing imitating Flip Wilson. What he did with Geraldine, and what our strong brother Richard Pryor was doing in This Way Is Up, and classic movies and things that we seen, who we consider the greats do, coming before us, but we're not seeing that psychological warfare of, yo, they want to, which, you know, Dr. Francis talks about, is when we see these images of, because there's a lack of fathers already, there's a lack of male figures, and
bruh, do you seeing those?
I'm not this childish in real life. I am a little bit, but do y'all not? Do you? Oh my gosh! Is you hearing what this man said?
I did. Does that make you want to put on a dress because Martin Lawrence did in Big Mama House?
But he's how a year later he had multiple baby mamas, been an absentee father. A year later, he went from twins to 8, 9 kids. Did they make him? You remember we said in the industry like they embarrass people. Maybe because he did all this, did they make him go have all these babies? Like they're gonna make him have like 15 baby mamas 5 years from now. They all gonna sue him. Then he be broke. Like what's?
Are they even?
Is
Are
he
they
telling
even
on
his?
himself?
I
I don't know. Is this a diary? I got more questions. I got answers. Is this a diary of like the Simpsons? Like he telling us, hey man, the next year, y'all, we about to do this. Niggas about to be doing like this. We gonna be like, God.
Mm-hmm. Everett, what was you talking about when you said what did he just say? Like, damn, this dude's stupid. That's all I could say, bruh.
I'm confused.
And we understand the black woman is the ultimate creator, but when we are emasculated, we don't know how to be men.
So they gods.
And we think it's fun.
He just said women are the ultimate creator, though, which means he just placed. All right, we're gonna say women are we ain't equally yoked or anything. The ultimate creators are. He's saying that women are gods.
I don't know.
Because he got to go ask Mariah Carey for his kids. Okay, I'm sorry. I know that was a quick clip, but is he
clearly this dude? Clearly he is an industry. He an industry plant, bro.
Yeah, he playing hard, bro. This is crazy, dog. This is crazy.
When I say industry plant, I mean somebody who he's put up there just like Dr. Umar Johnson.
Yeah.
Like famous for what though? I don't know.
Drumline. P2. He was a P2. He was a P3. I'm sorry. He started as a P5 and he made a P1 and 1.
Right.
Funny, and I see it like now. I don't regret anything in my life, but when I see the 18-year-old version of me prancing around for the joke in a dress, in a wig, I'm like, damn.
But you was a grown man.
Was that me just being funny or me thinking, yo, this is funny?
He wasn't 7 or 8 or 10. He was 18.
I'm as heterosexual as it gets, but the messaging that I was putting out there, and then not that there's any, I mean, as to each his own.
Which one is it? Is he taking it back?
That's your business. But to me, as I know, was I used as a pawn, as a young boy to make people? I'm thinking I'm making people laugh, but was there a psychological warfare?
All right, well, let me ask you something. Did
I don't know.
Die
you
down?
tell me.
Did you grow up?
I definitely grew up.
Now, what would this Nick Cannon say to that one? Bro, look at me though, bro.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
So what would this Nick Cannon say to that one now?
I'll put on
the information that I just said. I would give that, but I would still say make your own choice.
Right, you know the price that you're gonna pay for that though now.
Right,
you woke up.
Right,
and now you got to talk and speak to that young brother that put on.
Thank you.
The dress
on
now.
The dress.
So when I laid it out though,
but I wouldn't judge that one. I wouldn't tell.
Right. We don't have to judge.
I would give them the information.
This is life lessons.
I would give them the ISIS papers.
Right.
I didn't know. I didn't read the ISIS papers when I was 18.
It was about
I didn't understand that there was a greater mission to destroy it.
What is the ISIS papers? I'm not going to go look at that because I know it was the thing. And millions of people probably just went to go look up ISIS papers.
Like a richer
Why would I look at someone in the last couple of years? ISIS been a terrorist group.
There's nothing off limits when it comes to entertainment. Like you said, you got to get their attention first. And you know, whether it's putting on a dress, whether it's calling yourself little this, whether it's making a song about shaking that ass, like to when we talk about brothers like
the whole Wildin' Out program is about shaking behind.
Affiliation and its terminology that may not be helpful on the surface, but when you see the brother's beautiful spirit, when
Right,
you know my
right.
ultimate mission,
Right.
when you know that ultimately these are brothers that trying to help the community.
It's too
but
childish,
we gotta
man.
get
This is
their
not an
attention first.
18-year-old
Right.
Nick
I got a
asking these
brother, a friend of
questions.
mine,
This is a
Black Dot. He wrote a
40-year-old
book called Hip
man
Hop Decoded.
asking
He said in the
12-year-old
book that they give the
little
lowest
boy
essence of our
questions.
culture and give it maximum exposure.
Mm.
You
Say
understand?
that again.
Black Dot said they take the lowest essence of our
He's like he
culture
being
and give
softball,
it
so this guy can
maximum
seem
exposure.
godly with his information.
That's why
Yeah. Yeah.
He hype man in this.
He is.
I ain't mean to be talking on the video, but it's like he's literally
He is.
like we saying, is he really this dumb, or is he softballing it? So this man, the Ice Paper is the Key to the Colors by Francis Cress Wilson. I ain't reading nothing with nobody named Francis. I'm just
He is doing exactly what you said, bro. Like he's sunning himself to make Professor Griff seem ultra deep and all that. But Professor Griff I mean, he's serious. Look, he's serious. That's what he about.
ISIS Papers. Over there, they pronounce it ISIS, just for people to know.
Exactly.
Glorify our
Thanks.
It's over the top for many reasons, and you mentioned one for the laugh.
Right.
Now it's for the bag.
Right.
Now it could be for some other reasons.
Right.
I want to buy my mama.
But that don't emasculate you because you don't have to do anything for the bag. You see what I'm saying? You don't have to do that. You can get an honest job. You don't got to put on a dress. You know what I'm saying?
Guess what? You know what I mean? I didn't have to put on one, and you know us, we good.
Right.
The Most High has blessed us through and through. Don't put it out my other side. Matter of fact, I look back and still see a trail of blessings. I'd be mad if people be coming behind me picking up my $20 bills.
The alternative spelling is ISIS.
Yeah. That. I met someone from that area. They was a Syrian. They didn't use the term Christian, but the way she pronounced it, she said they pronounce it as ISIS, which is Jesus for them. They believe that Jesus, i.e. ISIS, was a prophet. They just believe the Prophet Muhammad is their prophet.
My house, and we give it all the excuses and the reasons. At the same time, the ultimate agenda is taking place. We're falling right into it.
Right.
ISIS is the terrorist group.
The ultimate
it's
plan.
always been that, because that's the reason. Like, I want you to say that again, because I want to go all the way back to Step and Fetch It. I want to go all the way back to, you know.
But if you went back there, some of them brothers didn't have a choice, so to speak.
Right.
Because of the degree of poverty.
But do we still have the choice now? Does NBA Youngboy, does Kodak Black, they doesn't have a choice. They're living their truth. All they saying is, this is all I know. So
on all of my material, I put my phone number out there and I put it out free.
Do you have a choice to downgrade your community for money?
That's what he just said.
Or stay in poverty?
Kodak Black wasn't poor, so I don't know why they're saying that. NBA Youngboy poor, so how the hell he meet Mayweather's daughter so fast? He did not blow up before until after the Mayweather daughter incident in which she stabbed a little girl. Everybody forgets she was actually on murder charges before him, Mayweather's daughter. Nobody knew NBA Youngboy till that happened after they had a baby and a fight. Then all his music took over because of NBA Youngboy. Hey, people, y'all better, a smart man once said, you better research who your kids listen to. It's really that simple. NBA Youngboy. All right. He a gangster gutter dude, huh? He was 15 when he got put on, but you can't be gangster gutter at 15. Well, I know 15-year-olds will come down here and shoot you, bro. I know 10-year-olds in Afghanistan who would come down here and blow you up. What do you mean? Oh, my gosh. Everybody's so hardcore because they know gangsters. I can teach a 5-year-old to shoot somebody. You gonna call him a gangster? You gonna call him a gangster? Stop it.
Bro, because they could easily call me and say, because now
but before they don't know Professor Griff. They all they know is the drug dealer, and they
Why is he Professor Griff?
Again, as much as we
hold on.
That's his name.
The average 14.
Press pause.
That's his name.
But did he just say he used to be a drug dealer?
He did?
I think Nick Cannon, they don't know Professor Griff. They just know the drug dealer. Hold on. my Islam brother, because you on 12 when you started that super group with Flavor Flav. So I guess what they now doing is excusing. So listen, he's saying that y'all brothers went out here, y'all did it stupidly. Y'all could have been like me, you know, a religious drug dealer. Got you. Yeah, religious drug dealer.
And is it religious in what sense? Like, what is he telling people to go to? You get what I'm saying?
This them talking at this age. This ain't 12-year-old Nick Cannon asking 18-year-old or 22-year-old Professor X, whoever the hell his name is, right? I don't know why all of a sudden these people can listen. Call me Dr. Pitt from here on out. I'm sorry, I'm back.
15-year-old dude that grow up in Florida, that grow up in Louisiana, all they know is the niggas around them.
Exactly.
They don't know how, man, I don't know how to work them computers. You know how many times I heard that?
Yeah, I know.
Man, I don't know that shit. Hey, dog, this all I know. I know I got my 40 on my hip. I know I'm gonna slang these packs. Right. I know I'm gonna fuck some bitches later on.
Yeah, that's the mentality.
That's exactly until you crack one of these open, until you can get the Warriors tactic.
Exactly.
Drumline was all
about
about
together
that.
The way I put it together to speak to that dude.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? And
we gotta speak their language. That's why I feel like Nipsey Hussle was so important for, because everybody, it's the Nipsey bandwagon.
Oh, so he making an excuse to be double-minded right now.
That movie he made with the singer girl, the light-skinned one, where he had to go date her for the likes because he didn't like his life because he was a mechanic after the Drumline movie. He was a pool boy. Steve Harvey was his dad. I forgot the name of that movie. With the light-skinned singer girl. And this was before social media became big, and his whole point was to become popular. So he dated her. She made him popular. Then they broke up.
I think I remember that.
Like he literally made a movie. Now he talking about
Tupac. That's why even PE was so important, because like, oh, them is cats that grew up just like me.
Right.
They embracing the thug life. They embracing.
Tupac mom was Black Panther, guys. He was
so now they embracing the thug life. So that's what our community needs to do. Embrace the thug life. That's all we need. So,
but again, they lying. The ghetto was defined as the ghetto when people like him went out and told them they was living in the ghetto.
Yep.
In neighborhood Nip, like even, and I come from the other aspect of it. I came in and like, I don't want people to I don't want to glorify where I came from. Where I came from, when you first heard Nick Cannon, like, that's the kid from Nickelodeon,
the little guy,
that's the kid from America's Got Talent. That's always smiling. Yeah. You don't know that I come from what I come from, because I never wanted.
Where you come from?
Wait, why he ain't said it? Let me go use the bathroom. Why he ain't said it? I was waiting for him to say it. I was waiting for him.
Because I still know my truth. I still know my purpose.
Right.
Kid from Nickelodeon, bro.
Just the way I don't expect people to judge me from what they may think of me. When I sit down and have a conversation with Kodak Black, that's not a dumb brother. Kodak Black is intelligent. Right. What NBA Youngboy is intelligent. Now
they're intelligent, but if you listen to their music,
maybe making some choices we may not agree with.
Right. At the age that they are.
Right. Like I said, at 18.
So now you're giving them excuses to make those decisions because they're young.
I was on TV dressed in a dress. Right. You know what I mean? And you know why? Because.
So now we're comparing rapping about drugs and stuff to wearing a dress.
2 years before that, I was trying to be a gangbanger in the hood. And 2 years before that, I grew up in projects. And you know what I mean? So I'm like,
he said this gangbanging shit ain't working out.
It ain't working out. Let me square up. You know what I mean? And the people, you know what I mean?
I hear you.
And so to say that, I see every aspect of it. So I think as what we do, we judge each other instead of informing each other.
Right. Well, we judge one another by the categories that they fit us in.
Right.
If we was to pick our own categories,
right?
You and I greeted one another as gods,
right?
How many times they gonna let that go out on the air? How many times?
Why can't we acknowledge each other as humans? Right? Why do we have to acknowledge each other as gods? Why can't we acknowledge each other as men?
They're gonna put that in a movie. How many times they're gonna put that in the educational department? Right. And how many times they're gonna rewrite the dictionary and don't write us in as black means despicable, disgusting, evil.
They're gonna rewrite the dictionary. No,
black means God. That's what
exactly.
out there.
That needs to be the T-shirt, though.
That
needs to be the slogan.
The definition of black is God.
Exactly.
Black means God.
Exactly. So but you see, even if you ask them, that's what they would say.
Right.
Because they worship us in private, in secret. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
So, and then with the beautiful work that Runoko Rashidi and Ashwa Kwesi and other people are doing, and what's the brother's name? Tariq Nasheed with Hidden Colors.
Right. Yeah, love
and
all
every place you go, Eugene Adams with Africans in Asia. When you start unearthing who these people are, the deeper they dig, the blacker it gets.
Okay.
That's the T-shirt, bro.
The deeper they dig,
the deeper they dig, the blacker it gets, bro.
Okay, so let me go here with you then, and I'm gonna play for the other side just for a second.
Why he always the op?
When he says and ultimately, if it's all about becoming one and understanding who the original man was, and if we all come from the same thing, and the purpose here, our assignment is to love and to have understanding,
right?
And knowledge supreme, wisdom, and all this understanding ultimately is rooted in love in the core. And if that's our message to spread through the cosmos, why all of this division? Why all this compartmentalization and categorizing each other?
Now come back, he stole your love question. That's what you say. You say there's no way you can have that knowledge and not find out love. He asking the opposite.
Why does it matter if one person is Jewish? Why does it matter if one person is Christian?
It don't.
Why does it matter if this person has less melanin than
I think the thing that the most honorable Elijah Muhammad said that makes them devils is the fact that they were taught a doctrine, a teaching, coupled with the fact that you and I said they had to survive, so they did the things that they became and who they
I disagree.
There was a reason why they shot the noses off Abu Al, the Sphinx.
Right.
Different people called it different things.
They put it in the back of the museum.
Exactly. There's a reason why they destroyed the woman when they saw the black man and woman side by side in Egypt. There was a reason why they took certain information, stole it, copied it.
So he said in Egypt. Who was in Egypt? You get what I mean? The problem with supremacy is it's like, don't look at me and what I did, look at them.
So if you're saying it was in Egypt and Egyptian had Hebrew slaves, then that must mean the Egyptian enslaved the Hebrew people. So if you prescribe yourself to being Egyptian, like what they keep saying, which is why I'm hearing all the code words of the them, the us. He's saying us only when it's beneficial to him. If you believe you from Africa and that's where you should be, when the Most High said, we are the tree, we are the temple, we where salvation lasts at, then you believe that you are king and queen of African descent and you enslave your people. So now do we understand who built the docks for these people to come around the coast? Who gave them the transportation routes to the New World? Oh, they just came over here on the Nina, the Peanut, and the Made of Flour.
And guess what? And to a certain extent, I understand what I'm about to say, but I don't understand what I'm about to say. They were supposed to. They play their role. Like I understand it, but I don't understand it. If that's the thing, like I'm seeing it, like they were supposed to. Like Judas was supposed to. He didn't have to. He could have chose otherwise, but he was supposed to because it was already prophesied.
Now you too. Night.
And all the things that we've been through on this earth, in America, in the army, they could have chose otherwise. But guess what? The situation was for them too.
Put their names on it. You understand what I'm saying? Right. They never wanted that particular information.
Their image of God.
Exactly. To get out. If that image of God got out, how would they survive genetically on a planet being the inferior?
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right. See, I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't ride with the whole inferior thing.
It don't go with the love thing. He just asked. He asked the question on love. And now all of a sudden they talking about inferiority.
Exactly. Like
if you love someone, why would they feel inferior?
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Unless we birthed them, they came into the Babylons and we did exactly what they doing to us now. Where that chapter at?
And how are we the same, right? The same organs. how are we the same, but somebody is more supreme because of where they're from or the bloodline or the lineage? See how that's like backwards?
They said the bloodline is ours because they saying we gods and we birthed them, so that they are our people. And if we banish them into the abyss, we banish them, we enslaved them the first few centuries, we raped them and unculturized them.
You see why you see why like it doesn't,
supremacy does not exist.
That doesn't matter.
With love.
Right.
I'm sorry, love and supremacy cannot go together. And they talking again, they talking both.
They are.
They saying that we are supremacists, we created them, but we don't know how they turned out the way they did.
Yeah. Right. They enslaved us and they took everything. Like what? Like, man. And notice how they're not telling you how to get back. They're not giving the answer.
And now they don't want you back there. Candace said he got the millions and billions of dollars. He ain't about to tell you how to get all his people.
Because he don't got the answers. He don't know.
You cannot do what they've done on the planet in such a short period of time, being the inferior.
Well, why does it all matter? If we're talking about the source, if we're getting to the source of it all, of the original man and the original purpose is to spread love, is to awaken and enlighten everyone. Why does it matter?
There was love in my family. My dad was there, my mom was there, my brother was there. My sister.
So how you become a drug dealer?
Instinctively, we all knew our roles. I wasn't trying to be my dad.
Right.
My dad's my dad.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
In the human family,
he was a drug dealer.
Who's not comfortable with being themselves?
Right.
We could take a look at it through that lens.
Okay.
Let's unpackage that now. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If I'm comfortable with being myself, then I don't have to say you're evil, you're wicked. I don't have to write that in my books. I don't have to destroy your history.
Try to borrow and get something or steal yours because I'm comfortable with mine.
Exactly. I don't have to say because I'm lighter and whiter, I'm better. I don't have to do all these things. But because I don't feel comfortable in my position,
the idea of supremacy,
the idea of having to survive, I got to come up with a plan. Okay. You follow what I'm saying?
Right.
See?
I agree with that, but don't they do the same? Isn't he doing the same thing? Isn't he answering supremacy with supremacy?
Yeah, fire with fire.
So he's not comfortable with who he is, or right, like he's not comfortable with who he is. Because if he was, then he wouldn't be a supremacist. It's one thing to talk about the Most High choosing the people that he chose to be his culture, right? To then spread the culture. And then another thing to look at it in a supremacy way, like only these people. Because guess what? And that's why I think the New Testament worked out how it worked out, because Yahusha came to his own first and they received him not. You see what I'm saying? So that bloodline stuff, that saying, oh, we the chosen people and all that, does that matter? If you live in hellish, what sense does it make if you the chosen ones or not? Hear what he said. Spread love. He feels justified in having all those babies with all those women. People will give you insight into their mindset if you truly listen.
He feels justified. So to answer my question, he the one really spreading love. And it ain't because he got so many babies, because I got a lot of them too, y'all. But 4 out of 5 live with me.
Now,
so if I'm not comfortable within the grand design, if I don't know my position in the grand
design, that grand design.
Then
exactly
right.
And the grand design included them.
It did.
It included everyone in love.
Right.
You just got to play your part, man.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
So
I wasn't trying to be my sister.
Isn't that the same thing? So you can't talk about white people or Europeans and all that who tell colonialists, who tell everyone who's not white, play your part. Isn't that the same thing, bruh?
No, he wants you to shut up and dribble.
It's the same thing.
I want to put on the dress and the purse.
So ultimately,
the pocketbook. I didn't.
Right.
I wasn't trying to be mom.
Right. So the answer to the question is, we're not the ones that are creating the borders and the categories and the classes.
Yes, you are. I thought y'all are gods.
We've been taught to think that, but ultimately it's their system.
Even though there were different tribes, we didn't carve up the land.
Right.
Can't
tribalism was just more about we are who we are.
That was culture.
See, you gotta.
And the root word.
I wonder what's their source.
Yeah, that book in front of him.
We didn't carve up the land. Like, if he talking about the biblical people, the Most High carved up the land that and told people what they would inherit and told people to take care of the Levitical priesthood. If we talk about
I'm gonna keep telling. I'm confused how they saying they gods, but they said they had no control, responsibility, and they talking about this right now in 2022. Because last I checked, the African nations are still separate. They still ignorant. They still don't like us. They still trying to run over here. A lot of them voted for Trump. That we need to go on.
I was born right here. You were born right there. Let's exchange what I got over here.
Exactly.
And therefore, and then if there ever is any conflict, because conflict occurs, we will figure that's survival of the fittest comes into play.
Right.
And then ultimately, I exist where I exist. You exist where you exist.
Right. And
survival of the fittest. You mean, we're gonna keep killing each other? So now he justifying killing each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's all I'm asking you to do is respect my boundaries. I don't want to come. I don't want to come and take over your land.
Exactly.
I just want to kill everybody in their minds.
Engage. I'm from where I'm from, and you're from where you're from.
Now you see why gangsters never leave their hood.
You see, so so once again, so now his culture. Now they're identifying who they're talking about.
Talking about the black people.
Mm-hmm.
Common that we didn't even have to talk about because we didn't outright rape, and rob, steal, and do these things. If a couple of your cows came over and destroyed my vegetables, then somebody has to pay for that. So you got to come.
You said term outright rape. I mean, when we did it was for a reason. You talking about you
prepare my crops that you destroyed.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Absolutely. Someone looked at that and says, "Well, look, I could take thousands and millions of them across the water, brainwash them, and I could build an entire nation for myself."
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? You see, that's a child.
Right.
Not knowing its place in the human family.
Right.
And they're running rampant. Now that the parents have went to sleep and been put to sleep, the children are running the house. And that's what we're seeing. The littles are running the house right now. Exactly.
What they talking about, bro?
On the cultural level. The root word of culture is cult. Cult is not a bad word.
Come on now.
You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So, and then when you look at occult, just means hidden.
Right. Right.
So now they supporting the occult
what culture you
and cults.
Right.
If you didn't call yourself Nick Cannon, but you would call one of your original names from one of your original tribe.
Right.
It's like it's all love, but see, they can't respect that. They can't
respect.
You know why?
Maybe he start his own cult with all these babies and baby mamas.
Absolutely.
You understand what I'm saying?
A lot of people all of a sudden, black folks all of a sudden starting cults. Ain't that where they got that church in Nigeria? The church is down here.
Man, so they done promoted
this person of militant religion, and they calling this new militant religion a culture. And the FBI gonna stop that shit under Kamala Harris before they.
So now they done promoted that. Now they promoted the occult, the Illuminati, Freemasons.
Parents.
Golly, dang.
A cult is a good thing. He's well.
A cult just means hidden. It's innocent. Okay.
Misconceptions
about
who Professor Griff is. There's a lot of
you don't have me crack the book open.
and I want to dig just for a moment because you've only been allowed to tell a portion of your story.
I got to be some homework.
And then obviously we know
I got to finish off my cult studies.
They spin it the way that they want to, and they look at you as dangerous. They look at you on the same levels of someone that may need to be silenced in those COINTELPRO type of scenarios. But even like to the idea, like people don't know that one, you're a veteran.
Right. I was in the military. Right.
You were the police.
I was military police. Right. So, and I worked in prison.
Right.
Right.
So,
say no more.
Long Island, coming from someone who, like, even
all right.
Are you proud to be an American? Are you proud to be where
makes sense
to be from the land that you're from?
Sense.
And who is Professor Griff in America today?
No, I'm not proud to be an American. I don't want no pride.
No pride.
I don't have that pride. I'm not prideful about being from I'm glad that I came back to connect with my brothers and sisters here in America that was here long before Chris and the boys got here, long before America Vespucci, long before all of them people got here. We were already here.
Right, exactly.
You understand what I'm saying? So I'm glad to come back and
There's
see
a
my
difference between pride and glad. That's how I always like that.
Exactly.
You can be glad to be, but you don't have to have pride in it. Because
exactly.
pride, there's a lot of ego within it.
Right. We're forced to defend this land, a land that we can't even grow crops in to feed ourselves. All right. Thanks to Monsanto and the rest of them, but that's another story. Exactly. But I'm saying to you,
2022, with all this knowledge, he's still being forced.
My father's Blackfoot Native American.
Okay.
All right. I got greater than the tribe, though. The greater tribe, Black people.
Real quick? I'm sorry.
I have pride, and I'm proud to say
You're not proud to be American, but then you probably say my father's Blackfoot Native American. Again, you called yourself the term American. It's worse than any other term. It's the term Black. You said, no, I ain't proud to be American. My daddy, he's Blackfoot Native American. Okay, he Blackfoot Native American. But he ain't proud to be an American, but he proud to be a different label. He proud to be Blackfoot Native American, but he glad to be back. But where did you go? Your daddy from here. Right? Your daddy, your granddad or dad is a Blackfoot Native American. You from here. Yeah. So where did you go?
God, they got me yawning. They so fake.
He addressing Egyptian. At first I thought he was one of them cats from over there, but now he's saying his daddy is Blackfoot granddaddy.
Yeah, look at his
Native American.
He got the Ankh symbol on.
Yeah, that's what I'm confused about. Your daddy, though, was your great dad. The daddy was chief running horse of the Blackfoot Native American tribe.
Connected to all of the carbon, copper, melanated people across the globe.
Come on now.
And we have something in common.
Yeah. And that goes back to what we were talking about, to the people who don't have that, who have a deficiency in that, who want more of the melanin.
Exactly. And the way they see about getting the melanin is going through, please don't get offended, sisters, going through the Black woman. The only way they can enter into the hereafter is through the Black woman, by dropping and planting that seed. You understand what I'm saying? So if you come along and say, sister, you might need to find you a brother that you seriously, that can be your complement.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? And then we get into colorism.
Yeah.
And these seats,
the light and the darker. Who has more melanin in that?
You set that in motion with the Willie Lynch letter.
Right.
See, but every time they see any glimpse of us coming back to ourselves, to connect back to the self. And then I think my wife said it better. Shout out to Soleil.
Right.
She says it's the journey of the self through the self back to the self.
Right.
So if you understand that dynamic, it's like, wow, okay, I've been knocked upside the head, put to sleep. I was a god then. Right. I've been put to sleep. Now I'm waking up. I don't even realize I'm a god, but I'm settling on being a nigga. Right. No, see, that's the journey of the self. Right. Now I got to get back to the self. So guess what happens with these books?
Right.
I got to introduce Tay and Twan and Peanut and Day them back to themselves. Guess who gives me the most opposition? The same people I'm trying to wake up.
Exactly.
Who's the dude pulling the gun on me, wanting to rob me? Who's the dude that shot the window out of the car I was in I'm going on my way to Vegas from LA. Right. Who are the people that burned my house down right here on the west end of Atlanta? Who are the people that poisoned me with the drink? Who are the people that made me impotent?
Me.
The same people I'm trying to save.
Right.
Here I am, can't walk, can't piss,
make him impotent.
and all this other kind of stuff.
With the poison?
I guess so. I think FBI poisoned Louis Farrakhan too.
Well, he told Nick Cannon at the beginning, watch your drink, watch your juices, watch who you cook for.
Yeah. So he's saying the people that see, once again, he never
look at the Sam Cooke story.
He never differentiates between who he's talking about.
Well, he different on that when he said the same people he's trying to help is the same ones that try to kill him.
Well, why are you trying to help them?
Hey, those was the people that he was trying to help in West Atlanta that burnt his house down.
Like who you help? Like Sound like some government type stuff.
For 6 months.
Right.
Because of what? Because I'm speaking the truth. I'm like, wow. So
because you signed an
understand
NDA.
people saying the government came after Nipsey. I understand because I lived it.
Right. Right.
For telling the truth, but getting thrown under the bus by the rest of the brothers.
Well, ultimately, it was the concept.
Exactly. The idea that, wait a minute.
Let me brainwash and desensitize this brother so much that I can turn him against his own that's trying to enlighten.
Exactly. But I'm going to say this, and
Judas.
People want to take it. There's some people walking around here right now that never thought I'd see this day. And this is dangerous for them.
Too dangerous.
You know why? Because, wow, Nick doing the damn thing. Yo, Nick this, Nick, he got the platform, whatever. But Griff, like, why are you letting that? He's stop that, man.
Stop that.
You can't find one thing on any program, on or offline, while disrespecting not only Jewish people, but gay people. I don't have that conversation like that.
You don't have
but I can find one you being anti-Semite. So he already defined that he got in trouble for being anti-black. And I done heard now an hour and some change of him saying some anti-Hebrew stuff throughout this whole conversation. So I'm sorry, he's not anti-black. He's definitely pro-black, and he's anti-Hebrew. So the Jewish people like, hey man, come on, man, we can't let you change your people until militants. We already see y'all down in Stone Mountain with 5,000 black people with M16s and AR-15s.
Golly, we over here Joe Rogan in it.
Yeah. Ain't never been there long.
We know why they do it. We know
we have to.
We know that we seen COINTELPRO. We seen that they believe that we are dangerous when we unite.
But Nick, let me ask you. So let's just be frank and upfront and real.
Let's
Let's act like these cameras are not even on.
Yeah.
Okay.
You mean to tell me you think they would allow a man like Professor Griff to strive, survive, and be successful in front of young black men not on drugs, not gay? I don't eat swine. I don't eat meat. I'm a vegan. I got a beautiful wife. I'm taking care of my family. Blah blah blah. You think they want that image to get out?
Okay, so let me.
Is he not out? Is he not locked down? Is he not successful?
Because I want to be like Griff.
But no,
I look at you. And say,
see, but we air like though.
Right. So, but I'm allowed. I've made a lot of money in this. I have a large platform as you speak. And I want to give brothers like yourself the opportunity to do it. And that's when they always say, "Oh, we gotta protect Nick Cannon. Oh, it's any minute they coming to get him." Or even if people want to say, "Oh, well, the government gave him lupus." I've seen all of the comments and the craziness and all of that. But I'm allowing myself, or I've been allowed to shine. I've been allowed to
allowed. Yeah.
I wear my turban on NBC. I say NBC stands for nigga be careful. And I walk away from tens of millions of dollars and then go create something even bigger and still get to and allowed to stand my ground and have purpose.
All I can say is you're a dangerous man.
That's what Dick Gregory said.
You're a dangerous man.
They coming to get you. But it's only because I stand on the shoulders of brothers like
Oh,
I learned from you.
But how many people actually say that, though, Nick? Come on, bro.
Yeah, but it's the truth.
No, let me tell you something. The people watching this will know this is real. People don't invite me to shit. Well, have you seen me on a documentary? Never.
Right.
So when they say, well, Mr. G said, yo, Nick want to meet you and blah, 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 and Dr. Sadie thing in the Nipsey, I'm like, you sure?
Brother Everett, what do you think about when people say, I stand on the shoulders of people like you? What do you think about?
Yeah.
Mr. G will tell you, I'm like, yo, you sure? You understand what I'm saying? He's like, yeah, man, dude, it's real. I'm like, all right.
But I was like,
I feel like that's too heavy of a statement. I think part of the problem is there's a difference between honor and then like worshiping somebody. Standing on the shoulders of someone feels too much like worship to me. That's what it sounds like when I hear it. It doesn't sound like honor.
Too much is given, much is required. I was given these opportunities to be one because of brothers like you.
Okay.
But then two, because I gotta pass it on to the next. It's like I'd be doing a disservice if I came and got the bag, got all the money, and got all the information and kept it to myself.
I talked about it in the book. It's karmic debt.
Right.
We owe
karmic debt.
The karmic debt, and what you're doing is an example of what I'm about, paying it forward.
Right.
You're not gonna run into Harriet Tubman at Whole Foods, bro.
Fact.
So you cannot hit her off with paying her grocery bill, but you can pass it forward to a sister.
Right.
That's the next Harriet Tubman.
Absolutely.
Karmic debt.
It's our duty.
Let's pay it forward.
It's our privilege.
Exactly.
And that's the only way we will survive. And that's what I mean. And I feel like I've had the opportunity to sit with brothers like Dick Gregory. You know what I mean? And
I sat with him several times.
And he said he passed. Before he transitioned, he's like, he said it. I'm passing it to you.
Yeah.
He's like, now you got to go do what I couldn't do. And he said the same thing. He's like, man, you dangerous. I don't know. I don't understand.
I agree. Ever says, I want to say that they're trying to show respect, but it makes me think that they are using their shoulders to get above them or use them on some level. Why do you need to stand on their shoulders? Can you not stand on your own ground? I agree. Yeah, and I feel like the context that he's using it in is like Professor Griff. It's like they use each other almost. Like, I'm going to come on your platform because you have this huge platform, and like it's like an ego thing, which isn't always bad, but I guess it's better to, if it's not about the money and all these other things like they're saying, why not just do it for the opportunity to come together with your brother?
It's like they wouldn't let me do what you doing.
Oh no, they wouldn't let me do it either, bro. And they kicked me out of a damn hip hop group. So imagine,
right,
on a television show.
But it's the same information. The information you've given me, the information Dick Gregory gave me, Harry Belafonte, Quincy Jones, all of these people that I got a chance to sit at their foot and soak up game. And now
sit at their foot. Them gatekeepers again, Quincy Jones, Harry Belafonte.
In these short form ways, whether it's Candace Class, whether it's Wildin' Out, whether it's, whatever I'm doing, whether it's Nickelodeon to the little one to my kids.
Right.
I'm still giving them that game. You a god, you powerful, you a superhero.
Right.
You know what I mean? Everybody likes this Marvel concept now of the idea, but that they don't understand that originated with us. They getting a little bit of it. They giving them.
He started that from me.
They giving it a little, but ultimately, if all I'm talking about is the essence of who we actually are and expressing that light, as dangerous as
I agree, Everett.
Right.
It's the truth.
Right. And even this morning, man, I'm getting dressed. I'm like, I gotta bring this brother a gift, man. I'm thinking of a necklace. I'm like, I said, but then I put my comic book in the car, and it's based on a Public Enemy song called "Who Sold the Soul."
Ooh.
And I'm like, that's it. Who sold the soul? Why are we so out of sync? You understand what I'm saying? Why is it that we follow the Gregorian calendar, throwing our whole time signature off?
That ain't even ours.
It's not.
And it goes back to the Dr. Sabi of it all. Like,
exactly.
You kind of love it. It's like not about a diet, it's about a living.
It's a living, yeah.
And Dr. Sabi always said that when they brought us over here.
So now we're going back to talking about a culture, huh?
Yeah.
Not melanated, not being so-called black or not which human was here first and what happened to who, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to minimize slavery or colonialism or nothing like that, but I'm trying to be solution-oriented. Now we're back to a culture, right? Why they could just spend, huh?
No, go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, they could have just spent time talking about culture and how that matters more than anything. But they can't do that. You know why? Because they promote negative parts of the culture. So they got to blame what somebody else did because they're a part of the op.
Here to America, they didn't bring our food with us.
Right. We tried to hide seeds, man.
Yeah.
That's what it's about now.
Because it's different.
Exactly. The thing that's going to keep
agriculture
us alive will kill them.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Facts.
The foods that vibrate on the high level, the minerals and that kind of thing. And
goes back to what I'm saying. We soak up the sun. We get power from the sun.
We process it.
They die on the sun.
Exactly.
The sun kills them.
Exactly.
It empowers us.
Right. With a high form of alchemy, we turn that into, we can get melanated and mellow at night. But when we serious, we get in that sun, we get turned up and lit. You understand what I'm saying? Because we got the melanin to do that, man.
Right.
Yeah, and
so now we're back to superhuman
that allows us to astral plane and do all the things that we do. Exactly.
But they don't get that.
So brothers were saying, yeah, I'm having trouble with this. Blah, blah, blah. I said, bro, sit still for a minute. Take the jewelry off because you interrupt the frequency.
Mm-hmm.
Pick your hair out.
Right.
This is what they're allowed to say.
You're right.
Quiet for a second. It'll come to you.
It'll come to you.
They're allowed to say a little bit.
Exactly, man. It's
So like I said, I can probably point out the couple things that he said that he wants supposed to say. That's the stuff he was whispering at.
It's gonna definitely be some stuff that goes viral.
Yeah.
Once they see us sitting down,
the mere fact that we're sitting together having a conversation
is
you understand what I'm saying? Dressed in the black robes.
Right.
Who are the other people with the black robes that's faking it though?
Yeah.
And they said it, not me.
Right.
They have a secret covenant, not me.
Right.
So why you got black robes on? Black is a new dye. They didn't wear black back then because that was not a dye color to wear.
It's all there. I laid it out.
But if you weren't black, you
if the creator called me home tomorrow, I said, listen, I did.
They weren't black. We militants, man. These black supremacists.
You understand what I'm saying?
If you go use it on black supremacists, people don't want to say,
not only in the whirlwind, come back in the
that's
water.
like checking the whole continent that we own. So why we can't get this from?
Never dies. It's constant. It just changes form. It's swift and interchangeable.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. When we on the same frequency, the power that we can do.
Exactly.
It's out of here. Hey, well,
these two Islamists,
this session is definitely
religious guys.
One of my favorite canon classes that we had.
Appreciate
so much knowledge.
You dropped
no air quotes.
It's like I'm sitting there like, okay.
And it's out there. It is the truth.
Right.
That's the thing. So we do it in an unapologetic way.
Give thanks.
Make sure y'all catch a Warriors Tapestry just for the introduction. And then when you want to go deeper, definitely get that psychological code war. And it's so much. Like you tap into so much. But if somebody, again, you already done gave out your phone number, like a true solid G. But if someone wants to get more information on Professor Griff, how do they do it?
Bruh, I can't believe we made it through all that.
Somebody go give me a mobile phone. Hey, people, my number is. And
then turn it off. Bro, I can't believe we made it through that. Dang.
My number is 787.
Man, I don't understand. They lost me. But now I understand why we were supposed to make that video. I feel like we dropped so much knowledge and our voices. We spoke to combat what they were saying. And like, just because you supremacist on the other side, just because you ain't a white supremacist doesn't make you a good supremacist. You know what I'm saying? Like, and clearly I feel like they don't have no source. They use the code words, right? They use creator, they use these things, but they ain't have no source.
Apparently, the source is a manual he got in about 87, 88 that only him and the guy Kinko's copied twice.
Right.
That's it.
Right. And what I see, man, is the truth of the scriptures and Deuteronomy and all that. Like, these people lost their culture and they're lost. So they grab at anything that seems right, sounds right.
Did I hear milking cows?
Huh?
Yeah, here milking cows.
Yeah, they grab anything that seems right or sounds right, that sounds like, oh, this can make me a god. Oh, give me that. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, this is how I could overstand, right? They use all the term peace, God, like all this stuff. They get wrapped up in it. Just like people get wrapped up in a church building, right? I'm going to look like the pastor. I'm going to dress like the pastor. Or I go to this church now. What church you go to? I go to this church. People be claiming churches like gang sets.
Well, where's the pastor tell you to? The pastor say he don't want you in here with your shorts. Because see, at this church, we are professionals and we should dress as professionals. So bring in your silk, what's that?
Sunday best
shirt with you. Bring in your good shoes. Bring in the shoes that you put the penny in. Yeah, that's what they're telling the people. Because see, in order for you to sow goodness into this church, in order for you to get wealthy in this church, you must come looking wealthy in this church. Bring your diamonds, bring your jewels. Yeah.
We're all your grandmama's jewelry.
We're all your grandma's jewelry. So that's a butterfly wing, yeah. But you know, the church told me to wear it because you know.
Yeah, I just think, man, like I think that we just watched two lost people without a source show the confusion and the duality and the double consciousness, the double-mindedness, the dual consciousness that they talked about in action. And we saw people trying to navigate the system while being a part of the system, which you cannot do.
Yeah.
You can't be a part of something that you're trying to navigate. You can't be a supremacist, a human, any type of color supremacist, and then at the same time say that you're about love. You can't say you know the Most High and you in relationship with the Creator, but be a supremacist by any means. You cannot.
They say they can do both.
I
Skip
feel
that
like
part in the chapter in your history book that says both is impossible. Skip that part in the chapter that said that the people went crazy trying to live in both worlds.
Right.
Skip that part of the chapter in which you see the demise of the people each time. So I'm not going to skip the chapter in which they said that they are Egyptians, and we know Egyptians enslaved the people, not the Germanic tribe, not the Northern tribe. Here, the Irish people, y'all just sat on here and bragged and said they couldn't stand the sun. They were going to come in the sun and die.
Right.
So it took them a couple of hundred years to finally get genetically, I guess I don't know what word to use, evolved.
But that's also attacking. I feel like that's a personal attack on the Most High too, as if the Most High doesn't know how to create life which sustains people. Everyone is, when it comes to ethnicities or nationalities, your nationality is determined, right? Like you're a piece of where you're from. Like what you needed to be to survive there is what you are. Right? Think about it. The Most High created the people to be living organisms in which they would be able to survive in the environments they were born in or born from. Doesn't that make sense?
Yeah, but I guess the only thing I would say different is that, but we are in every environment. There is no environment in which we were not.
I agree.
From being born.
I wasn't negating that. I'm just saying like that. I feel like it's an attack on the Most High to say that he did not create, or the Creator did not create us in a way that we could survive
in which we survive
in any environment. But I feel like they were double speaking a lot. Like, and it's kind of like they had a jackleg preacher, and then they created their own lane. I feel like it's like some alchemy stuff. Like when Will Smith said that was his favorite book, and he could say 2 + 2 is whatever he wanted it to be because he could just use his mind, you know, and all this stuff. And I guess that could be interpreted another way, but the way in which he used it, I feel like, you know, he got to slay. These sound like two people who have not slayed the dragon. They trying to make it a pet. Will Smith
ain't trying to make it a pet. They hanging out with it. They trying to make it friends.
Yeah.
The pet a dragon, you must, like you said, you must be trying to subdue the dragon. I don't hear where they trying to subdue the dragon. They trying to subdue us to come over there to pet the dragon.
Yeah, and to accept their ideologies of supremacy by using little tidbits, bullet points, or speaking points, as Brother Everett said, because they sound good. It sounds good for somebody who is affected by economic terrorism, right? Somebody in poverty. It sounds good for you to walk up to them and tell them that they are a god. You know what I mean? Like, I can see the attractiveness of, you know, what they're saying and how people get tricked into it.
English 101, grab their attention. If you walk up to a poor person telling them they're God, heck yeah, they about to react to that.
Exactly.
Especially if you got the jewels on.
Yeah.
Especially if you got the fame on.
Yeah. Or what if you
tell I'm a god?
Or what if you just walking in? Or what if you just walking in your anointing? You know what I'm saying? Like you walking in your anointing. That's where the power comes from. The power ain't no power in your melanin. The power comes from the anointing. That be telling me you've been online too long. I'm hungry.
I know. Well, let me Nick Cannon you a question real quick.
Right?
You know, since the power is in your anointing, do you believe your anointing is inside of you?
Of course, bro. I feel like we were. If you were anointed, I feel like you were born with it, or at some point in life you cultivated your relationship with the Most High, and it's your anointing that makes people listen to you. Like these, I feel like some of these rappers and singers, like everyone has experienced when somebody is anointed and they're in their element. Everyone has experienced that at some point in their life, and when you know it, you see it, you feel it, and so I think that is why these brothers have a dual consciousness, because they're trying to use their anointing but still be a part of the system that props up and robs people's anointing. That's why the Lil Nas X is targeting children. That's why Nickelodeon always, right? Like earlier in the video, we talked about how, like a Britney Spears or Rihanna, they start off all innocent, but now once you become a fan, once kids like the person, now they get straight ultra demonic.
Yeah, they come from under that umbrella, huh?
Yep. And that's all by design. And then remember Bone Thugs and Harmony, like their songs seem Christian and stuff, right? But then they got on that same album, they got a song about Mr. Ouija, right? Crazy Bone was talking about it, like, and then put this demon, it's demons on the. I remember I had the book, and it was a backwards message. I never did it. I never held up to the mirror and read it because I just. They said it was like a curse if you did it, and I was like, I'm not gonna put no curse on myself. But like all these things are by design. Dabu, like, hurry up. Dabu, wait a minute. But yeah, I think it's just real interesting. This is what happens when you double-minded and you stop and accept a little bit of truth, and you never close the loop. You know what I mean? You never close the loop. You never go back to the fact that everybody is in need of the Most High and a relationship with the Most High. Outside of that, you can't follow your purpose. Outside of that, you can't cultivate your anointing. Your anointing is going to dwindle. You know what I mean? Your gift is going to get stale, and you ain't going to be. And guess what? Have you ever noticed, like, not once did they talk about Nick Cannon a couple times talked about being devil's advocate. Not once did they talk about the story of Satan, who also wanted to be a god. And look at what he lost. And the scripture basically called him a fool. Like, Lucifer, how are you falling? How did you fall?
Look at all the little G's he got on this earth. That man felt like he won. That spirit said, look, all it look. But it ain't us that's corrupted. The ones who understand what's going on. Professor X just said this. What was his name? Professor Baker.
Professor Griff.
Professor Griffin, ain't that an animal with wings and claws and shit? Ain't that the Griffin?
I don't know. Maybe
the Griffin. Yeah, that's the one with the winged animal with the claws. That's the Griffin. That's like lying in the face with the winged body. That's what a Griffin is.
So is that his name?
He said his name was Professor Griff. I'm sure his last name is not Griff. So he choose now, not from 1986 when he was selling drugs. I'm sure Professor Griff, because he was in the kitchen mixing it in the 80s. We seen New Jack City. I can guarantee you, like a demon in the night, he was flying out. He was so fast that he got you your drugs before Domino's did in 30 minutes. If he did not beat you before Domino's in the 90s, you got a crack rock for free. I'm sure he ain't Professor Griff for no reason at all, because his mama and daddy ain't born or birthed him Professor Griff. See, even the people in the other religions got names, bro. Your name, matter of fact, some of y'all so one-sided, all y'all name is the same. No disrespect. I've been over there. Listen, if you yell Muhammad out in a lot, I'm not talking about a religion. We're talking about the labels of names that we choose to kill each other for. No different from going on the street and yelling out, I'm from Detroit. In Chicago, a nigga might shoot me, right? I'm sorry. You go to Afghanistan and say Muhammad, and about 1,000 of them gonna look up. That's all I'm saying. They don't believe. Listen, when you have that much collectivism, what I learned in school is this: the first one that becomes the individual and the collective rules the day. That's what I learned. The first one, they are producing themselves to be an individual. You said this. They creating a new lane. Now we're seeing churches being FBI raided. We thought it was the other cult people. No, it was our cult people. If people look, it's really bad here in Atlanta. They got a couple of guys here that started cults here in Georgia that just got arrested. One was on the national news.
I think I saw that one.
Right?
Yeah.
All that stuff is going on here. Okay. So this black occult and this black supremacy actually started a long time ago. It started during the Obama administration. Sorry, people. We was willing to vote anybody in because they had the hue. Everybody knew they did the exit polls. 90% of people in 2008 voted for Obama because he was the first black president. Even some good white folks voted for Obama because they said, look, the first black president. That was supremacy. So now we're confused that we birthed the Trumpism. 8 years later, everybody, we can't believe. Okay, Obama sat there and trashed Trump in like one of the correspondent dinners, which is why he never had a correspondent dinner when he was in office. Hurt feelings. Hurt feelings. There's too many people running around here with hurt feelings. Because they praising the internets and the social medias. It's time for us to get back to being jubileed. There's a defined difference between jubilee and praise. No more praising each other. There's too many people praising each other, bro. It's a lot of people praise Nick Cannon and Professor X, whatever his name is.
Griff.
Professor Griff after this. None of them critiqued it. None of them did research. So maybe some of them too scared. Oh, this Professor Griff and Nick Cannon. Y'all wilding out. That's all I got. I got to eat. I got to finish me some assignments, but they wilding out here on this computer.
Yeah.
He went and had 8 babies. After he dropped this, man, you listen. I'm living in the Matrix. Which one came first, Zion? Did this come first? He having 8 babies. They just dropped this last week, bro.
I think this was like a year ago. This was a while back. This was posted in 2020.
Man.
So
what a far stretch we have come 2 years later. So what is Professor Griff doing 2 years later? Where is him coming on YouTube saying, Nick, I'm mad at you, bro. What happened to everything we talked? He can come up here and find you if he want to come up here.
Yeah.
That's black grief supremacy. They mad because they can't get their money, but I ain't got nothing to do. I'ma say it like you said. No, I need you to say it. You listen, how you said all we need to do is stand. How you said stand
back. All we need to do is stand back and stand by. I stole that from President Trump. And clearly, all the people of the Most High need to stand back. And this Roe v. Wade decision is not for the people of the Most High, even though they're trying to say it's been too long that people just stamp the Christian label on stuff. And it's not going to stop there. And we already know it's not going to stop there. They already told us it's not going to stop there. But we need to get our houses in order and stop allowing things outside of our house to affect what's going on the inside. It should be the other way around. The Most High designed for us to have dominion wherever we go. So guess what? If we're going to have dominion, we got to be in alignment with him in order to have our anointing produce that dominion in the earth, right? Wherever we are. If we're outside of alignment and we're not in our purpose, then we're not going to have dominion. That's not how the Most High is working. That's not how he works.
I don't want to dome my life. I want to dome everybody else's life because I want to be a God.
See? And that ain't how it works. Because that's the one thing. That's the one thing that the Most High did not give us dominion over. Guess what that is? Each other. So that's why supremacy is always going to be wrong. Always. And even when he chose Moses, guess what? He chose Moses to lead the people. It not have dominion over them. It's only one Most High. It's only one Creator. And guess what? When the Israelites disobeyed, they got punished. When Moses disobeyed, guess what happened? He got punished too.
Cracked that rock too hard.
See?
Right.
So he wasn't. So it wasn't. His position didn't give him extra grace or whatever. He was subject to the obedience of the Most High, just like everyone else. So this idea of trying to be God, you trying to be like Satan. Point blank.
I want a piece of steak, okay? I want a piece of steak, sir. his steak tastes better than my steak. His steak came from a cow in California. Mine came from one in Vermont. And I just want a California piece of steak, sir. Is that too much? When the supply chain went down, nobody got steak except the restaurants. So can I just get what are we striving for? What are we looking to be like? Why we want to be wilding out? Why we want to be Real House of Atlanta, housewives and husbands? Why these guys? Listen, we about to sound like the JDK song. I'm gonna tell you why. That's why. Why? I'd be Anthony Hammond. Why you want to do me like that? You know what I'm saying?
You done started singing. It's time to go.
All right. I appreciate you inviting me on.
Yeah,
we definitely got to do this probably some more, because you're right, we're gonna hit 5 hours. The kids started looking at me weird.
And we don't have to do it 5 hours. We could keep it max 1 hour. You know what I mean? And then just do part 2 or whatever.
But we definitely do. But just so my first time ever online, but I would do this with my homie Zion. But just for all the haters to know, because then they like, well, how we know y'all ain't talking? We don't have no clips on y'all. We don't know who y'all are. Why y'all dropping this knowledge? We need you to be famous. Hey, I just need y'all to know that we talk like this on the phone in real life for 4 or 5 hours. Okay, y'all. This ain't 40 likes for us. We do this in real life, not fakery. I'm not giving y'all my phone number, but I can go get my wife. She'll say, yeah, they be on the phone for hours. So let them go a week without talking. I just leave the house. I go on vacation when they start talking. So I appreciate you, brother Zion.
Yeah,
man.
appreciate you too, brother.
I definitely do this again, and I might wear a better hat. You know what I'm saying? I might go get my red dope hat out.
Yeah, that sounds good. Hey,
do that, right?
before we go, we should hit him with the little clip again where you be freestyling.
You know, I might even write down a whole little round with that one for real.
3, 2, 1, hit it.